the statement that you made about meeting with the president and so on, it's not in your statement. It could be an oversight on the part of, because I recall ironically enough that we added in our draft that we presented to your team. So that may explain that it's a genuine oversight. Yeah. So just in relation to Brown Mkhwanazi, the allegations, as I said, it is contained in the transcript which I've referred to, and the allegation. Or let me first ask you, because you've requested this, could we play the particular clip that you've requested to be played? Lerato?
Said that, I quote, "The minister is briefed. He has just arrived in Lusikisiki." You will recall, colleagues, that we had an incident in Lusikisiki, a mass murder that happened there. And the Minister of Police had gone visiting the families and that crime scene. So after this communication, the Provincial Commissioner called the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police.
Just one moment. I thought we would start with my comments on the 5th.
Yes.
On the 5th of
no, you're absolutely
and
right,
then go to
Minister. The first clip is the 5th of March before the Portfolio Committee.
Maybe ask to start with Mkhwanazi.
Just while we find that clip, it is on page, it is Exhibit Bundle 4, the transcript of the meeting of the 5th of March, starts at page 22, and it's on the paginated page 143, type page 119. And this is when the Provincial Commissioner addresses the committee. His address starts at page 139. The reference to Brown Mkhwanazi is at page 143.
But I think I picked up something that Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi is saying about some fellow. 2 weeks ago, it does happen in a week or 2 or 3. I think a week and a half ago, I got somebody insisting that there's somebody who's going around saying he works with me wherever I am, he is there. And I said, show me the face. And it got to a point where he showed me the face, and I told him, I don't know this person. And a week before, there was another person in Kunu who said he's my young brother. My younger brother died in 2005, and I don't have any other. And so when the person says you really, so I think we must be very circumspect when people come to us and say I'm an associate of this and that. I'm no associate to the person that appreciate whatever they discussed, and then those things come out so that I understand who said what, where, and so on.
And Minister, is that the clip you wanted played? And it sounds like it corresponds with your response to the Portfolio Committee, which is at page 160 of the paginated papers, at 136 of the typed pages, from about line 7 or 8, where you said, but I think I picked up something that Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi is saying about some fellow 2 weeks ago, and it does happen in a week, 2 or 3. I think a week and a half ago, I got somebody insisting that there's somebody going around saying he works with me wherever I am. He is there. I said, show me the face. And it got to a point he showed me the face, and I told him, I don't know this person. And just earlier, we've already referred to Mkhwanazi, who got a phone call that's at page 143 from line 13, 14. He said, this is Mkhwanazi, on 29 October, to be precise, I received a phone call, Chair, a phone call and a message that came from a gentleman who said to me he is a close associate of the Minister of the Police, and that is Mr. Brown. He referred to himself as Brown Mkhwanazi. This Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, who had described himself as a close associate to the Minister, indicated to me, which made me believe that it is a close associate of the Minister, because he said to me he was joining the Minister of Police to visit the Lusikisiki massacre, and that happened last year, and because I did not trust him, I called the Chief of Staff to try and establish who is this gentleman. And the Chief of Staff did confirm to me that indeed he is a very person close to the Minister of Police. But what surprised me about this gentleman is that he then indicated to me on a message that he sent me when he said there is an internal attempt to discredit me through the defeating the ends of justice case. Anyway, the rest is not particularly relevant. Okay. So you also wanted to deal. You also wanted to deal with your responses, which is that you gave to the Ethics Committee. You recall that there was a complaint that was lodged by Honourable Member Schikkeling, which to the committee, and if you could just turn to Annexure SM2 at page 540, it's the Annexure in Volume 2 to your witness statement. Do you have it in front of you there? At page 541, this is from your affidavit in paragraph 8, you reference the exact time of the recording. And then you also refer to your response, which I've where you just to in the last sentence, I think we must be very circumspect when people come to us and say, I'm an associate of this and that. I'm no associate to the person that General Mkhwanazi referred to. Then you say at paragraph 12, I deem it prudent to mention that following the Provincial Commissioner's address, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee did not pose any questions or comment, and neither did he afford the honourable members an opportunity to do so. Had there been a direct question from any member asking me whether I know Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, I would have answered in the affirmative. And then at paragraph 13, subsequent to the Portfolio Committee sitting, I was made aware of an audio recording between myself and someone I had spoken to. I do confirm that the telephone conversation is true, but unbeknown to me, it was being recorded. In that recording, the person had asked me a direct question, which was not asked in the Portfolio Committee meeting, on whether I know Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, to which I responded that he was just a comrade from Northwest and not my close associate. Further stating in isiZulu, and the translation loosely is, I do not smoke tobacco with him, emphasizing that he was not a close associate of mine. And then he said the recording is available on TikTok. I think there was an attempt to make it available, but he couldn't get the audio. And then at paragraph 15 on page 554, you thereafter issued a statement on the 9th of July titled Statement in Response to Allegations Regarding the Minister's Alleged Association with Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi. In that statement, I mentioned that I do know and have met Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, but further mentioned that he is just a comrade and not an associate of mine. And then at paragraph 17, you refer to the Oxford Dictionary and the difference between an associate and a comrade. You said, associate and comrade, as per the Oxford Dictionary, the word associate, which is a noun, means a partner or companion in business or at work, whilst the word comrade, which is also a noun, refers to a colleague or a fellow member of an organization. It is in this context that I denied Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi being an associate of mine. Close or otherwise, I rather stated that he is a comrade, as we are members of the same political party and have engaged on party and service delivery matters on a number of occasions. Do you want to elaborate any further, Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Evidence Leader and honourable members. As you heard, in the Portfolio Committee of the 5th of March, after all other reports, I was asked by the Chair whether I wished to make comments, and I made 4 comments. The first comment that I made says, I was approached by somebody who says there's somebody who goes around as per the clip, saying they work with me and they travel with me. And I asked to see the photo. In fact, we had a small conversation, after which I said, I wish I could see the fellow. And he called, and then he showed me the photo. Now, I don't mention where this happened, and I don't mention who the person on the photo was, partly because were time constraints and I wasn't necessary. That was not the focus of the Portfolio Committee. So I was just relating a story my story. So now that I'm here, I need to make it clear. The person that was on the photo was not Brown Mkhwanazi, even though I didn't say it that way in the portfolio comment, but it wasn't. That's why on looking at the photo, I say, I don't know this person, which is not Mkhwanazi, which is not Mkhwanazi. It's another person that I didn't know. So I say to the fellow showing me on his cell phone, I don't know this person. Because I thought they might have cloned a face of one of my staff members for one reason or the other. So I passed. That's my first comment. There is no way that that reference was a lie, because it was my story. I was sharing it with the portfolio committee, leading to somewhere. What is the second comment that I make? Second comment is that I tell another story, which is the second story, of somebody phoning me while I was at work somewhere about somebody who is talking to people in Witbank, saying he's my younger brother. Then I say to that person, I don't have a younger brother in that context, because he perished in 2005. So deal with the fellow who is using my name, to that person that was talking to me. There's a second comment that I made. And there's no way it can be a lie, because I was talking about what had happened to me. And the third comment is then I make a caution to the portfolio committee to say we should be circumspect. That's the word, that's the term I used. We should be circumspect when your name is dropped here and there. It doesn't mean that it is like that. Having related those two personal stories or personal experiences. Then I make the fourth comment. Now, directly relating to what General Mkhwanazi had said about Mkhwanazi being my associate. So I say the person that General Mkhwanazi is referring to is not my associate, it's just a comrade. This is now Mkhwanazi directly. Now, so that is what I did. Now, what do I mean by, what was my personal understanding about an associate, even today? I know a number of honorable members here, others for many, many, many years. But they may not necessarily be my associates, at least the way I understand associate. They are people that I know. Like Honorable Albert Mngwangu, I knew him long ago, when we were vehemently opposed to each other in KZN. But I have never regarded him as my associate. It's just somebody I know.
Thank you.
Now, that is what I was explaining there. And there's no way I could have lied there, because the two comments are my personal story. The third comment is a precaution, to be circumspect, and the last comment is then to deny. Now, what complicated things in my view is that when General Mkhwanazi made his statement on the 6th of July, he then tells the public something twisted. He says, Minister Mkhunu said he doesn't know Brown Mkhwanazi in Parliament, which I never said. I never said. But he tells the public something twisted, saying, I said in Parliament, I don't know Mkhwanazi. When I actually said I don't know the person who was on the phone, not Mkhwanazi, and that was not Mkhwanazi. He told that to fit his narrative, if he was not making a genuine error on his part, one of the two, he can explain what he was doing, whether it was an error or he said something to the public that was calculated to suit his narrative. I never said in the portfolio committee, I don't know Mkhwanazi. I said he is not my associate.
Somewhere, I think it was in here in the portfolio committee, or no, in the ad hoc committee, or in the Madanga Commission. He said it doesn't differentiate between knowing. He even spoke about a friend, the difference between a friend, knowing, comrade. He said something like it's similar to him. That is to him, not to me. I differentiate. That's why I use the dictionary to say, in fact, from where I sit, once you say associate, I would think of some partnership, some work relations.
I think, Minister, I think I, as evidence leader, I accept that you know him and that he is not an associate of yours, as you explained, and that he's a comrade. I think I understand the
Yes.
difference between the two.
Okay.
An associate is a bit closer in a business sense or some other sense where there's some kind of relationship. So
Yes,
that is it.
I do want to conclude, though, and say, when I heard that there are members of this Honorable House who have taken me to the Ethics Committee and Code of Conduct, after which I was given a deadline to submit an affidavit, I did so, freely so. But, well, up to now, I haven't been called and so on. But I did make an effort to clarify this matter. And it is the first time I clarify this matter as I do in an organized fashion since Mkhwanazi made that statement.
So you're satisfied that your
I'm
response
satisfied,
has now
except
been...
the issue of the lady. That lady pretended to be worried about what was happening between me and Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi after the IP'd kind of conduct to him, speaking like she wanted to sort of bring about an understanding so that we could, from where she sits, reconcile, which I was fine with. I said, okay, I will brief you. So I briefed her, relaxed, and so on for quite some time, 30, 40 minutes. And I didn't know that she was recording me. Now, I only learned the following day that she was actually recording me. And then when I followed up, I realized that she was on a platform that is associated or is said to be administered by somebody who is a member of MKP, that is Umkhonto weSizwe Party. So I thought this lady must have been a sniper of sorts, thinking that I would sort of say something that she would have needed. And I just, unknowing to me that she was recording, just stuck to what we were discussing until the end. But underline the fact that in the conversation between her and myself about Brown Mkhwanazi, I do say Ang Pemina, not requested by her, out of volition, explaining myself. I said, Ang Pemina, and this is Zulu, when you say Ang Pemina, you mean you are not close. It's known by everybody that in this is Zulu, when you say Ang Pemina,
So, Mr. Minister...
You are not an associate. That's what I need to explain.
Honourable Minister, can we just move a bit forward? We have a limited time. But I just want to be satisfied that you're satisfied that you said about Mkhwanazi. So for how long have you known Mkhwanazi?
Since 2017.
2017. And you know him as a comrade who's in the same political party?
Only, in the period, I've never asked him whether he's married or not. I've never gone to his home. I've never gone to look at soccer or restaurant. I've never inquired about his personal life, whether he's employed or not employed, because we just occasionally talk about this and that. Thank you.
So, can I just put something to you, which comes from one of the other witnesses who will testify? It is, I suppose, legally speaking, double hearsay, but this is your platform, this is an opportunity for you to respond to it. And the witness who will be called will also be questioned about it. But this witness says that he was told that you had met, that you, Mkhwanazi, and Vusi Nhlanhla had met, and that Nhlanhla was also sponsoring your son. Apparently you have, what's it called? A trust or something. So, excuse me, Mr. No. But apparently the evidence will be that you had met with Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla. Have you ever met with them together in one room on one occasion?
Never. I've never met Nhlanhla alone. I've never met him in the company of Mkhwanazi, and possibly in any other capacity. He's not somebody that I know. He's not somebody that I've spoken to, directly or indirectly. He's not somebody that I've had anything to do with Nhlanhla. So I don't know him.
Okay. So, Minister, if I may just turn to, can I take you to Exhibit Bundle 3, EB 7. That is an extract of the WhatsApps that we sourced from the Nhlanhla Commission. These are extracts from their WhatsApp bundle. And on page 78, at the bottom, there appears to be, these are WhatsApp from Mkhwanazi. The bottom there, it seems to be a WhatsApp addressed to you. And then on page 78, this appears to be addressed to you. Minister, I'm going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sabia or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy, having this kind of policing. The good thing is now that there is not, these are not allegations, but a court judgment. These are apparently signal messages. Then on the following page, 80, there's a WhatsApp, Sunday the 26th, morning, Minister. I'm in Durban and can confirm that they got nothing on Phoenix Saga, and our contact says they couldn't even go to any bank. By the way, the girl is here also. Tomorrow we are signing the practice notes on the Northwest PEC matter for the SCA in PTA with Senior Counsel. The matter will be a month from tomorrow. Then it's something about a briefing. Any other? Yeah. So, Minister, those appear to be addressed to you and your comment, please.
Yes. Number one, I think these two messages they were sent to me coming from Mkhwanazi, if I have some recollection of them. Now, I wouldn't have responded to both, and I think I never responded to both, simply because I didn't quite understand what he was referring to in the first one, talking about judgment and all of those. And it wasn't, or it wouldn't have been for the first time that Mkhwanazi would send to you something that you wouldn't understand unless you sat down. And so he sent that, and I looked at that, and I didn't have quite a good understanding of what he was talking about. But I didn't inquire, I didn't follow up. I took it as one of the messages that he would send to you, and you would know what they are referring to. On the second one, although you have made them disappear, first message, I do remember, well, that those messages that he sent to me, I think I do have a recollection of me receiving them. But I didn't know what he was referring to in those messages either. If you could play them again, just to see message 1, 2, 3. I had no collection of what he was talking about, and I don't think I went back to him to inquire, what is it? What is this thing that you are talking about? It's the same as the message that was referred to by General Mkhwanazi of Mkhwanazi, talking about me arriving in Lusikisiki, because I had not informed Mkhwanazi, and I don't think there's any staff member who had informed him. And when General Mkhwanazi made mention of this, I thought that somewhere Brown Mkhwanazi must have been sitting at home, looking at TV, seeing me alighting from the car, because it was played live. And he types a message to General Mkhwanazi to say, Minister is arriving, and General Mkhwanazi thinks that he is in Lusikisiki. I don't remember whatsoever Mkhwanazi seeing him in Lusikisiki, and I wouldn't have known what he was there for. Okay. But TV, I mean, can be played, and we can research that to see if there was any face of it was a very serious matter, and they would have been seen somewhere by somebody that Ufunan Mkhwanazi and so on. So he must have been typing this thing sitting at home somewhere, Minister is arriving, which was seen by everybody in the public. And a notice had been given the previous day that I would be in Lusikisiki, and it went to public. And so he must have been doing, because I've sort of concluded afterwards that he's quite a bit crafty in somehow.
Sorry, Minister, sorry to interrupt you. I need to just move a bit. So you confirmed that you did get this message from
if I recall very well,
yeah.
To the best of my ability,
do you have Mkhwanazi's number on your phone?
Yes, I do.
So when he messaged you, you would...
Yes, I would see that it's Mkhwanazi. This message comes from Mkhwanazi. And I think I do remember these ones. But I didn't know
This is, I'm not so clued up about this, but this is apparently on Signal.
Pardon?
This is on Signal.
And WhatsApp, he would send those messages.
So what is, and for your comment, but the one message that you see at the bottom of page 78 of EB7 is a message that is sent on the 31st of December at, is that 11:18 or 18:48?
That's 11:18. That's,
Yeah, it seems to be at 11:18 that you received a message. And of course, that's the same day on which you issued the directive on the 31st of December 2024. Is that a coincidence? Is there anything that one can read into that? That you were in Signal or WhatsApp contact with Mkhwanazi on the 31st of December 2024 when you issued the directive.
Where is that message? On the 31st?
There isn't a message, it's just a, it just shows, well, as I can't go any further than what appears from the WhatsApp.
Where is it?
So maybe my question is this, and you can, if you can also confirm it, that on the 31st of December 2024,
I don't
you received
remember.
the,
I don't remember sending any message to Mkhwanazi on the 31st, but unless I see it, I don't remember at all. And I think I was quite busy for the longest time on the 31st, writing the directives. I don't think I did, but let me see the message.
all right. So can perhaps then can we move on to Nhlanhla?
Yes, we can. On a note that I don't think I sent a message to Mkhwanazi on the 31st. I don't remember at all. I don't remember at all.
It is a,
But we can pass.
it's from him to you.
It's from him.
So it's not alleged that you sent
me
him a message.
on the 31st.
Yes.
What was he saying?
I'm not sure whether it's not apparent, Minister, from the, whether this is the message that appears on the following page on 79, which I've already read to you about the Constitutional Court judgment that was issued on the 20th of December. I'm not sure whether that's the same message.
Yeah, neither do I remember or have any recollection of him sending me a message on the 31st. I did see some message said to have come from him to me at Nhlanhla Commission, but I don't want to get closer to that because I just saw it on TV. But I don't remember such a message from him to me on the 31st, nor do I remember what subject we would have been speaking about. Until I get that, I can then have a better comment.
Page is SM44.
SM44 and volume 2.
If I can just move on, Minister, to Nhlanhla and his affidavit, which is at SM44. It's in volume 2. It's an affidavit that is deposed to by Vusimusi Nhlanhla. It's date stamped the 22nd of September of this year, 2025, and it was commissioned by an officer at CMAX on the 22nd of September 2025. So, can I start by asking, how did you obtain this affidavit from a person who is being kept at CMAX? And I think colloquially, we all associate CMAX with high security and persons who are detained there because of its high risk, high security. Would I be correct more or less in that understanding? That CMAX is not just your ordinary prison like a Polsmoor or Drakenstein, it's high security. So how did you obtain this affidavit from him?
I got this affidavit from my lawyers, and they said they had a chat with Nhlanhla's lawyers at their level, in their own time, their own way. And then they gave me documents that they said they received from Nhlanhla's lawyers. How any other thing happened, I don't have the knowledge, but I do know that my lawyers did give me the statement a couple of days or so ago to say they have this kind of a document.
So was the sole purpose of obtaining this affidavit, procuring an affidavit from Mr. Nhlanhla, that he denies knowing you?
On several occasions since I started preparing, I have been emphasizing to my lawyers that I don't know Nhlanhla. I repeated that and I said to them, my lawyers, I'm not fooling you. I'm not playing any game with you. I am honestly saying to you, I have never met Nhlanhla. I have never seen him in my naked eye. I have never had a talk directly or indirectly with him. And I've been repeating it over and over, and at the same time saying, I know Mkhwanazi on the other hand, and how I got to know Mkhwanazi, and how he's not my associate. And I think they then took the initiative that they took to inquire on their own, and they got this affidavit. And this affidavit, when I read it, it reflects what my understanding is, that I have never met a person. The only time I got to talk more about Nhlanhla, other than coming across the name from newspapers and social platforms, it was on the 20th of December when we started talking to General Masimula about the contract. Then that's when I started talking more about Nhlanhla. Before that, I just come across the name Nhlanhla and the stories about Tembisa and all of that. But I had never heard anything else to talk about Nhlanhla.
Minister, what prompted you, just because you raised the issue of the Tshwane health contract, what prompted you to make further inquiries about the award of that contract? Because that was done and in fact signed off by the National Commissioner. I think before you became the Minister of Police. The contract, as we know, subsequently it was cancelled after he was already paid, I think a substantial 50 million or 25 million or something like that. So the question is, so what prompted you to make those inquiries which then resulted in the contract being cancelled?
On the
Okay, before you respond, Minister, let me recognize Honorable Malema.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister and colleagues. The SC is raising a very important point and is leaving it, where the Minister says, I never solicited an affidavit from Nhlanhla. My lawyers are the ones, after listening to me so many times, they went to solicit the affidavit from Nhlanhla. and I wanted the SC to ask as to, are you saying your lawyers acted without an instruction? Because lawyers act on instructions of their clients. And Minister should understand the implications of what he is saying about his lawyers, because they can be reported to LPC, that on their own volition, go to a maximum prison, obtain an affidavit. Is that without his instructions and they are his lawyers? Is that the understanding that the Minister wants to share with us?
Senior Counsel, that is sustained.
Should I refer to Honorable Malema as my junior counsel? I intended to ask about that. I'm mindful also of my 2-hour limitation, and I suppose Honourable Malema can perhaps defer that question to Honourable Minister when his turn comes. But you've heard the point,
Yes.
and
Yes.
maybe if you want to respond to Honourable Malema.
My response is, Honourable Malema is quite correct. I did express a wish that if all possible, if it were to be possible, I could wish to get an understanding, even via such a document. They say I get something of a lifestyle from, without naming what is it that I've ever received from Nhlanhla, or what word has ever gone between me and Nhlanhla, but they say he funds my lifestyle. And the strangest thing, Chair, is that I have nothing that I can, they just on their own connect me, and it has never happened. So the express response is that I did express a wish that if I could, if anything could be possible. So I was wishing, and they carried out that wish.
So it was on your instructions that your lawyers approached Nhlanhla in CMAX to depose to this affidavit.
Yes.
But Minister, if you don't know Nhlanhla at all, you've never met him, that's your evidence?
That's my evidence.
Yes, so why would you want to obtain an affidavit from a person who has all these allegations against him and that's imprisoned at a high security prison? Why would our Minister of Police want to be associated with a person like that?
The question, or the answer to that question could be another question. Why would the Minister not wish to get the word from such a person who people out there are trying so hard to associate with me when I'm not associated with him? Why would the public not be interested in getting to know what he has to say if it were all to be possible? I even want to say that I so wish that the Madanga Commission or even the ad hoc committee could call him to come here to attest or to give a testimony on his own whether he really knows me. So the question is, the response to that is another question. Why would I spare any effort at all, seeing that everybody is interested in making me in connecting me, in trying to connect me with Nhlanhla, when I am in fact, not at all connected to him. So I wouldn't spare any moment, and I expressed a wish. But I was on the 20th evidence leader on the 20th of December, answering your question when we took the diversion. In the interest of time, if I may proceed.
Okay. Can I just also, for the record, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and Minister Mkhunu, that when I earlier referenced that the National Commissioner had by then signed the Tshwane contract, it was in fact just signed by someone in supply chain, but the contract itself was signed in June of 2024. Now, I had already put this to you, but again, just for the record, I'd indicated that a witness will be called to say that Nhlanhla had a business relationship with you to support your campaign to become the ANC president or deputy president, and had also made some contribution to your, I think, for your son.
Yes, to respond to that, I have no knowledge of such. Now, when I saw something like dinner, I saw something like a list of people who are said to have come to Cape Town for dinner, invited supposedly by myself. It almost shocked me because I had never had any discussion with anyone, Brown Mkhwanazi to be exact, about any dinner anywhere, about any contribution anywhere, and so on. So I saw all these things for the first time as we do this. As a matter of fact, I have a diary that is included here. To start with, I saw the list when I inquired. What list of guests are these? Because in January 8 dinner, it doesn't happen the way I'm hearing is said to have happened. You don't have your own dinner within dinner. You just go there as invited and you get allocated a table. You don't
just
come with
to assist Minister also perhaps to speed up. I'm sure that honourable members will also ask you questions on this, but you deal also with the January 8 celebrations on page 82 to 88 of your statement. It starts at the bottom. Did Nhlanhla pay for my associates or guests in the January 8 celebrations? You may want to reference that or look at it.
Yes. I'm saying I've never asked, or I didn't ask anyone to organize any dinner whatsoever for me during that period. And to be specific, I never asked Brown Mkhwanazi to organize any dinner for me for whatever reason. I didn't. Nor did I compile any list and gave it to anyone to be brought to Cape Town. I never asked anyone to organize accommodation or whatever for me. And as a matter of fact, to start with, my diary was pointing me elsewhere. As a matter of fact, I didn't attend January 8 dinner and rally in Cape Town. I wasn't in Cape Town at all. I left Cape Town on the 8th, and January 8 was going to be on the 11th. Because of, no, first, it was just the ordinary program, this one, I think at George. I went there for that particular function. But then, this is on the 8th, and then on the 9th, which was Thursday, I departed Cape Town for Durban because there was going to be a memorial service of Professor Pengu, who had passed on. And I'm a relative of him, and I knew him very well. And I was invited to speak at his memorial service at Ishawa. So I flew early in the morning, 6:05, to go to Durban and then proceed to Eshowe. That's where I was on the 9th. And then on the 10th, it was his funeral. So I went to his funeral, which was at Peguzul Hall at the University of Zululand, still in KZN. That is on the 10th. And after that funeral service, I then flew from Richards Bay to Gqeberha. That is Nelson Mandela Bay. An ugly incident had taken place there of a young police officer who got brutally murdered. And I went to his funeral because of the emotions and that were there, and to be with the family and with his loved ones. And that's how I spent those days. Now, I didn't know any dinner. I didn't organize any dinner. I didn't send any list. And when I saw the list of people called, said to be my invitees, I know of no one here. There's no one that I know that I would have invited to such a dinner. It's impossible. It's impossible to just find yourself a list of people flying and saying they are coming to your dinner. So I deny with evidence that I had anything to do with that dinner sponsored or said to be sponsored by Nhlanhla, nor did I ask him directly or indirectly or via any person to organize any dinner for me. If somebody went on to do this, it was not on my behalf, not in my name. I never associated or got involved in such. It was all a surprise to me when all these things unraveled afterwards.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, can we just move on to Mr. Cedric Nkabinde? He was your chief of staff. Before his appointment as chief of staff, did you know him?
Who is that?
Nkabinde, Cedric Nkabinde.
Yes, I know Nkabinde.
Since when did you first meet him, or for how long do you know him?
The first time I met Nkabinde, it was because I had written a letter, this letter. I don't know whether the legal team did include it for your reference. It was written, this letter was written in 2017, 29 May 2017. It was written by me to IPIT.
Yeah, sorry, just Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, it is an exhibit to bundle 6. Unfortunately, the bundle, well, the pages are not paginated, but it's about the 4th page.
Yes.
Where
it says read.
this is this is addressed, this is dated 29 May 2017.
Yes.
It's addressed to IPID, Independent Police Investigating Directorate, and it's about complaint against police regarding investigation on the murder of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and it was written by you.
Yes, it's written by me.
Yeah.
Yes. If I could elaborate. How I got to know Nkabinde, it was as a result of this letter. And I want to emphasize that I heard General Mkhwanazi talking about the visit to my home by Robert McBride, who was head of IP, together with Nkabinde. Indeed, that incident did take place, but not the way he was relating it to the public, because he spoke about them flying a long way to Durban and then driving a long way to Mpangeni as if it was leisure and as if it was some
So is this in 2017?
In 2017.
When McBride and Nkabinde, who's also with IPID, when
they were with IPID. And yes.
Yeah, they come to your house, to your home.
Yes, at Mpangeni.
And
after receiving this letter.
Yeah, and was that after you were no longer the Premier of KZN?
No, I was no longer.
Okay. So they visit you in 2017 at your home?
Yes.
Is it in connection with this, with your complaint?
Yes.
That you lodged with IPID?
Yes.
Because there was some allegation or some insinuation that you were somehow involved with the death of Nhlanhla?
Yes.
And Kolani was
Hey, guys, it's Decorator here.
one of your bodyguards.
He was my staff, not really my close bodyguard, but he was part of the security team that he would advance where I go and check, and then he got murdered at some point, and I wasn't there around Mbangin. I was working in Ladysmith when I heard it was in the evening that he had been murdered. It was around 8.
So that was the first time you met Nkabinde.
That was the first time I met Nkabinde. And then I explained my matter, the basis of this letter, to McBride, Robert McBride. Yeah. And after we discussed the basis of this letter and everything I was complaining about, Robert McBride allocated Nkabinde to deal with the case. He said, take his details, take whatever, remain in contact, he will give you feedback on your matter. And that is what exactly happened. I maintained contact with Nkabinde. He gave me feedback in terms of what was happening. Now, the real thing that was happening is not what was insinuated in what Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was saying. This was a grave matter where I believed I was unjustifiably being pursued by the Hawks, following this incident, because the Director of Prosecutions in KZN had actually advanced 7 reasons why there wouldn't be any prosecution, where I got to be associated very strangely.
Who was the KZN DPP at the time that cleared you?
I can't recall the name and surname, but following this incident, to give you some clarity, this incident at Mbangin, I followed up the matter as to where police were on the matter, and then I heard that it is now with some units in a Tegwini police unit that were investigating it, and I was satisfied with that. And then after that, I then followed up again. Then I heard that there was a rumor in KZN that I was a suspect myself in the matter of Kolani. Kolani comes from...
So did you lodge or file your complaint with IPID before you heard that you were now also a suspect, or was it afterwards?
No, it was after.
Afterwards?
Yes. I heard that I was a suspect. And this got the family very worried and myself very worried. And I had the services of a private investigator myself to say, no, now that there's a story going around which I don't know anything about, let me safeguard myself and get a private investigator. And that matter then it then took its natural course. In other words, police were investigating, and on the other hand, the private investigator got involved.
Was a private investigator that you appointed?
Yes, I had appointed.
Did this private investigator work with or assist the police?
Yes, to ensure that the matter is investigated objectively, because there were now rumors, very, very ugly and strange rumors of putting me there and so on. Now, finally, what happened is that those matters were clarified, and the people who had been involved in the matter of Kolani got arrested, and I believe that they are still in jail as we talk, because the matter was thereafter properly investigated and so on. Now, the other matter of me being associated with him and then pursued, I smelled a rat and said, why would Hawks go out of the actual investigation. Because I do even remember that I spoke to Provincial Commissioner, he was acting, Jula, where I said, Jula, I now hear that I am a suspect. Look, if I am a suspect, this is my address, my home address. This is my office in Durban. This is my office in Pietermaritzburg. As a premier, if you conclude your investigation and somehow you need me for anything, including arrest, this is where you'll find me. Otherwise, I'll be on the road working. This is my number. And I think a week thereafter, he said, no, he wrote to me and said, you are not a suspect. There is a process going on investigation, which led finally to the arrest of people who had pulled the trigger and those who had taken his cell phone, being identified and all that, and the matter was closed. So it was very strange that Hawks then started pursuing the matter on the other hand in a very strange way. It was for that reason that I then wrote the letter to say, no, what is this now? And then McBride brought in Kabinde, and then they started investigating. And to cut matters short,
did Kabinde engage with the Hawks?
they engaged the Hawks, the head of Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal at that time, to say, what is this? What is the basis? And they found out that he said, according to Kabinde, when they inquired with him, he said he was not satisfied with the reasons that were advanced by DPP, and the procedure was that they would have appealed to the national head of prosecutions instead of pursuing a matter that was now closed by DPP at provincial level. And that was out of procedure, what was happening.
So once I'm sorry to speed it up a bit, Honourable Minister. So once the suspects were apprehended, they were prosecuted,
Yes.
and imprisoned. What happened, or what was your relationship with Nkabinde? He's now working for IPID.
Yes.
That issue has now been resolved. So just fast forward a bit. What did you continue to have a relationship? Did it strengthen with Nkabinde? Did it become personal? Just tell us a bit about that.
It was now very loose and very relaxed, not pursuing anything, because I was now satisfied. I need to have mentioned that what I said to Jula was that you can pursue me if you feel I'm a suspect, but don't lose sight of somebody whose hands are with Xolani's blood, and there's evidence to that effect. You rather do both.
Yeah.
And I put that very strongly. And that led to that person being prosecuted and so on.
But
So
Minister,
with Kabinde, it was now very loose. It would be just a call here and there, not for anything. I just appreciated the way they had done the job.
Now we heard this actually from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, that Nkabinde then left the IPID. I'm not sure whether it was a termination, a resignation, or a dismissal, but he left
Yes.
IPID.
Yes.
I think he had a fallout, allegedly, with McBride,
Yes.
and he left IPID. He was unemployed for a while, and then Mkhwanazi found him a job with a security firm. I don't know if you're able to comment on that or how much you know about it. If you don't have to comment on it. But yeah, so during this period that I'm referring to, do you still have a relationship with Nkabinde? Do you still know him? Do you still interact with him?
Now, when I called Cedric in terms of the vacancy as Chief of Staff, to say he may submit a application if he so wishes for the panel that would interview them. I did check some detail on the profile, and actually after I spoke to him, it is not exactly as Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi puts it. Cedric spoke to me that all the reasons why he had to leave IPIT and circumstances thereof. After that, he got employed by the bank in their forensics department and so on. And he told me that Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi actually knows that Cedric got employed in the bank because he would invite Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi to functions of the bank because they were close, and he would attend. So he knows beyond any doubt that he got employed. So he found it strange that he is said to have been unemployed.
Yeah, they I'm not sure what the position he is currently, but they were friends. They were close.
They were.
That's
Yes.
how we hear about these phone calls between Mkhwanazi and Kabinde. So
Well, I'm not
let's
sure.
just fast forward, but this position of Chief of Staff,
Yes.
what was it? Is it an advertised position?
No.
What are the qualifications you need to have to be a Chief of Staff of a minister in government?
Now, there is something called ministerial handbook. What happens is that when you recruit staff, you've got to look at the ministerial book and what it says about each position, and then you contact people that you think are possible candidates, and they get to a panel set up by the department that you are working for, and they get interviewed. I know this in detail because I was once Minister of Public Service and Administration, and I made sure that I introduce improvements that are in place today in terms of recruitment, so that you don't recruit anyone just because you love them or because they are associated with you or they are your relatives. We prescribed certain qualifications because if you're Chief of Staff, you are actually a Chief Director. So it can't be that you get there because you are related to the current minister. You must possess, because you get a salary paid for by the public, you must be seen to be meeting certain criteria.
So he had to meet the
had to
criteria
meet-
qualifications for a Chief Director
together with
in the
other
public
people.
in the public service.
Definitely.
And that position is advertised.
No, that position is not advertised. It just gets proceeded with internally. Within the,
Because I'm asking because you mentioned something about a panel. Maybe I got it wrong.
Yes,
I heard wrong.
yes, it gets processed by the department itself internally. That there's you are supposed to have such a number of staff members, and we are ready with the panel. You can give us names and so on, including internally. People get to know inside the department that.
So how does the panel get these names? Is it an internal?
It's an internal arrangement that you give them names of people, but other people get to know that there's a post internally within that department, and they apply. But it is a risk thing in the sense that when anyone who works with you, who agrees to work with you, has their term attached to your term. So being minister, you get appointed, but at some point you get appointed, you know that you will get disappointed at some point. And when they come, they know that they will be
Appointed and then you
disappointed
get
together with you.
disappointed.
Yes. So you can't easily leave a permanent post only to be disappointed the following week or so.
No, I just want to understand, how did Nkabindi's name get into the mix? If this was an internal process, how did his name get
It's an internal process.
Did you put forward his name?
You put forward the names as a minister, but you also allow, if there are people internally that can apply, that would wish to apply, and they do so. And so they therefore submit their profiles, why they think they are suitable, and so on. And then they get interviewed. That's the bottom line. They get interviewed.
They get interviewed, and do they then make a recommendation to you, or do they?
They do
you make the appointment.
They do give me results of the application on various aspects of what these people know, what they have in terms of skills and all of those things, even qualifications academically and so on. And then you say, look, I would rather take so and so, and looking at compliance and all of those matters.
And those records, would one be able to access them? Would they be available?
They get kept by the department.
Okay.
They get kept by the department.
So from the list of names, how many names did you get?
Well, it is in accordance with the establishment for your support as minister, as prescribed by the ministerial handbook. They allocated a specific number.
So
it's a limited number.
On what basis, or for what reason, did you prefer Nkabinde as chief of staff? Is it because of your relationship with him, which started in 2017 when he was working for IPID?
That is one factor, but the other factor is compliance. His educational qualifications, his experience, which is related to police. I had a chief of staff, but when I came to police, I realized that, look, I would benefit from somebody who has background. This is a large department, it's a police department. I would benefit if I were to get somebody who has some understanding of how police work, and so on. And I found that he met those criteria. But as a minister, when you do so, you also need somebody who you think you can trust, and so on, somebody you have some background with. And yes, that was one factor that I considered.
Now, I understand that he was only a non-commissioned, lower-level police officer. He had no senior police experience.
The post of chief of staff didn't require that I look for somebody who must have been a brigadier or must have been a general or something like that, because there was no such prescription. Prescription is there, that a person must have a certain level of qualifications, and he met those qualifications with a degree in policing and all of that. And so the level is not necessarily prescribed. Actually, you can even get somebody who has no background of policing, but I needed somebody. I thought I needed somebody who had some background of policing, because I was all of a sudden appointed there, and therefore I needed that kind of leverage.
And I suppose the other maybe unwritten criteria or qualification, or rather criteria, is you need to appoint someone that you can trust.
You definitely need somebody,
especially chief of staff.
Yes, that you have a certain level of trust with. But at the same time, you can trust a person, but only to find that they have no related experience, nor do they have qualifications. And therefore, it's quite a number of factors that you have to consider when doing so.
I also asked because there is a WhatsApp which I'll find, or ask to find, where I think it's Mkhwanazi or Nhlanhla, they say that they're looking for your number, and then it says that they should ask Nkabinde for your number. Are you aware of it? Do you want to comment on it? Or would this be the usual protocol? If I want your number, Honourable Minister, do I have to go through your chief of staff to get your number?
Now, I'm not sure I'm aware of that, but in case it happened, it wouldn't have been something that would have happened for the first time. They phone PAs, they even phone other people that I work with looking for the number. It depends on who the person who wants my contact gets to know or to get to contact. It's not just the chief of staff only, but they also do talk to other people that I work with. In some cases, they even talk to my wife wanting my numbers.
But that's at a very personal level, isn't it?
Well,
Not when it comes
not necessarily.
to work or business relationships.
You lose quite a chunk of your private life. They would phone her on something related to my work, wanting an appointment or something like that. Even my children, in some cases, they phone them and they say, give me your number, only to find that it's something related to work. A person requires an appointment with me for some reason or the other. It happens.
But Minister, of course, it's in this context because
Yes.
I'm sure you'd be concerned about it. I mean, it's in the context of you've heard various allegations about Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla. It's in that context that there's reference to him and that he'll provide your number. Is that appropriate? Is that a satisfactory state of affairs?
Now, I don't know what Senior Counsel is talking about because I haven't come across it where the two would have wanted my number from Chief of Staff. But if it did happen, I'm just wondering what they would have wanted that number for and when and all of that. But as I indicated earlier, I indicated that I started interacting with the name Nhlanhla, not him, after the 20th of November. So if they were looking for my number after the 20th via the Chief of Staff, it could have been something to do with that issue. But even there, I would still, wonder what it was all about.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Then I'm moving on from Nkabinde now.
Yes.
You wanted to reference some, what you call discrepancies in Mkhwanazi's account, and it's in your statement at page 33.
Yes. I wanted to touch on those briefly, on those discrepancies. Which bundle? On page?
No, it's not 33. It's it's 24, sorry. Page 24 to 33. 24, there's a subheading, discrepancies in Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's accounts. And, it goes to page 33.
Yes, I'm trying.
You want to address that?
I'm trying to get some assistance to get to those. Oh, yes. Yes. Well, I wouldn't want to take a lot of time, seeing that we don't have as much time. I'll just make a few references where I came across very, very, very concerning discrepancies. I've already pointed at one discrepancy in relation to what I said in Parliament on the 5th of March, and related to what he said on the 6th of March, and that there's a yawning discrepancy, very disturbing discrepancy between the two. But the ones that I want to talk about here is one is where General Mkhwanazi is continuously referring to, in his affidavits, to the National Political Killings Task Team as a KwaZulu-Natal political killings task team. The actual official name of the team is National Political Killings Task Team. And it's important that we stick with that particular reference. Because if you juggle, you get to mislead the public. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally. Number two, on the 6th, at the media briefing that he did, asserted that the National Political Killings Task Team had been disbanded as a result of my directive of the 31st of December 2024 letter. And in the same breath claimed that today, that day, the 6th, they are bringing all dockers to Sibia as a result of the disbandment. He linked things that are not linked. The disbandment, the directive that I gave to dockets. In my directive, there's no reference whatsoever to dockets. There's no reference whatsoever to Sibia. So when you read the directive and you make a public appearance shortly thereafter, or sometime thereafter, and you say as a result of that directive, I am now taking dockets, you make the public believe that following your directive, you are now taking the dockets to a Sibia, and you link the two in a troubling kind of manipulation. Or manipulated
I
kind of
think it's
relations.
pretty clear to me, Minister,
Yes. The next one.
that the dockets were requested by Sabia and not
Yes.
by you.
But in the Nhlanhla Commission, General Mkhwanazi then changed completely, and he then spoke about acknowledging the continuing operations of a National Political Killings Task Team, notwithstanding my disbandment. He did say expressly that work is continue to operate even in 2025. That's what he was saying. So, quite worrying discrepancy as a result. The next one. Before Nhlanhla Commission, General Mkhwanazi suggested that Parliament had failed to act after his 5th March appearance before the SAPS Portfolio Committee, including that Parliament had been confronted with the same WhatsApp and proof of payment evidence that he had publicly alleged. And I know that subsequent to that, the Honourable Chair did confirm that there was no such at the Portfolio Committee. And I did attend. There was no such a presentation. And there are a number of those. I don't want to exhaust all of them. But also, somewhere in point 66, during the ad hoc committee hearings on 9 October, the honourable members, yes, that's what I'm saying, the chair of the Portfolio Committee did deny all these things being presented, including any commentary from SAPS, because in that meeting, SAPS never raised any concern whatsoever about the disbandment. They just presented compliance and so on. But the other discrepancies, Mr. Nhlanhla, or any 360 million tender was not presented there and so on. So there are quite a number of discrepancies. I'm just making references to them in the interest of time that come about in his statements depending on the platform. And that is very, very worrying.
Well, you've set it out in your statement.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, Honourable Chair. That concludes this part of our questioning. As usual, at the back end, you're a cricket man at the back end. if I can get the opportunity of asking a few more questions, depending obviously how it goes with the honourable members' questioning of the Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister.
Yeah, Minister and SC, thank you so much. It has been a protracted session, starting from Thursday last week. I think you deserve a 20 minutes break. We will come back at 11. Thank you.
I would want to use part of my 20 minutes because Senior Counsel asked me a question that while I was just starting, I had just started on the contract. Then we got diverted to something else. It is very important to explain that in a way.
Yeah, you can explain that in 3 minutes.
I would do so.
Yeah, we must break at 20 minutes before.
Yes, I'll take 1 minute to add another contrast.
Yeah.
On the 6th of July, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made an allegation to the public that I was guilty for interfering on police operations and on protecting syndicates and all of those. But when he was confronted by one member of the ad hoc committee in the portfolio committee, he publicly said, I quote, I wouldn't say corrupt per se, but on the 6th, he told the public that I'm corrupt, public. That's why I was saying the other time, I'm like wearing his allegations and smelling his allegations. Then he tells the public that no, I wouldn't say corrupt per se, and so on. A police officer can't talk like that. A police officer must say, this person is corrupt, here is my evidence. He can't become a politician per se, although chair members, because of what has happened, we are now looking at the trust. You would have looked for the trust and for any other thing and put it on the table and then go to the TV rather than going to TV first. And then you come back, you say, I'm looking for this. Otherwise, all of us would be guilty on a daily basis if police officers in South Africa just go to TV and say, you are corrupt, but I'm looking for evidence. I'm looking for this and that and so on. That's the first thing. Very, very worrying contrast if we could have high-ranking officers working like that in the Republic. But let me go for this. On the 20th, Chair, it's important to highlight that it is Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu, who at this moment is on suspension, who initiated the cancellation of the tender, 360 million. And I read that News 24 article early in the morning, just after 6. And when we were flying to KZN together with the National Commissioner, I showed him, I gave him my cell phone. I said, have you looked at this thing, this article? And he looked at it and he said, yes, I know about this. I did make an inquiry with supply chain about this, and they said, no, the tender had been done properly. That's what National Commissioner said. And he added by saying, if you want a briefing, I can organize a briefing for you. And I said, National Commissioner, I would want a briefing because if the portfolio committee asked me about this, I wouldn't be able to answer, even though it was awarded before I came. And that's how we landed at the process that was now reviewing this, which ended up with all of us agreeing that the tender was so flawed that it actually shouldn't have been awarded in the first place, and it led to its cancellation. So I want this ad hoc committee to know, and everybody to know that I initiated the cancellation. So I was very worried when National Commissioner made a joinder at Madlanga Commission saying he wonders whether I knew that the tender belonged to Nhlanhla. The article I showed him on the cell phone was clearly written Nhlanhla. He saw it. So I didn't know why he is now wondering that I possibly may not have seen. Now, supposedly twisting the sentiment to the public in a worrying, manipulative manner, that I showed him that article blindfolded. And had I known that it was the tender belonged to Nhlanhla, was awarded to Nhlanhla, I wouldn't have done what he did. I want to make it public that I got both shocked and disturbed by that. I have very good relations with the National Commissioner. He would have known me by then, and it shouldn't have surprised him. And even now, if I see the thing, I would still have said, cancel this tender. And that's why I engaged on the process and saw it to the end. I saw that the tender had been awarded to Nhlanhla. I deliberately initiated this and followed up even in January, leading up to the cancellation. And I confirm that I stand by that initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. May we break until 11 o'clock.
Africa. Honorable Minister, I'll go straight to the directive that you gave on the 31st of December through the correspondence that you wrote. You know, Minister, when I'm looking at that correspondence and the timing of it, I can say that it was very much contentious, given the fact that you were aware that the National Commissioner was on leave, and you didn't even have at least to brief the National Commissioner with your intentions to disband the PKTT. So that's why I'm regarding that directive, and it has that immediate effect on it. That's why I'm saying that the timing of that correspondence to me, do you agree to that, Minister? Yes, we will respond. I come back.
Yeah, just specifically, do I agree to what?
If I'm saying that the timing of issuing the letter, knowing quite well that the National Commissioner
Yes.
was on leave,
Yes.
and you had time sitting with the Commissioner, maybe 3 days before, you can say that I've got this intention.
Yes.
When the National Commissioner goes, you will say that the National Commissioner was aware. That's
Can
my
I say
question.
the National Commissioner was aware of my letter?
Of your intention
Oh,
to
okay.
disband and issue a letter to that regard with an immediate
Okay.
effect. Because on the 31st, you issued a letter with an immediate effect. So
Okay.
it means that it came abruptly.
Okay. Now, let me start with immediate. Immediate should never be read outside of preliminary report, outside reference to the preliminary report. 2, it should never be read outside the meeting that was indicated in the directive of UNESCO, because it will definitely be out of context. It will be like, I just sent the word, terminate with immediate, terminate immediately, like a switch on the wall. Please, when you look at immediate, look at preliminary, look at the other meeting that was intended at the end of January. You will see that as we wrote in immediate, but there was a clear indication, black and white, that there would be other engagements at a later stage. That's the first thing. And of course, the immediate itself shouldn't be read to mean now as a term, switch off, switch on. It shouldn't. Last time I made an example that if you were driving a vehicle of the National Political Killing Stars team, and you had a suspect at the back of your van or somewhere, you wouldn't say, oh, immediate effect. As soon as National Commissioner received this, he wouldn't have made a call to say, release all those who are in your cars, throw the dockets and so on. That was not the intention at all. I even welcome the National Commissioner indicating at a later stage that when he responded on how to operate or implement the directive, that he came with the phased approach and all those matters. That is the two sides of the same coin. But let me go to your first part of the question. There was nothing wrong with the timing from where I sit, because I indicated earlier in my main affidavit that I wanted a situation where at the beginning of the year we would have something concrete and clearly identified that it's something that I wanted to get rid of, or I wanted us to persist with immediately amidst all other issues, because you tend to be overwhelmed when you work in this situation. You have to be very clear. I want to pursue this and this and this, and to me this was outstanding. But there was also that issue that I indicated earlier of some risks that came from the concerns of other people. Thank you.
But if I say you have to wait for the National Commissioner to go and have an acting person on his place, then you issue. If I'm saying that you fail to give the National Commissioner your intentions, because to me, the National Commissioner goes, then immediately, because the immediate effect comes in many ways. Immediately, the National Commissioner is not in the office. A directive is issued.
No, the immediate doesn't mean immediate when he is not there. It only related to the decision that I had taken, and that would then be engaged in or on in those meetings that I was indicating. If it was like a switch, I would have just said stop and not indicate the other meetings. And I'm persuading the ad hoc committee to recognize the preliminary report, the call for the preliminary report, and the other one at a later stage, UNESCO, which is very, very, very important and key in the department. So the immediate wasn't like I was awaiting the National Commissioner to go, and I did indicate that I was still processing until about the 3 days before the end of the year, processing my thinking. And I don't think I should be punished for not being able to process earlier. If I had come with some circling kind of decision on this matter like September, it would have been otherwise. It was just a coincidence that it was at the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay. And it is because, to me, it's on my side that immediately the National Commissioner is not in the office, a directive is issued. It's on me, not on you, Minister. You have answered your immediate effect.
But just note the 20th, that on the 20th, there was to be a preliminary report. He would have come back. In other words, the preliminary report wasn't called for while on leave. It was after he would have come back.
Did you have a trust in the National Commissioner in being able to do the job or anything?
Do I have the trust?
Yeah.
On many occasions, long after I got appointed, I did publicly express my confidence to the National Commissioner. And all records, for all practical purposes, show that we had good relations with the National Commission. Not once did we quarrel. But of course, this is a work situation. There would be a situation where he had an opinion different from mine or mine from him. but we had cordial working relations with the National Commissioner throughout.
I think, Minister, you know, when you had engagement with our SC, asking you about meeting the National Commissioner in a funeral on the 28th of December in KZN. You said you couldn't discuss the work related in a funeral. But to me, because I'm looking at this timing, to me, didn't you find it discourteous that you are with the National Commissioner, then 3 days after that, you're in a funeral, you don't even whisper that you're going to take this drastic decision of disbanding the PKTT. I'm raising this because this PKTT, I'm having a document here that was submitted today, and some of the issues are not correct, or that reflect on the political killings of the politicians. I know you have said that on the political killings, you didn't want it reflect the reducing crime. You talk about political killings on this task team, but you wanted to talk it broadly. But now you have the National Commissioner in a funeral together with the Provincial Commissioner. You don't even whisper that to the National Commissioner that you are going to take this decision. You don't even give the National Commissioner a listening ear. What would you say if I'm saying that I'm going to disband them on the 31st with immediate effect? Didn't give a hearing to the National Commissioner, and yet you knew the National Commissioner will be gone 3 days after that funeral.
I want to repeat what I said at the beginning. I had no solid idea. This is despite the funeral, that it's not normal that you would suddenly in a funeral remember but even if I had remembered, I did not have a solid idea of how to engage with the National Commissioner by then. That's why I said it was only after I started relaxing at home, 29, 30, and 31, that everything then shaped up in my mind. Under normal circumstances, if I had shaped up by then, I would have even asked for an hour or two, go to a hotel, sit, and relate this. But at that time, I was just busy still turning up this thing in my mind. It's different in an ad hoc comment because you're looking post. At that time, I was going forward. Looking forward to have a solid idea of, I didn't even have 31 in my mind at that time, that come 31, I'll write a letter. To be honest, it didn't happen that way. I was just still checking or turning things in my mind, how I would actually engage on this matter.
You know, those police that are in the hierarchy, that your National Commissioner, your Provincial Commissioner in KZN, they have a trust in you. Why am I saying that? It is because when we inquired about this directive, if you are saying that you met the minister on a funeral on the 28th of December, did you say he didn't even whisper? They said they think on their own, they think you signed that letter. Maybe someone wrote that letter when you can't say with immediate effect that you are disbanding the PKTT to show that they had trust in you. But now the I'm just raising it on this issue of the 28th of December because when we're interacting with them before you coming here, they raised that. They said maybe it's not the minister who wrote that correspondence with an immediate effect. That's why I'm raising it, the funeral thing.
Factually, it's me who wrote the letter. Factually,
Okay.
it's me who wrote immediately. And as I say, I had no solid view at the time on the date of the funeral, how I would deal with the matter. It only came once I settled at home for a few days, processing this in my mind. Thank you.
Then, Minister, I think maybe a rounding off in this timing of the letter, and now the letter is there. How would you expect to maintain a collegial work environment within SAPS, especially with the people that are taking decision, having a decision that we've taken with such, I've said, in effect, maybe the nature of the decision, such without consensus, taking a decision without consensus, then the collegial work environment with you and the generals there.
Let me say the first day or time when we met with the National Commissioner, the only thing we discussed in relation to the letter was in the context of it having leaked, that it could have been better if we handled the matter otherwise without the letter, because it then leaked and then unleashed unintended things going to other people for which it was not, or to whom it was not intended. On collegiality of the matter, I would take your comment kindly, and perhaps it is something that could have, if it had cropped in my mind, it could have caused me to make a call that hey, I'm now taking this decision, having thought through in those 3 days. Now, I acknowledge that from you as a feeling, but I'm saying it shouldn't be construed that this matter was not of concern before that it had not cropped up in any meeting, the review, as minutes show, on the 1st and the 22nd, that we had, in fact, looked at the matter and commented the way we did before the letter was written. If you like, if there were strong feelings after those meetings of the 1st and the 22nd of November, I could have received a presentation that say We heard your comments. We have your statements of the 1st and 22nd. This is what we, in case you arrive at a decision, this is what we think that the matter could or should be handled. It could have happened, and I wouldn't have rejected that. So nothing came after those comments or the need for the review, which I shared with the National Commissioner and other people in management. But I'm not wanting to point a finger to anyone. I'm merely saying that there was a scope for us to engage before, and we did engage. But when I finally took the decision, it was not out of the blue. There was a context, as I have indicated before, including on the structure, including on implementation. There was a whole context, to be honest, and we were now pressed with issues of budget, as I indicated, that needed to be acted on. Remember, I just have 5 years as a Minister of Police within which to deliver and make a mark. On a very pressing kind of environment where people are dying, you need to act and act urgently.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Minister, I know you dispute the fact that you didn't give a directive for the document to go to General Sbiya. But, however, can you agree with me that the effective or the effects of the directive that caused General Sbiya to take a chance and said the dockets must be handed to him because he saw a gap, because the directive is not saying anything about the dockets that the PKTT was dealing with there.
I wouldn't agree with you, Honourable Member, on that, especially because my correspondence was to the National Commissioner, not to Sbiya. I've never sent a letter whatsoever to Sbiya, no email, no WhatsApp on dockets. Everything was discussed overboard. In fact, to be factual, the first word on the how part was it came from the National Commissioner. Remember that the first document on the how part substantively came in the form of the presentation on the 5th of March, where we saw phasing out and all those terms. They had come with the letter, I think, of the National Commissioner on the 22nd. It's purely the National Commissioner who came with these terms, which were now on the operational side of it, which were quite reasonable, because that is the terrain that you would have let in quite properly. So whatever Sbiya did, he wouldn't have done that because I had said or done anything to him. And there's no evidence that suggests otherwise to what I'm saying. So it just didn't. So I wouldn't agree with you, except that it's one of the things that followed after, but it doesn't flow directly from what from the directive that I had given, because it was never to Sbiya. It was to the National Commission.
Then can you agree with me, Minister? The consequential effect of the directive caused the dockets to land in General Sbiya's office because of that directive. Would you agree with me?
I won't agree with you because, in the first place, I'm not sure of any docket in Sbiya's office. but essentially because there was no word on dockets in my directive. There was nothing. So I wouldn't agree with you on something that I didn't write about having had a consequence. Or the way dockets would have been handled is a different matter. The way they were handled or could have been handled is a totally different process from the letter of directives.
Okay. Then can you also agree with me, Minister, that another consequential effect of the directive caused the halting of investigation, made everything to be at a standstill because the dockets, they were in between space because the people who were making investigation is the PKTT. Would you agree with me? It had an effect to the investigation and other documents that were ready to be taken to court. Would you agree with me that it had that effect?
Not exactly. Let me tell you why. Part of the conversation on the 6th of July was to the effect that I am accused of disbandment on the 31st, disbandment of the National Political Killings Task Team on the 31st of December 2024 with the sole purpose of protecting some people called criminal syndicates. And reference is made on 3 cases in particular. One is the Vereeniging case in Gauteng. Second one is the 2022 case of DJ, and the other one is Nhlanhla. Those 3 cases in particular, which may opportunistically be linked to what you are saying, have nothing to do with the 22 dockets that, in fact, you may be referring to. Those 3 dockets, because it was insinuated opportunistically and totally wrongly that those 3 cases were affected after the directive. That's why I'm said to have disbanded, because I was wanting to protect some people in Gauteng, which is a lie and factually not the case. To a point where even if it disbanded the following day, those 3 cases would not have been affected whatsoever, because they are handled in Gauteng, they are handled by police in Gauteng, they were initiated by them, they caused arrest, and they are continuing. They are even arguing bail against those people. It is them. So, firstly, we should just separate that kind of temptation of beginning to link the disbandment with those 3 cases. Let me come to the other ones, 121 dockets. Now, I was told at some point, and I do wish that the ad hoc committee also call people who were actually handling the dockets at head office, not just General Spear under whom it was happening, but to name a person that I know was handling this. It was General Sentumule and General Kumalo and General Motsipe. Those 3 people, particularly General Motsipe, under whom this was. You would hear a much more detailed, much more comprehensive report on each one of those dockets and the status. And I would then see afterwards if you would be of that opinion. Then you may come back to me and say, ask me whether I agree or not. Maybe it will be me saying, Honorable Member Sokanyile, do you agree with me that it is not what you thought at the beginning after hearing more comprehensive details on the dockets? I even happen to know that there was a call at some point when members of the National Political Killings Task Team called General Motsipa about a docket in the interim, and they wanted to proceed. And they thought that it was part of the one-to-one dockets. And she said to them, that docket is not part of the 121. Check in your dockets that are remaining there. And when they checked, they found that the docket was there. And they said sorry to her, and so on. So I'm saying not exactly. And remember that according to the report that I'm aware of, some of the dockets were 2016 dockets. Some of them in later years, 2020, 2018, and SBIA came to this committee and did respond along those lines. But they are the people who know exactly the status of each. So it shouldn't be assumed in a blanket approach that each and every one of those dockets, while they were at head office, then it caused screeches, a standstill, as you are suggesting, for the cases not to move. So, not exactly.
Can you assist me here, Minister?
Pardon?
Why do you always put an N before the PKTT? Because it seems as if we've got the PKTT knowing it was working nationally, but to stress this N when you speak about the PKTT, why is it important to put that
I
N?
stress what?
The NPKTT. Then us as the ad hoc committee, because most of the people who came before you, they were talking about the political killing task team. Then you put that national.
Yeah, I want to suggest that they were not even talking about the political killings task team. They were talking about PKTT. That was the word that was running, more than political killings task team. But I am using that because it is proper to do so, because this is what it was created to be, and this is what it was, legally and formally and official. But you can use whatever other
We shorten.
references and
You'll
so on.
say that we
but
shorten
it was what it was meant to be.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, General Spear was here before you. We'll say that because the document, the dockets were in his office. 3 or 4 months, nothing was done on some of those documents. If you listen to what was said, I'm just raising it not to say respond on that. I've heard your answer that we must act so and so on that. But we did establish that 3 or 4 months, those dockets that were taken or which they find themselves in General Spear's office, nothing was done to them.
Perhaps not exactly. That's not what I heard. What I seem to have heard and are aware of is that those dockets were, got to be worked on after handover. And there are quite a lot of things that happened when they were to be taken to the serious and violent crimes unit in KZN. So resulting into a fair conclusion that it wouldn't have even taken that period if the process of handing over had become smooth as it was envisaged. But there were hitches among officials between KZN and nationally on the matter as they handled the dockets. But even that period, when they were still at head office, they were being worked on, and there was even an investigation ordered by the National Commissioner, where he appointed General Pategile to go and investigate, and they asked for the dockets. And so they were being worked on in one way or the other, and they were not just lying there, as it had been said on the 6th of July, otherwise that they were gathering dust and so on. It turns out that it was not necessarily the case.
Okay. Then lastly, Minister, in the circumstances, would you agree with me or this ad hoc committee when I say that your decision undermined policing and crime efforts
It
and
undermined
crime
what?
fighting efforts?
Undermined what?
Policing.
Policing. Okay.
Yeah, and crime fighting efforts in relation to the work that was done by the PKTT. Because during the existence of the PKTT, everyone agrees there was reduction, especially on the political killings, because that was a target.
I wouldn't. I've just read a statement that General Mkhwanazi made to Nhlanhla Commission that PKTT, as you would want me to refer to it, was at work. That's what he said in Nhlanhla. In other words, he says, although I had issued that directive, but they never stopped working on anything. So we can't ignore that statement. That's number one. Number two, if you say policing was hampered in any way, I think it's over-exaggerating those matters that were dealt with by the National Political Killings Task Team at that time, and taking it for policing in the whole country, which is an error. It's far, far, far from that. Let me just indicate to you the report that was subsequently given by National Commissioner through the head of National Political Killings Task Team, General Kumal, to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th. He speaks about 7 murders. No, this year, last year, 2024. In 2024 that they dealt with. He speaks about 1 murder by the 5th of March, 2025. 1 murder in KZN. That is how far a reduction had gone in terms of political killings in KZN. Now, if you say that docket, for instance, that was dealing with this 1 murder on the 25th, those 7 murders that are indicated on the graph on the 5th of March, and you refer to them that this was policing that was disturbed, that was hampered, I would not agree with you. There were thousands of other cases, and there were activities throughout the country. And I do want to warn that we shouldn't, and I said it in my main submission, that we should not mistake the work of the team, the National Political Killings Task Team, for a substitute of policing in South Africa. It shouldn't, because once we do so, we are making a factual error. It would lend in a sentimental way to people in South Africa to believe that at some point I took a decision that caused things to stand still in the cases. This was work of the political killings task team, and as and when I did this, there were 7 fresh cases that were being dealt with in 2024, and as reflected in the report that he gave on the 5th of March, which was 1 case, a fresh case, plus the dockets that were being dealt with, of course, under investigation. So I won't agree with you once more.
Okay, Minister, lastly, I've got a document that we received this morning. When I inquired about it, I was told that it came yesterday through your lawyers. Then this document, it has a report on the global initiative against transitional organized crime. Then it says, The Politics of Murder, written by Ruby Mutamba and Kwaita Tobela, May 2024. Then if you're going to look at page 14 of the document, it reflects about councillors killed leading up to the elections of local government November 2021, one of the people that is said to have been killed in October 2021 is Xolile Nkompela. You know Xolile Nkompela, I think, during my era as the mayor. Xolile Nkompela, a municipal speaker, was ambushed and killed while returning home after campaigning for the ANC in Tsolo, in the Eastern Cape. Xolile Nkompela is still alive. And kicking. And the document here that is brought here to the ad hoc committee, it reflects like this. Because if Xolile Nkompela can see this, you know yourself, Minister, he can say that it's me who said he has been killed. He's not killed because I was the mayor, he was the speaker.
It in fact even reduces the number of the councillors that were killed and erroneously registered in the document as having been killed, which would increase the number. It means that the number of councillors...
Was it not done deliberately? That were given a document to come to us, reflecting Xolile Nkompela being killed, so that we can say that it reduces the number, Minister?
No. The report is not written by me. It's written by a global initiative. But I'm saying the effect thereof is that if we thought that that report was accurate, it would mean that the number of councillors killed is plus or inclusive of that councillor, when in fact it is minus that councillor. It means that it's an error.
I think we must put it straight. Xolile Nkompela is still alive.
And that is great news.
Honorable Sokanyile.
And that is positive news
The report
from
that
where
you-
I sit.
The report that you refer to, who brought it here?
I went to the lady to ask.
Is it part of your? Is it part of your
It's
submission,
part of
Minister?
the minister's
Yes, Chair.
submission.
Yes, it is me who spoke to my lawyers to bring that report to their attention. And if there's an error, all we need to do as a collective is to, on my side maybe, raise my hands and say there was an error on the side of the global initiative. But in essence, that report talks about 4 categories, as I spoke last time, 4 categories of murder in South Africa, in KZN in particular, and give estimates which I believe are quite next to accurate from where I sit. But if you are then suggesting that just because there was that error, it shouldn't be, we shouldn't register the contents of the whole report, I would disagree. Errors do happen.
Honorable Minister, may you please confine yourself to the statement about Kompela? Or if there is other Kompela, because I know where I come from, you may find in a village you have 5 or 6 Mulapila Khanyan. So what is your response to the name that has been mentioned there? I have noted the honorable members, Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shonga, I'll give you time to speak. If we can just deal with this part of Mr. Kompela.
I have no reason whatsoever to doubt the honesty of the honourable member, who I happen to know personally, Honourable Member Sokanyil. I believe that she's correct in what she's bringing my attention to.
Okay, Honorable Skosana. Are you fine, Honorable Sokanyil? Okay, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it's appropriate, Chair, for the Minister to downplay what we were given and were told this document is part and parcel of the Minister's submission to us. And I mean, it means we must discard this information which were given to us, because it means he did not peruse the document, whether it's his lawyers, but he must take responsibility of this document. He can't downplay this. I mean, we were given this document this morning. We were told by the lady to say this document comes from the minister. It can't be downplayed, Chair. I don't think we are really. We have to take this thing as easy as that. That, you know what, the minister is distancing himself from the document. It can't be, Chair. Please protect us, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Shongwe.
No, Chair, I was in line with the Honorable Skosana, but Chair, please protect us. So, Minister has a tendency of ukusibonisa indlela akhuthele ngayo. Ubuzwa lo umbuzo asiphendula into yaseJohn yakaJohn waseNiniva ayilandele kude, and that takes isikhathi, Chair. So siyacela ukuthi angasibonisa ukukhuthala kwakhe. And number 2, Chair, if leli phepha ezenalo yena akalithembi akasitshele manje silijikise, ngoba if already seline error A1, how many more are there? So we must deal with this document immediately. Ukuthi do we accept it or not? If uthi li right linje asiqhubeka nalo linje. Sazi ukuthi uxola ubani lo la uphilayo? Uyabonala. No, thank you.
Do you want to say something, Honorable Ngola? Okay. No, Honorable Minister, the members are right. You have to take responsibility for the material that have been submitted before us. Especially that you make reference that these submissions have been made through the assistance of your legal team. You can imagine if Mr. Kompela or his family or people who know him are following the proceedings now, it may cause a very serious inconvenience on his part. Or if I arrive at home now, I just switch on television and I hear that Mr. Kompela is no more, I start sending messages of condolence to his family, because it's something which is being said in Parliament. I don't even have time to check the veracity of such statements. I think it can cause very, very serious inconveniences. And I think you, here on record, you must apologize for submitting that material, but also make an apology to whoever it may concern. Thank you so much.
I take full responsibility. Even before, I didn't say it is just lawyers that brought it, and I said I did insist that that report be brought to my lawyers. I didn't disown the report or the fact that it was brought in here. And so I take responsibility of ensuring that the report is brought in here. But I do acknowledge that it is clearly written that that's the Global Initiative report, which I identify with by and large. But I acknowledge that it has that error in relation to Councillor Mkhwanazi, and for that I apologize to the family and anybody else whom it affected. As such, it shouldn't have been that way. Thank you.
Honorable thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable Nhlanhla, it is now your time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair can also attest that Mr. Xolile Ngombela is alive and kicking, busy organizing horse racing events there down there by Tsolo. I can give you his number so that you video call him through the lunchtime.
But do you know if there is other citizen using the same names?
No, Chair, there's only one Xolile Ngombela who's a former speaker from Tsolo. There's only one person who was ambushed, but he was not killed. It is true that he was ambushed, but he was not killed. So there's a difference in the two. Okay, let me leave that, Chair. Minister, let's start with the audio that was played as part of your evidence. Firstly, I was concerned of Chair that the minister advised Mr. Nkabinde to record General Mkhwanazi without the consent or knowledge of General Mkhwanazi. So I thought it would be important that we consult some necessary and relevant legal prescripts in that regard. But I also saw that actually the RICA Act does allow one to record a communication if they are part of. So it gives two instances, two conditions, Chair, that if that person is part of that conversation and that person is not using that to commit a criminal offense. So I was quite worried, Maqingwana. But this is the point where we've got different ways of interpreting what was happening. General Mkhwanazi testified and said, Mr. Nkabinde said to him, there may be unknown people who have tapped in his communication devices without his knowledge. Now, when you testify that you would have advised the Chief of Staff to make a recording of the conversation between him and General Mkhwanazi. What is your take on that?
Now, what I said, and also inclusive of the correction of the hitch that happened in the other room, on the second, when they started talking between them, General Mkhwanazi and Nkabinde, they talked about the things that I indicated, and that included on the first day that what I regarded as a threat, that if Minister Mkhwanazi believes that he is clean, he should proceed with this. That was said on the first day. But on the 5th, when they spoke on the 3rd and 4th, and then they spoke on the 5th. Then that is when the recording started. Now, when they start the recording, they acknowledge what they had discussed on the 2nd, as you heard the other time. That needed to be clarified. Yes, they did speak about a supposedly screenshot conversation between them, but they themselves say they didn't know how that came about, but it had omission of things that they thought anyone who would have recorded them would have included them, but excluded some of those things. So you say you are concerned about that. We'll leave it to them and their recording. I was merely sharing the recording on my side.
Okay, you say part of what would have made you interested for recording of conversations is the fact that you got briefed by the Chief of Staff that General Mkhwanazi is very angry and making threats. So you advised the Chief of Staff that it would actually be adequate that from now on you record the conversation. So you brought evidence in a form of an audio that part of the threats that you think that are being said in the audio is that someone says if you are clean, you can proceed and all those things. But I don't know what other honorable members would have heard in the audio, but what I heard in the audio was actually the sentiments of your Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, saying those things of being clean, not clean, and all those things. Did you finally get the part that which you wanted us to hear so that we are able to understand better your argument in regard to this? You'll recall that even Honorable Malema did advise that you when you come back today, you must actually direct us exactly where we must go so that we understand your argument better.
The part that I was interested in was where such a statement was being made between them and then recorded. Now, it's only in reference, it turns out, because that part was said before they started recording. But it's referred to in the conversation on the 5th and acknowledged by them when they remind each other that whoever would have screenshot them when they were discussing would not have missed out on this part and that part. For instance, on the first part where there was talk of fight back, where there was talk of if the minister is clean. That conversation had not been or was not recorded, and I thought part thereof was actually recorded. That's why I brought it here. But it turns out that it is only in reference. So my answer to you is that I thought that that had been recorded. It turns out it had not been recorded. It just comes as a reference, rather.
Okay. Does the minister understand that as things stands, given that response, the ad hoc committee doesn't have the evidence of threats as things stands now?
The ad hoc committee has a reference as it stands now, and I would advise that if it pleases the ad hoc committee, you can get Mr. Nkabinde to come and say it for himself. So it shouldn't just be just because the recording, the actual recording is only in reference, and therefore that's the end of the game. It's not the end. And Nkabinde is alive, he can be asked to come so that he says it himself, if you so wish.
He's alive and kicking.
He's alive and kicking, just like...
No, it's fine. Yes, Chair.
You know, this morning when we started, from this table, we made an announcement to members of the ad hoc committee that our support team followed up with the minister and his team to forward the extract that he wanted us to play on that day. And as at the time of resumption of proceedings this morning, that extract has not been forwarded to us. So it is not us. It was him who said it last week on Friday, that he wanted us to hear that extract and it was not there in the recording. And you are very right that when we rose, Honorable Malema said, please make sure that whatever piece of information you have you want to bring us, make it available. So it has not been made available, Honorable Minister. And the question that the Honorable Member is asking, he is justified to say that as it stands now, the ad hoc committee doesn't have that extract, which you promised that it will be made available.
Yes, Chair, and I gave a reason that I was under an impression that it had been recorded when the recording of their conversation had started, and it turns out that it had not started on the first day when that was mentioned. It only started on the fifth day.
Yeah.
Yes.
I take the explanation, but the fact remains, as we proceed now, the extract is not here before us.
It is not here before us as intended, except to add that it is in reference, only in reference.
Yeah. We agree. If we use the primary and the secondary, we will say the primary is not here.
I would
Is that
agree.
so? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, there is a hand.
I'm on the same point. The minister, because you are putting it as if we should have the recording. The minister does not have a recording. He told us he's got a recording and he wants us to play. That's number one. Number two, he wanted us to listen to something he never listened to himself. Because it's not there. And that's what you should be asking the minister. Not that where we are now, we don't have a recording. That recording doesn't exist. Let's agree there. That there was no such a recording where Mkhwanazi was threatening the minister. And that's why I was interested that he must bring that thing here, because we want to hear for real if minister was threatened. Minister comes, that thing is not here, and then we speak in different languages. We must put it on record that the minister doesn't have that recording, and therefore that recording doesn't exist.
You are absolutely correct, Honorable Member. And that is how we are proceeding. That is understood, Honorable Minister. We are proceeding from that premise that the evidence that you promised has not been presented before the ad hoc committee.
Again, yes, I've said so.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nhlanhla, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think both yourself, Chair, and Honorable Malema agree with me that as things stand now, we don't have evidence relating to threats leveled against the minister. I think let's pass there, Minister, and go to your directive of the 31st of December 2024. There is an underlined word there that says immediately. And we discussed this thing with...
the word?
Immediately.
Okay.
And we discussed this thing with a lot of witnesses, so as to get what would have been their understanding of immediately. I remember General Spear said, immediately does not mean immediately now. We were left confused, all of us. So you say correctly so that part of what is contained in your directive is the fact that there must be a preliminary report on the 20th of January 2025 from the 31st. So your immediate now means that 20 days. Was that the intention of the immediate? The immediately.
Most of let me just go straight to your question. That immediate has a context, and that context is contained in the letter of directives. There's no way you can make a mistake out of it. It's contextualized. And the words that decisively form the context thereof is the call or the directive inclusive of the directive to bring or to refer that there would be a preliminary report. In fact, it was saying you will bring the preliminary report on the 20th. So that immediate, if you remove preliminary report, you remove it, and you remove what was also part of the directive in the form of the UNESCO, then immediate takes another context. But if you bring in those two, bring in a context that although it was immediate, but there was a meeting that was coming with what? A preliminary report indicating clearly that you are not talking about something to be switched off, and that's the end of the day, you go and sleep. There was to be a preliminary report. There was to be a UNESCO report. Then that is the context, concretely, without any mistake.
Okay, so indeed, that immediate did not mean immediately. Do you agree with me that PKTT is born of the president's interventions to scale down political killings?
Yes, that was a political intervention by the president.
Is it your evidence that, given that, you found it adequate not to consult the president prior the decision was taken?
I would not agree with you exactly on that because it was pitched at ministerial level via the interministerial level, which is no longer obtaining in the 7th administration. It was not pitched at presidential level. It was pitched at ministerial level via the interministerial, via the minister who was chairing, but where there was interministerial, and there is no longer any ministerial. Okay. So I won't agree with you.
Okay, let me rephrase my question, Minister. Was President Cyril Ramaphosa informed or briefed or consulted prior the taking of the decision to dissolve the political killings test team?
You swallow a lot of words such that I don't hear.
It might be the mic. I'm saying, let me rephrase it. Was President Cyril Ramaphosa, as a person whose intervention are as a result of the PKTT establishment, consulted, informed, or briefed about the intended dissolution prior the decision was taken?
No.
He was not consulted. Okay. The president also established the interministerial committee, which you say in the 7th administration there is no interministerial committee. Maybe if you can brief us, when was it dissolved by the president, who appointed it? When were the closing reports being submitted, so that we better understand that if there were terms of reference, perhaps that guide it not to surpass the 6th administration. Has there been such?
What's the question?
I'm saying the question is, you say the interministerial committee is non-existent in the 7th administration. So I'm saying, did the person who appointed the interministerial committee dissolve the interministerial committee? 2, when were the closing reports of the IMC submitted to the president so as to seal the closing of the IMC. 3, were there terms of reference that say the interministerial committee only exists in the 6th administration?
Yeah, Honorable Nhlanhla, you must not drown my witness with
Okay,
a bombardment of questions. May you please take your
one by one, Chair.
questions one by one.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So apologies, Martin.
No, I understand all of
You okay? No, that's fine. He says he can take it in that fashion, Chair.
Just saying, go easy. You have time. I mean,
Okay, Chair.
My statement, that is my affidavit, only refers to the 7th administration not having an interministerial committee on the National Political Killings Task Team that was established in 2018 to focus in the main KZN. It doesn't go beyond that to say there was a report, there was closure of the report, and this is the report. It only makes reference that when I got appointed in the 7th administration as Minister of Police, there is no interministerial committee.
Is it the evidence of the minister that only the PKTT was carried over from the 6th administration to the 7th administration, not the IMC? Was the establishment of the PKTT was in the 6th administration as well? So it was carried over to the 7th administration. So are you saying now, Minister, that only the PKTT was carried over to another administration, but not the IMC?
I'm not saying so. That's why I indicate that it worries me to a point where I believe that there's something illegal about PKTT as it stands now, because it was renewed or extended annually up to 2022. So that is the state of my mind as I talk to you and now, that the PKTT was established and got extended annually, and the interministerial doesn't exist in the 7th administration.
Okay. In fact, it was established in the 5th administration, 2018. The 6th administration started in 2019. Then the 7th administration started in 2024. So it was carried over 3 successive terms. Now, that's why we don't understand it when the minister says, then therefore the interministerial committee is non-existent. But it's fine. Let's part that. Let's pass that part. What then becomes the status of the political killings task team now? Currently.
Well, that's the question that I would rather not respond to, because I'm not in office.
Now, status of the PKTT is on the basis of the letter returned by the minister. Now, from the 31st of December 2024 to the 20th of January, where a report was supposed to have been submitted, 2 months later when you were taken to leave, are you saying you are unable to tell this committee that the status of the PKTT now is this and that? Because the evidence by General Mkhwanazi is that the PKTT is alive and kicking. The evidence by General Masemola is that the PKTT is alive and kicking. The evidence by Sibiya is that the PKTT is operating illegally somewhere in a corner.
Yeah, Sibiya is also General.
General Sibiya, yes, sorry, Chair. The evidence from General Sibiya is that PKTT has got a very questionable status now. And all these testimonies, Minister, come from the letter authored by you on the 31st of December. So we thought it is important that we get an information to ask from the author of the letter what then becomes the status of the PKTT now. because we are receiving contradicting statements about it.
I understand. I wrote the directives. The directives were responded to by the National Commissioner in the main, proposing or suggesting that it should be on the winding up, it should be on a phased approach. And it details that phased approach in a number of platforms, including on the 5th, including on the 6th. And then the process of winding out is then underway. While it is under discussion, as would have been intended by the preliminary report and the report at UNESCO, then there's a press briefing on the 6th, and then there's a commission as we speak. So what is there at the moment?
I can't see the witness. Then you can proceed with those.
What is there at the moment in terms of my response to you is that there is a process of a discussion which has not been completed while PKTT continues to operate.
Okay, that answer is quite satisfying. Now, Section 206, subsection 1 of the Constitution accords you powers in respect of the service. And it gives us two major obligations that you have. The first of which is being responsible for the policing policy. The second of which is being responsible for policing needs. So, would you say the directives of the 31st qualify to be policing policy, or they are just policing needs?
Or they qualify to be what? Second one?
Policing needs. Section 206 speaks about policing policy and policing needs. So does it qualify as a policing policy or a policing needs?
The directives are linked to Section 207(2) because it talks about policing policy. And of course, in 6, there's also policing needs, but in 207(2), there's also the issue of directives. In other words, the Constitution talks about policing policy, but it talks about directives as well. Stand on their own as part of the duties or powers, if you like, of a minister. And therefore, it was part of the powers that can be exercised by a minister while in office, not necessarily falling within policy or policing needs, because all of them are written on their own. Policing policy is on its own. Policing needs of a province on its own, and then directives on their own.
Okay, that's fine.
That's my understanding.
So the letter is written on the spirit of 207(2), not 206(1).
No, but I would say in practice you can't then separate to a point of creating Chinese walls on policing policy and needs of a province. Neither can you build a Chinese wall between the two and the directives. Operationally, they are not necessarily mutually exclusive, as it were.
Okay, I'm asking because also 206(1)
Yes.
actually requires you to consult provinces.
Yes,
Yeah, so that's why I was asking.
yes.
You also, as part of your evidence, presented to that committee a new organogram that is meant to restructure the organizational design, architecture, and all those things. When was it adopted?
It was adopted in 2019.
It was adopted in 2019, not in 2025.
But
Not in 2025.
it was adopted in 2019. It was adopted in 2024.
2024. not
When
2025.
when I was already in office, when I started looking at the organogram. So in other words, 2024 was, in broad terms, an endorsement of the work that had been done, but it now included the need to implement. But in the main, it was adopted twice.
Okay. So the restructuring of the task teams, including the PKTT, stems from the adopted organogram
Of 2019.
of 2019. Do task teams really or normally get to be part of an organizational structure, or they are just temporal arrangement?
Not at all. They are temporal arrangements. And in the case of National Political Killings Task Team, it's regarded as a task team, which is also referred to as a project. It's time-bound. That's why after 6 months of its existence, it was assessed and it was extended, and then extended up until 2022. It's because it is understood and actually a practice. The task teams are task-orientated. In other words, they are created for a particular task, and there's time. And in this instance, even though it was a budget, it was a project. There's not dedicated a budget, as it were. It takes from the budget that is already allocated, and you allocate it for that particular period and for those activities. Yes, it was like that.
So they are naturally not part of an organizational structure because they are project-based.
Not part of the organizational structure.
Then why does the minister use the adopted organogram as a basis for the dissolution of a task team that does not form part of that organizational structure?
It is precisely because when the structure was reviewed, it was reviewed with conscious understanding that you are entering an era of specialized units in SAPS to make sure that you are able to run an effective policing or effective policing in South Africa. You now need specialized units. Now, when they created those specialized units, they were framed or designed to perform all the duties that the task team was now operating to deal with what was emerging in KZN in particular. So inevitably, once the structure was fully operational, the structure was designed to take all those duties, and it was done consciously. It was not incidental. That's why you create murder and robbery. That's why in the report of the National Commissioner on the 5th and on the 6th, it is specifically mentioned that once the National Political Killings Task Team has been phased out, their duties would be specifically taken over by these units that have now been created. So that is where the correlation means. So if you keep it, you keep National Political Killings Task Team, when this structure is now fully functional, as was intended and also intended now in 2024, signed in 2025, you will be doing more than duplication. And the problem that you are creating is the use of resources, which doesn't take into consideration. You're overstretched.
We have already had 3 witnesses here in the ad hoc committee. The first was General Mkhwanazi. He has got a complete different view from that sentiment in your letter. The second one was General Semula. He also has testified and has a complete different view from what you have averred in your letter. The third one was General Spear. General Spear actually was the one who explained more to us that these are now the political killings trends in South Africa. And they have since decreased vehemently because of the work of the political killings task team. The fourth one, who disagrees with your argument, is President Cyril Ramaphosa. He has just had a public commentary on TV where we were speaking about the PKTT and the work it did in reducing the political killings in South Africa. So I'm mentioning these 4 people because they've got a different understanding of what you say adding value in your letter. Now, I want to check if the minister from appointment has been able to at least summon a progress report in respect of the work of the political killings task team, so that what informs the decision of the minister is actually the progress report that the minister would have actually received from the officials of the department, whoever is obliged to do that.
The issue of, if you look at the report that was, or the comments that were made by CFO in 2024, they do indicate a monetary value on this matter. And you look at, yes, March 2024. When you look at what National Commissioner says in 2025, talking about the need to expedite the implementation now, because we're talking about implementation, it points to that. Now, on the differences, now, there's no problem with people airing their views and so on. But the fact that you cannot dispute, one is that from 2023, there's been substantial decrease of political killings. That is in the main in KZN. To a point where 2024, you speak about 7. In March 2025, you speak about 1. That's a decrease. But what is happening on the side of the budget is different. It's not in line. And it's all because you haven't done the justification for existence in terms of assessment. To say, let us review just like you were doing up to 2022. You're now talking about the budget. You're now talking about the budget. But the actual role is no longer as it was. The contribution, yes, that it has been a factor contributing to the decrease No one is disputing that. But equally, it can't be disputed that the decrease which was envisaged, together with other factors, because that's not the only factor. If you look at the climate general, even in KZN, and it has changed substantially. Starting in 1996, 1994, when government no longer contributed in causing conflict among parties and people, and fighting people who are wanting democracy when it wanted to maintain the status quo. Immediately, democracy came in, and led by the new government, the situation changed, and then there was gradually a decrease, then increasing. In 2018, up to 2021, you see increase in numbers. And numbers are supposed to inform you more than any other thing. So they start decreasing in 2023. Now it says to you, you are controlling resources. You have a say in the resources of SAPS. And there are flare-ups in other parts of the country, substantial flare-ups. Murders, and in fact, even in KZN, murders are outside of political killings, are up in figures. But you ignore that in your analysis of allocation of resources. You say the team must continue, even though you have a structure which you must be implementing, even though organized crime, taxi-related violence, and personal matters are continuing and increasing, characterizing matters in KZN as being very high and among the 4 leading provinces in the country. But you continue as if all those things are not happening on the side. You couldn't do that. You had to adjust through assessments what is happening and adjust accordingly. Now, so the decrease is real, and then those differences that you are talking about are part of the process as intended, went down, so that we finally get to that level, because what is happening, in my view, is no longer directed by needs of the budget. It's not taking into consideration that things have since changed. As I indicated earlier on, if you look at the much spoken about cases in Gauteng, they are being handled successfully. They are being handled successfully. Yes, the team has intervened, or it has been drafted in the form of 10 people. But it doesn't mean that those 3 cases were not handled properly or in any way problematic by organized unit in Gauteng, which is a clear indication that your organized units all over the country, which you need all over the country, can work. And they need reinforcement. They need to be empowered, just like in the Western Cape. So that is, I would want, in other words, I am arguing for a look at a number of factors at the same time, not just a national political killings task team in isolation. In fact, I could even go to the extent that if the intention of the minister is as alleged on the 6th of July to protect some criminal syndicates, one unit that you would have targeted is organized crime in Gauteng, who are handling the dockets, handling the cases, who are doing that with the National Political Killings Task Team only assisting. That is reality. That is factual. So we shouldn't isolate the National Political Killings Task Team and then from any other thing that is happening. We should look at all these matters together.
So is it the evidence of the minister that the not adding value part in the directives was solely looking at the available resources?
Was solely looking at?
It was in the context of the available resources. It was budgetary driven.
No, not alone, but related, yes, to the budget, but related on the need to strengthen the organized crime units, which we saw it. But other areas of budget, like I indicated, to deal with ministerial priorities like technology, like vehicles, and so on, there is an outcry, and perceptions are very strong out there in the public that we are not being as effective as we should be at community level. There are serious complaints about police stations, the way they are equipped or not equipped, even with members of the portfolio committee. So the pressure doesn't match our response at all. It doesn't. Our response is very weak, actually, in practice, compared to the demand in terms of how we should be distributing resources and how we should policing communities. And that is reality. It's a fact. So you needed to juggle your resources and your usage of resources so that you address some of the concerns of the public and even the imperatives of the seventh administration, where you need to make people feel safer than before. And you can't do it through the National Political Killings Task Team alone. You can't. It's impossible.
Okay. Has the minister summoned the chief financial officer of the South African Police Service to give a formal report on the expenditure trends of the PKTT so that the minister is able to balance between the performance and spending before he takes the decision for dissolution or not dissolution, so that you get influenced, whatever decision you take, it's fine, but you get influenced by what would have been the expenditure trends and what would have been the performance trends, and also that it influences your decision making. So was there a summoning of such an expenditure report from the chief financial officer? And if the answer is in the affirmative, then how much has the political killings task team spent from crisscrossing the different financial years from its inception?
Now, the discussion that we had was on the first. The discussion that we had was on the second. It wasn't necessarily dedicated to either the finances or any other aspect, but we were aware of the expenditure trends. I became aware of the expenditure trends before the 31st. Now, if you look at that, I didn't even want to venture into those specific matters, but the impression that, or what word did I use? The observation that I made was that you would no longer comfortably spend these amounts on accommodation, spend these amounts on vehicles, spend these amounts on other related activities like S&T and related matters, on the task team, that is the National Political Killings Task Team, spend so much even on accommodation, when in fact you are not spending something similar on organized crime, even in KZN, serious and violent crimes, even in KZN. You are having difficulty to explaining your sending dockets in South Africa at the moment. Serious difficulty. You are unable to. And other areas of work, why there are no vehicles and so on. Remember, the expenditure that you are doing in political killing trust team is the same amount that you should be doing all over, but in an even way. So I did make an observation on that, including what CFO had said in March 2024, when she responded to the submission that had been made by General Kumalo, talking about the budget that had been cut on a number of occasions and reducing the request from 94 million to 20 million at that time, and suggesting that beyond elections, please engage if you want this to continue, engage on a new work study and so on, and so on. Like it is not part of the organogram. So there was enough information to work on in the context also of the demand for the same budget general. And that is the same context that informed us that we should disband or remove the inspectorate. Same thought, same thinking. Wanted to optimize. We still need to optimize if we are to correctly or maybe meet the public and their expectations in terms of what is happening throughout the country in terms of policing. But if we keep things like this, it will be our choice to always, up to the end of the year, say one and the same thing and say, we are trying, when 400 people will be killed in 3 months or 4 months around here in the Cape Flats and so on, and other areas. To me, it is not ethical. To me, it is not morally justifiable to keep things as they are in terms of the use of the budget of SAPS without juggling it accordingly.
Okay. I'm asking this question, Minister, because the CFO is also due to appear before this ad hoc committee. Is it the evidence of the minister that there was no formal request for the CFO to submit an expenditure report in respect of the political killing system? The minister and the team just made an assessment throughout the work that they were doing since July 2024.
Based on information that was available, as I have indicated.
So you confirm that the CFO was not instructed to do an expenditure report?
The CFO did make written comments.
But
So
Minister, you say the written comments are on the basis of a request, and the request is rejected on the basis of budget cuts. It's a different thing, that one, from what we're discussing. You're saying the the CFO made comments declining or rejecting a request by the PKTT people for a budget.
Yes.
And the reasoning behind the CFO's rejection is not on the basis of the directives, but it's on the basis that the department has suffered again budget cuts, just like any other department that is suffering from budget cuts. So that's why I'm asking. Because what I'm asking is different from the response from what was requested. What I'm asking is that, is it confirmed by the minister here in this meeting that the CFO was never directed to submit an expenditure report of the political killings testing?
Now, you're asking a question. I am responding. And I would want to respectfully suggest that I be allowed to respond the way I need to, just like you ask the question the way you need to. So my response is that I considered a number of issues in relation to the budget, overall budget of SAPS, and the constraints that we are experiencing. Two, I consider the demands on the budget around particular specific areas, by the way, including even the forensic labs that we don't have. I considered all those matters. The fact that Treasury is not in a position to give you more money as you would have loved. And that includes even the numbers of subs that we have instead of those that we should. So all of those matters. The budget that is allocated to PKTT in relation to the tasks that they are supposed to perform and the value thereof when you compare. So I took those into consideration, but the figures were there. Now, I then conclude, so I don't want an impression to be created that when I wrote, I only had one factor, and so on. But out of all those things, then wrote the letter. Now, I'm giving you the context. But if you then ask me a narrowed question that says, before you wrote the letter on the 31st of December, did you call the CFO? I would say no, I didn't call her. But all the facts were in front of me, including on her comments herself in March, and all other factors like what was it designed for and how it happened.
Thank you. I think that will be enough. That will be satisfactory. So, has the PKTT been budgeted for the financial year 2025-2026, which started on the 1st of April 2025?
Now, I heard that National Commissioner said or overturned what CFO had said in March 2024, which I'm made to understand that she also made comments in 2025 about concerns in terms of monetary value, and that money has been provided. The last time I was aware was that National Commissioner was still going to consider the requested budget for 2025-2026. And I don't know whether the matters have been concluded to the effect that you now have money that has been provided. If so, I would still say that is money, in my view, that should be or could have been optimized and should be optimized along other areas that we now need, especially when in March this year, we have one fresh case of political killing in KZN. But you still budget the same as you would have done when there were 18 incidents or even 50-something incidents. So you would differentiate, you would adjust your budget. You would adjust your use of resources in a responsible way from where I sit, and that's my central argument.
Okay. Minister, it is common cause that the PKTT does not only comprise members of SAPS. You have got the National Prosecuting Authority taking part. We have got the State Security Agency taking part. We have got DPCI, Correctional Services, and other stakeholders. So what has been the value of their contribution? Or else, let me put it like this. What has been their contribution in respect of all the intention to disband the PKTT prior the signing of the regulations on the 31st of December?
Their role, insofar as cases that have been dealt with by the National Political Killings Task Team, has been significant. But you must also know that it is in the context of the cases that the National Political Killings Task Team is dealing with, as reflected by figures. In this case, when National Political Killings Task Team say we have one fresh case in 2025, it will be in that context, that contribution. In other words, in one fresh case. In a sea of matters, not only in KZN, national. And it is important to take cognizance of that fact. In a sea of other matters. That's exactly what is in the heart of my concern. When we start even using, as National Commissioner was saying in the Nhlanhla Commission, followed by the head of crime intelligence, Tumsan General Kumal, saying, in the National Political Killings Task Team, we don't use traditional methods of investigation. We don't use normal methods. We don't use usual methods. We use a different design that is expected to yield effective investigation. And I agree with them. It's a good model, by the way. I agree. But I questioned myself, what is the ethics of a distribution of resources in a manner that caters for a few people in an effective way, leaving aside the masses outside? What is the ethics there? And I decided that, look, we need to change this. We rather adopt that model, but national, especially in the provinces, including KZN, by the way, where there's a high rate of murders, which I had raised with all the people, the National Commissioner, deputies, and provincial commissioners in November. And I had raised a deep concern. So we rather take the model, if it is good, that we are using in the National Political Killings Task Team, and use it, if we want, even in the limited scale in the 4 provinces that are high murder zones in South Africa, than simply getting joy that, yes, PKTT is effective when every other people is murder, other people's murder, is just regarded as normal, relegated to traditional. I wouldn't want to believe that that is part of my responsibility. That is why I then said, no, look, we need to come up. The model is good, as I say. So, direct your answer. They contributed well, but no longer to a point where we can proudly and say justifiably, especially if you look at the Constitution and imperatives of the 7th administration. We're not required to look at cases emanating from killings of certain specific people. You can call them elite or whatever. We are required to be interested in everybody. So you can't keep things as normal as they are. You've got to wake up, and you've got to wake up to the imperatives of this administration and behave accordingly.
Thank you. A second last short question. A person that goes by the name of Merdias writes a complaint to
name
you.
of?
Merdias.
Okay.
Writes a complaint to you and sends it on the 31st of October, complaining about the continued existence of the PKTT and how she thinks that the police service must be restructured. On the 31st of December, the same year, you write directives. Has Merdias influenced your decision?
Firstly, I must correct that impression that the only concerns that I had dealt with at the time of writing the letter of the 31st was those of Merdias. I have gone through, to all the corners of the Republic. And formally, I only had not gone to the Free State and the Northwest and Northern Cape, but I'd gone to all other provinces. It shouldn't be just because other people and all the people that I saw couldn't write emails, which the Haas could do, then they must be taken for granted. And their voices must not be heard, or they must be ignored or suppressed. It is absolutely not true that the only voice that I took into consideration was those of the emails that came from Mary de Haas, and therefore she has a decisive influence on me. It is not the case. What about people that I've been listening to all over complaining, including here? At one point, I listened to a group of 30 people here.
Our time is running out.
Time is up.
It's
running out.
We must break.
I think I can take it, Chair.
Has Professor Meridi has influenced you?
Yeah.
It Mary de Haas?
Influence your decision.
Not at all.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Not at all.
The last one.
I wanted to make it
The last one,
clear.
Chair.
Not at all.
Just the last short one, Chair. The Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyaza Al-Sofi,
Yes.
wants his own political killing system in Gauteng. Are you going to give him?
Now, I've heard that through the media, but it's a case of the need for engagement because of the experience practically that we have acquired. That the unit, I believe, that the unit called organized crime, as demonstrated in the 3 cases,
Okay.
is quite effective. I wouldn't, in my engagement that I may have with Premier Panyaza, agree along those lines.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, thank you so much. We are breaking for 1 hour. And when we come back, the MKP must be ready. And then we are going to break at 15 minutes before 4. So now we come back at 14 hours. We take the MKP. We break for 15 minutes at 3:45. We come back at 4. I'm lining the speakers. We come back at 4. We take the Democratic Alliance and break at 5:45. We come back at 6. We take the EFF. And then further announcements will follow.
You know, to lead such a complex environment as like water, you need a educational background. I'll make an example if maybe I was clueless. During 2023, there was a cholera outbreak and Hammaskral was declared. Mwate was almost declared. So having engagement with those who were taking decisions that no, there's cholera in Mwate. If I didn't have an educational background, Mwate was supposed to be one of those institutions that was declared that there's cholera in our water, because there were reports that they have detected cholera in our system. But you need to argue with someone. Remember, in science, you need to convince someone, or someone must convince you that whatever they are saying we have is there. So the educational background personally did assist me, and it also assisted the institution because cholera was not declared in our municipality. You know, to lead such a complex environment as like water, you need a educational background. I'll make an example if maybe I was clueless. During 2023, there was a cholera outbreak and Hammaskral was declared. Mwate was almost declared. So having engagement with those who were taking decisions that no, there's cholera in Mwate. If I didn't have an educational background, Mwate was supposed to be one of those institutions that was declared that there's cholera in our water, because there were reports that they have detected cholera in our system. But you need to argue with someone. Remember, in science, you need to convince someone, or someone must convince you that whatever they are saying we have is there. So the educational background personally did assist me, and it also assisted the institution, because cholera was not declared in our municipality. You know, to lead such a complex environment as like water, you need a educational background. I'll make an example if maybe I was clueless. During 2023, there was a cholera outbreak and Hammaskral was declared. Mwate was almost declared. So having engagement with those who were taking decisions that no, there's cholera in Mwate. If I didn't have an educational background, Mwate was supposed to be one of those institutions that was declared that there's cholera in our water, because there were reports that they have detected cholera in our system, but you need to argue with someone. Remember, in science, you need to convince someone, or someone must convince you that whatever is they are saying we have is there. So the educational background personally did assisted me, and it also assisted the institution, because cholera was not declared in our municipality. You know, to lead such a complex environment
Honorable Nomval, is it you or Honorable Skosana or Honorable Shongwe? It's you. We start with you. And who is next? Who is next after you?
Yeah, it's me.
Honorable Skosana will
It's
follow.
until 4:45.
For both of us.
Yeah.
Or is it once off, not?
It's until 4:45, the two speakers. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sure.
It's okay. Can I proceed, Chair? Please protect me, Chair.
Use your time, use your time.
Yeah, protect me so I can proceed under a conducive environment.
Is there somebody injecting fear?
Honorable Malema says we must use 30 minutes only.
No, he's right. If you use 5 minutes of the time, we proceed to the next speakers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. But use your time effectively.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Before any further ado, I would like to request for this clarification from you with regards to a consultation to the President. Earlier, you said when you were asked questions by the evidence leader, the response that you gave is that you did consult the President and the President consented to the disbandment of the PKTT. Today, when Honorable Nhlanhla was asking the same question about consultation between yourself and the President, you gave a different answer. You said you did not consult the President. So for my record, which one should I take? Did you consult or you didn't consult the President?
I did. I did consult after writing.
After means after
the letter of the
31st.
31st, yes.
After the 31st of December.
Yes.
Okay, so you were not consulting, you were informing him because the decision had already been taken.
Well, that could be your interpretation or somebody's or anybody's interpretation, but factually, it was after the 31st.
Okay. If I can summarize the presentation that you have given here before the committee, you said that the reason why you disbanded the team is because A, you have a constitutional right to do so. 2, and you gave different interpretations of the clauses in the Constitution. B, you had budgetary concerns. C, there are complaints that you received from the members of the public. D, there is a work study that was conducted which influenced your decision. Is that the correct summary of your whole presentation?
Fairly, yes, because you count the Constitution, in other words, that I was within my constitutional right, and the clauses that is within the legislative framework, and then budgetary constraints, and then complaints not just from the public, where I want just a slight amendment, but also from members of the National Political Killings Task Team internally, not just outside that. And then the work study and implementation thereof.
Okay.
It's a fair summary.
Yes, I just want us to deal with one aspect, the aspect of complaints from members of the public. The evidence that you have attached to your statement is an evidence that relates to complaints that were written by Patricia Mashale and Mary Dihas. Those are the two complainants that we have attached in your statement. Now, you have even went to an extent of attaching Facebook posts that were written by Patricia Mashale. Do you regard the allegations that were made by Patricia Mashale as damning? Were they damning?
First, I must correct that I only included those two. I did include that there are other people internal to National Political Killings Task Team. I did indicate that in my main submission, and that I even went on to suggest that they be called in themselves to speak. And I did engage the evidence leader, how it could be done and all of that. And therefore, they are included in the submission. It's not just Patricia Mashale.
Yeah, but I'm saying mainly the evidence of Patricia Mashale is dominating, for instance, the Facebook post and so on, and emails that were written by her to your office.
And then your question?
The question is, do you regard the allegations that she was making as damning?
Well, I regard that as something that can't be ignored. That's why I brought it. Not necessarily damning, especially because I did indicate that at some point I got worried about the frequency with which she was sending things about subs, and I went to the IGI to say, can you profile this lady to me, because I am looking at the frequency. I want to know who she is exactly and so on. So not necessarily all damning, not just damning, not damning in all respects. There are somewhere where you feel, this matter, but in others it's a repeat of what you know and all of that.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the fact of the matter, are you done, Minister?
The fact
Are you
of the
done?
matter?
Are you done?
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is that when you were giving reasons here for the decision that you took on the 31st, you made mention of these reasons, of these complaints. So it means they influenced your decision in one way or the other. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure exactly when you talk about influence, because it could be misinterpreted, but I'm counting it as a factor. There was this, there was that, there was all these issues. To me, they gave a collective weight that caused me to write this collectively. But if you select one and as having this and that, it will be a problem, because immediately you discount all others. So I weighed all of them.
Yeah. No, I'm not discarding others, Minister. I'm saying
Okay.
they are part of the reasons that
Yes.
influenced your decision
Yes.
on the 31st of December.
Yes.
Now, don't you think you acted irrational by being influenced by decisions which you have never tested through subjecting them to an investigation?
No, all the time when there are matters like those, you need some form of investigation, or if not an investigation itself. Now, when I took the decision, I did indicate clearly, as I do now, that I was looking forward to more engagement through the preliminary report and through the meeting of UNESCO. That is where we're going to meet high level, all of us. And then I would have outlined all my concerns, including that one. And therefore, I'm responding in that particular way. That you in a way, the letter could be regarded as an invitation for a serious, substantial discussion internally from me to the National Commissioner, so that we discuss this. That's why I said it was not a fait accompli at all, but it was a decision, like all other decisions in the world, not just in South Africa or in Parliament, when there are weighty matters coming your way after you have taken a decision, you review your decision. You can always review your decision if there are weighty matters coming your way. But what I did was to take a decision when I felt that the matters before me warrant a decision, and I did so.
So, do you agree with me, Minister, that these allegations were never tested? You never even attempted to test them through a thorough investigation?
Not necessarily that way. Remember that a person like Patrice, like De Haas, also came to Parliament, and they were talking about things that you yourself would see in the department, and you would hear from other people talking from a different angle, but saying the same thing. And even though you may not necessarily call that an investigation, but you could see that other people are also concerned, or they are sharing the concern. So, in as far as a shared concern is concerned on some matters, yes, even though they were not tested in an investigation, which I said, by the way, the form in which the inquiry, which I spoke about with a special advisor at the beginning of the year, was still in question. How would we do it? How do we craft it? Because we knew, even having taken the decision, we needed these other people to give them a platform where they would talk about the things they were saying to me, but in a platform created for that, while meeting their demands of safety and all of that and so on that they were counting. So while it is there was no rigorous testing, but it was not just a copycat of seeing a complaint, then you go and write a letter. It was, and for instance, there are also matters, the structure and all of that had gone a long way and had evidence that they were processed and so on. So that is how it is.
Yeah. Let me tell you the logic from which I'm coming, Minister. When I say you never tested them, I mean that you just acted upon a belief that they are true. Because you were supposed to say, let me appoint a forensic investigator, like you did. You gave an instruction for a tender of 360 million, that it must be audited, the contract. With regards to this one, which was putting the name of the organization into disrepute, you just acted based on allegations which were written on Facebook. Because partly, I'm saying partly, because you even attached them to your statement to say these are one of the reasons that led to the disbandment. So it means they influenced your decision. Because if they did not influence your decision, then there is no need for them to be part of your submission here in Parliament. So they did influence your decision. I'm not saying they represent holistically the decisions that influenced you, but they are part of the reasons that influenced you. And if you agree with me on that, then it means you acted with negligence because you failed to test them.
Not necessarily. I've already said what they were saying in those emails and correspondence. There were other concerns raised by other people for cross-checking, and I found that, yes, I may not have ordered an inquiry, but what this one is saying sounds the same, or it looks the same, or is similar to what the other person is saying. And therefore, it is a factor, and I went on. And there was plenty of time for me ahead, after the decision, to do the actual testing. Hence, I discussed a possible inquiry with a special advisor.
Now, was that approach not improper to disband and later test? Because we are saying here there was plenty of time for you to test them after the decision, meaning after their irreparable harm was effected by you, because you took a decision to disband on the basis of these allegations. And you are saying, let me implement a decision on the basis of these allegations and test them later. Is that logical, Minister?
No, but remember, I've always said there was a category of people who asked for meetings with me, called me, and so on, outside of Patricia, outside of the House, who raised grave things. And I even categorize those things as of an HR nature within the National Political Task Team, but also of a nature that I felt would be regarded as of disrepute to police general, if not defeating the ends of justice. Now, once I looked at them like that, I wanted this matter to be brought into all of our attention, but then there was an issue of risk requiring further probe in terms of how would you have this but still guarantee their safety, whether they're at work and so on. So it was not just a question of reading an email, balancing it with any other, and then writing. There were other matters that I have already indicated.
Okay, Minister, let's go to page 9, paragraph 18, where you say, my orientation was extensive and ended only this year. So you are saying that in a context, your extension, it's on paragraph 9, paragraph 18, page 9. So here you were just explaining that during the period of your arrival and when the decision, you were still under orientation. And your orientation was extensive, it only ended this year. Yes. Now this year is 2025.
Yes.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, I did indicate that.
Should we put it on record that you took a decision to disband while you were still under orientation?
Not necessarily. And the reason is, I said my orientation got or extended to discussions, extended to decisions. I do indicate that in my main submission, because it did. What I mean is, even on the third round of discussions on the same issue, scaled down to smaller units or areas at work, where you would have started, for instance, discussing support services, which is a big branch. You would, in your second round, take one of the issues that fall within, like the structure, for instance, the organizational structure. You separate it, you discuss it until you take a resolution, which we did. We took a resolution during that period. So by the time we reviewed the structure, it wouldn't have been called orientation in the normal sense of the word, because we had understood that the structure of this organization is like this. Now, we took another round to match it with the imperatives of the 7th administration. And to say, if you are structured like this, would you be able to meet the imperatives? And that is what we did. And then we looked also at the budget and so on. So, yes, it was loosely spoken about. It was the period, broadly speaking, of orientation, but not necessarily that we were in the mode of orientation in the normal sense of the word. We were discussing and taking decisions. Because this was the 5th month already. So I can't say For 5 months, I was just cruising with orientations only. I was at work already, having understood some of the aspects.
Now, with regards to the allegations that were raised, because the allegations, insofar as they are concerned, they also implicate some members of the organization. The Facebook post, for instance, of Ms. Mashale, they even speak about an illegal abuse of monies in the secrets account. And they even mention names that they allege to be involved. Did you give those individuals an opportunity to explain, to say, gentlemen, come here are the allegations against you. How do you respond to them?
Now, the letter was written on the 31st. These allegations had been going on for some time, and we did talk about them internally, personally with the National Commissioner. And we did talk about Patricia Mashale, to be specific. And he did say, tell me what his take is. And I took it for what he was saying, that she always writes, she always complains, and they have a particular regard on her and so on. So I didn't go on beyond the National Commission to specific people. It was only in January, around the 7th of January, when many allegations of the sale of property that emerged to the public, that I started saying, now, these matters that are emerging now can't just be left without an investigation, a proper investigation. That is when I went to the IGI to say, I've become aware of these allegations about alleged improper procurement of buildings and so on, including this name and that name. So let's do this. Go and investigate because that's your terrain. And that's exactly what I did.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter, Minister, and considering the explanation that you have given here, you took a decision without affording them an opportunity, either through appointing a forensic investigator or an internal investigation or conducting your own assessment.
But
it never happened.
The decision was not necessarily against those people that you see on Patricia Mashale's allegations, not at all. Until even when I took the decision that would affect some of them, I went to the IGI to say, investigate this and run with it. That's how it actually happened. So it's not like the decision of 31 December affected the people that you are talking about and that are spoken about in Patricia Mashale's letter or allegations, so to speak.
Now, when you are responding to Honorable Nhlanhla, I think he was asking you about the constitutionality of your decision.
Yes.
And you said you acted within Section 207, subsection 2.
Yes.
Which gives you an authority to give a directive.
Among others, yes.
Amongst others, yes. Now, there's a difference between making a decision and giving a directive. Do you agree on that?
There is I would say, it's part and parcel. You can take a decision to issue a directive. In that way, they are connected. They're not necessarily independent of each other. In this instance, I took a decision to issue a particular directive or particular directives, 3 of them.
Yes. And having an authority to give a directive is not open-ended. It must be done within the constitutional order.
Definitely, it must be done with due regard to other sections of the Constitution, like policing policy, like the needs of a province, like all of those other injunctions of the Constitution.
Yes. So it doesn't mean that by virtue of having that right, you can do it anyhow. There is a process that you must adhere to in terms of the Constitution.
Well, not per se process, but other provisions. For instance, you must also pay due regard to the powers of the National Commissioner. You have to do that.
Exactly.
Because the Constitution doesn't prescribe the content of your directives, merely says directives.
Yeah, the Constitution doesn't prescribe the content, but the Act gives a full meaning of a responsibility of the National Commissioner.
Yes.
And everything must be done within the legal framework. So it
Yes.
can't be directives. You can't say, Commissioner, wake up, sleep, go out, come in. It must be within the order of the Constitution. That is my point.
Yes, it covers both the minister and the chair, section 24. Yes, you're
Okay.
right.
Section 11, subsection 2D of the SAPS Act provides that the National Commissioner has powers to organize and reorganize the service into various components, units, or groups. I've just taken only that part because it is relevant to what I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
Is a task team part of a police service?
A task team part of police service.
Yes.
A task team is part of policing practices. I would put it in my own words like that, so that I'm sure I understand.
Yes.
I have my own interpretation, but I'm sure we're saying the same thing.
Yeah. When you disband the task team, you are reorganizing the police service. That is my understanding. You reorganize the police service, you consider priorities and needs that are prevalent at that time of your decision. Is that correct?
When I do what?
I'm saying when you disband the task team under normal circumstances, you disband it because you are prioritizing needs and priorities that are prevalent at that time. Do you agree with me?
Partly minding that there are task teams that would have been established by a district commissioner or a provincial commissioner or a national commissioner using powers of that they have. But in the form of the National Political Killings Task Team, it came into existence via an intervention of the president and directed to the IMC, and then it came into being. And if you did so, it's not entirely like an internal, like for instance, the task team of 2016 to 18. That one had nothing to do with any intervention from anywhere else. Those ones were internal. Even 2014 to 16, that task team was internal. But this one had a difference. So what you are narrating, yes, but it applies to ordinary task teams that would have been established, not this particular one, because this one came as a result of an intervention.
But this task team, Minister, was established in accordance with the needs of KZN.
Yes.
Because political killings were prevalent in KZN, were rife in KZN.
Yes, but remember that those matters got elevated to the country as a whole, to the level of the country.
Yeah, but remember, we must not lose context. At the time when the decision was taken, there was a death of a comrade in KZN.
Yes.
And the president attended a funeral in KZN.
Yes.
And then he made a commitment that he was going to intervene. Post that, he came to Parliament, he announced the establishment of the
Yes.
interministerial committee. So I'm saying the main reason for its formation was the political killings that were rife in KZN.
Yes.
Yes.
To which the president decided to politically intervene.
Correct. And therefore, it was formed on the basis of the policing needs and priorities of KZN.
You could probably interpret it like that, but you are not talking about ordinary policing here, because there was that kind of, I would say, development in the province where there was an increase in observed of this particular nature. It was not just one incident, it was a pattern, and therefore the president decided to intervene. It's important to factor that in, that there was a pattern that was discernible that caused the president to act.
Okay. Let me put this proposition to you, that the decision to disband falls within the ambits of Section 11, subsection 2 of the SAPS Act, which I've read. I can read it again for you, which provides that the National Commissioner has powers to organize and reorganize the service into various components, units, and groups. Now, the task team falls in a category of groups because it is not a unit. I think you gave a very eloquent explanation when you are making a difference between a unit and a task team. And therefore, this responsibility to disband does not fall within the powers of the minister. There is nowhere in the Constitution where you are given powers to either establish or disband a structure, because you don't have powers to control and manage the policy affairs or the policy services.
You would take care to note that when the National Commissioner exercises his powers, including that one, it is with due regard to the ministerial powers. I just want to put a comma there and go on to say this task team, although it's a task team in the manner that would more or less be explained like that, this one didn't come just anyhow. The president intervened politically and caused certain matters to take a particular course via his decision. IMC, political task team, okay. Not via the exercise of normal powers that you are talking about, where the National Commissioner in his office would say, let me reorder, let me organize, let me control, let me change, It didn't come like that. It came via political intervention. Now the question is, or the issue is, if political interventions leads into what we ended up having in the manner that we had, what is wrong, either legally or otherwise, when the same political intervention is now reversed to say we are now disbanding what we brought into existence, we are now bringing it into an end? What's wrong with that? So my reasoning is that if you created an entity or a structure like that, political, it's different from a structure that emanated from within the office of the National Commissioner. You couldn't come as minister and say, you could discuss it, you could engage, but you couldn't just say, I am now using my powers, a directive to remove that because it was not created in this manner. It is unique. The political intervention unit is unique. Yes, it's a political task team, but I'm not sure whether it was envisaged in the Constitution there would be circumstances like those. it is in that venture that I say I was convinced that I'm perfectly within the Constitution and within the legislative framework, because even those powers that you are talking about, that the National Commissioner exercises, say have due regard with the other powers that the minister has. Hence, at some point, me saying, this is, at the end, if you look at it, you extricate yourself from the current issues that we are dealing with. The relationship between the minister, the executive authority, and the managerial authority is two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Minister, and I'm about to conclude this aspect because seemingly we're not agreeing. There is a difference between giving a directive and taking a decision on behalf of a person who has the authority to manage and control. Giving a directive doesn't mean that you can do or you can encroach powers of a person who has a statutory responsibility to manage and control. There's a difference between the two. A directive can say, make these considerations, I've made these observations. Since you have a power to control and manage, make these considerations and take a decision. But to go to an extent of signing, of writing a letter and take a decision on behalf of the National Commissioner, while he's not even there, he's on leave. To sign, I think, according to me, was extreme. You went to the extreme by signing a letter that disbands. It was going to be understandable if maybe you called the National Commissioner or you wrote a letter to him advising him that there are these concerns that you have as a minister. He must attend to them or even advise that maybe we must consider disbanding this structure because of these reasons.
But
so you gave yourself powers you don't have by signing a letter that communicates a disbandment.
I take it that the honourable member is not suggesting that I acted outside the Constitution, which I'm arguing I didn't. I acted within, and I'm also of the view that you're not necessarily saying I acted without my legislative powers, which I would deny and I'm denying. And then go on to say the National Commissioner, as from the 3rd, with evidence, acted accordingly. A letter was issued from his office. A presentation was, an outline of how this thing would happen, the disbandment, what way it would follow, what pattern it would follow was written on the 22nd. And then we went to March. At the 5th, at the portfolio committee, an outline was made. And then on the 6th, the same thing happened. So that pattern of events would make you see that there was understanding. And there was no feeling that I was outside the Constitution. That only arose at a later stage when there was talk of a commission and all of that. And I know why. And I did indicate that there was only one official, honorable member, that took exception to the dissolution. It was General Mkhwanazi, right from the beginning on the 2nd. Only him. Not any other provincial commissioner, not the national commissioner, not anyone else. It was him. It is him who come with words like, was this fight back? Is the minister clean? He also proceeded to say something to the effect that to suggest that the commissioner, national commissioner, is busy coordinating meetings with people who are against the directives in his conversation with Chief of Staff. Now, it was all from him, and so on. So that's why I'm saying not exactly, because we had an understanding. After all, there was nothing stopping the National Commissioner from writing me a letter to say, Minister, it happens all the time. I think that your directive, let's discuss your directive. I think that there's this and that in a corner or in writing. It would have happened. It would have happened. There was nothing preventing anything like that. In a similar way, like I had written the letter myself. So that's how I put the things, and that's how they are.
Okay. On page 18, paragraph 41 of your statement, you are saying that a recommendation of the work study was that the PKTT be under the murder and robbery unit. Now the question is, how many task teams at this time? Did you make a research of how many task teams were in existence?
How many task teams?
Were in existence
When
this recommendation was made?
Yes, there were quite a number of them, but which were in one form or the other. But the main thing was that, or the characterization was that they were not integrated. And that's why the work study recommended, among other things, that they should be coordinated under or in a particular way. And then that work study was accepted. And I consider it as something that was rational, that they did, that, no, look, there must be specialization of all these small teams or task teams that are there, your anti-gang units and so on, when they started them, and they put them under serious and violent crimes, some of them, but others they put under organized crime units. Now that integration would then cause one commander for each, who would then have sub-teams under him, other smaller legs. And that would give rise to a better coordination, in my view. And hence, the work study was adopted, and it was then implemented, although very slowly. And in 2024, we find it there in one way or the other, in one form or the other, and then we move on with it. So it was put like that, and yes, there were others, but they were then reconfigured as per work study recommendations.
So since this recommendation was made, how many task teams have been dissolved?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but it was in the, as evidence leader indicated, one of the days to say there were this and this and this, and I said yes, there were those task teams, and then they were integrated into, including anti-gang units, and there are even extortions in the new, in the what was new organogram, and yes, they were put. So each one of them has their own leaders, but under one commander of the whole of those sub units that were
but I'm talking about the disbandment, Minister.
Yes.
How many were disbanded after the decision, after this recommendation was made? How many task teams were disbanded?
Well, the question that you asked earlier, to say how many were there before,
yes,
and how many did the study recommend that they should be integrated, it refers to a specific list. So it means all those in that list, they were then integrated as per the recommendation of the work study, but I can't just say them out of hand.
Did you write a disbandment letter for them?
Pardon?
Did you write a disbandment letter for those that were also part of the list? like you did for the PKTT? Is there any letter that you wrote disbanding the other task teams?
Not necessarily, because they were not the subject of what we needed to do. Remember, here we were optimizing, we were wanting to ensure that we meet the obligations that we have. And there was an instrument that was already in place. They had already been integrated, but they were at various levels of being established or formed. And so we were confirming or endorsing that. It was not about looking at this team, disband it, looking at this team, and so on. But this one was on focus at one point, just like the police inspectorate was at focus in one of our discussions. And we say, no, look, let's look at this one. And we agreed to look at it. And then we're now looking at this one. And we decided that and look, it was not for the first time. I'm not the first person to mention disbandment of the political task team. The very beginning, it was temporal. It was never to be permanent. And there were extensions. You wouldn't extend on a permanent basis, keep on extending annually. They were outside of the structure. You wouldn't continue with that. It's not good governance. It's quite a number of things that you would have needed to ratify anyway. So all others that were there had been integrated, and so there was no need to focus on them in any way, because they had been integrated.
So we should place it on the record that a task team for which a letter was issued to communicate its disbandment is only the PKTT.
Not necessarily, because I'm explaining that others had already been integrated.
Yes.
Those that were recommended by the work study.
Yeah.
And there were still, some of them were still in the process. But in terms of the letter, it was the National Political Task Team that had to be disbanded, and I've stated reasons that wouldn't apply to others because they were no longer there.
On page 25, paragraph 54, you say Mkhwanazi misleads and manipulates the minds of South Africans to believe that the PKTT, or the NPKTT as you refer to it, fell under his province. So you are saying this was a national team. It was not a KZN
Yes.
Team.
Yes.
But don't you think he has an understanding that he has powers to preside over it because it falls within the area of his jurisdiction?
Yes,
in terms of the large part of its work?
He has a role to play in the sense that he provides the platform on which the National Political Task Team is based. He is provincial commissioner in KZN, and the National Political Task Team was established to focus primarily.
Yes.
So he definitely had a role to play.
Yes, because Section 12 of the SAPS Acts provide that a provincial commissioner shall have command and control over the service under his or her jurisdiction in the province.
Perfectly so.
That is what the Act provides.
Perfectly so. But the National Political Killing Task Team, when it got established, there was a particular person who was its commander and others below them.
Did you ever have a meeting with Meriti Haas, a physical meeting?
No.
You've never had a meeting with her?
No.
Now, General Mkhwanazi is your, I'm looking for the correct word. Should I refer to him as your subordinate or your junior?
Not necessarily. That's not the term. Maybe speaking strictly the language of government, you can use that word. But remember, he is actually under the National Commissioner,
Yes.
not directly under me.
Yeah, but he is your subordinate. That is the term that I can use at this moment. Now, he requests for a meeting with you. He writes to your WhatsApp, he requests for a meeting with you, General Sbia, and Brown Mkhwanazi. And the response that you have given to this committee is that you decided not to entertain that meeting because you never understood its structure. Is that the answer that you have given?
Now, look,
Or you never understood its constitutionality?
I first invited us to look at the content of that WhatsApp. It had him and the family that he said was getting affected. He also spoke about internal issues. And the third factor was that he went on to include people I had no understanding of in terms of why they would be called in the meeting. Now, I looked at that and I decided that the meeting would take a different form. And apart from that, I did say that there were other issues that got in shortly after, or that had taken place before he wrote the letter and after he wrote the letter. Now, the form that I thought it needed to take is the one that I implemented it, where I called the meeting between the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner because of what I thought was really, really becoming problematic. Let me just indicate what those things entail. At one point, I had a discussion with the National Commissioner, person to person. And I said to National Commissioner, one, I heard that you are understood to have raised your concern with the special advisor that myself as minister, I sat with General Libya of the Hawks and the special advisor discussing who would take over after National Commissioner. And I said to the National Commissioner, not on earth, such a meeting never took place. Where the three of us met and discussed you. It never happened. And again, I expressed confidence in working with him. That was the third element that we discussed there. But in another meeting, where National Commissioner was with the head of crime intelligence, one of the reports they gave me was that they were investigating Deputy National Commissioner of Detectives, that is General Sibia, and that they were at an advanced stage. And I said to National Commissioner and Head of Crime Intelligence, if General Sibia has done anything unlawful, go on with the investigation, you have my support. You have my support. And I repeat, you have my support. That's what I said. Because they were just taking me into confidence. So in that particular context, this matter of an impression that got created of a special relationship of sorts between me and Sbia, I don't know where it came from. Now, when then General Mkhwanazi wrote me a letter, I was, on the other hand, getting concerned about what was happening between the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner, and said, maybe even before I call it a bigger group, let me call these two, because they are heart and soul of SAPS at the higher level. Then thereafter, it was Sbia and General Mkhwanazi. And then I invited the National Commissioner because I wanted him to be present to understand what was being discussed. That's why, among other things, I was quite surprised when General Mkhwanazi said this was a meeting between a police officer and a criminal or something, because he had included Spear in his own meeting, the same Spear that I called. So I was left wondering how now and so on. But I did entertain that WhatsApp, but in a different form. And I was thinking after that meeting that maybe Spear seems to be a common denominator here. I would need to call a meeting between him and General Khumalo as well, because the air between them was actually not. So once you have dealt with that, then you can see other matters. So it wasn't a straightforward letter that said, Minister, please can we meet to discuss a national political killings task team, as it were.
Okay, second last question. I'm running out of time. When was the work study signed? The work study that made a recommendation that there must be a unit, there must be a murder and robbery unit. When was it signed? I'm asking because there is somewhere in your statement where you say it was signed by General Stolle, and later you say it was signed by General Masemula on the 5th of June 2025. So when was it exactly signed?
Yeah, General Masemula signed a new one arising from our reconfiguration of the organizational structure, which we started last year. And we concluded that, it was concluded earlier this year, and he signed it. But there had been another one for another term earlier by Sithole earlier in 2019.
So it is the new one that influenced your reason, right?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Not the old one.
Yes, because I had come and said there are new imperatives. They may demand a different structure. And let's look at that. And we started looking at it. And that's where all of this, and remember, I did indicate that we even divided Vispol into a separate division, which has now been done. And we removed also the inspectorate. So a number of things happened which had not been in the structure of 2019 to 24 that got introduced anew in the new one. Which
Following your response, the assumption is that the new one can only come into operation after it has been signed by the National Commissioner,
yes,
correct?
because it went to negotiations with unions and all of that. That's why it sort of delayed January, February, March, April, and so on. I went to the extent of engaging unions myself to say, please, can you help us? We are in a hurry to implement the structure because we want to use it to fight crime out there, because we are under serious pressure to fight crime. No one is really recognizing that we are serious about fighting crime, because it is rampant, and I'm concerned about it.
So if it's unsigned, it has no binding effect. It's not operational.
The answer is?
If it's unsigned, it's not operational.
At the moment.
I'm saying if it is unsigned, it can never be operational.
It can be
it can never have a binding effect.
It gets operational once you sign it.
So it was signed on it was signed in June on the 5th in terms of what we have written here. But the decision was taken on the 31st. So it means the decision was taken prior to implementing this study.
We had already...
This work study.
By end of the year, we had already agreed, and I was anticipating. In fact, when I went to the meeting with National Commissioner and deputies and provincial commissioners on the 22nd of May, I already had in mind that we have decided on this structure. And when we count our concerns on those categories of crime, I knew that we already have an instrument at hand, just subject to ratification by unions and so on. So it was in anticipation, and I was conscious of it.
But it was not operational at that time.
It was not
when the
yet.
Decision was taken.
Not
when you took the decision on the 31st of December.
Not really entirely, because murder and robbery was there. The implementation structure had been discussed and decided on. in May 2024 already, or March 2024. So it was a delay structure which was there, but the new one had not become operational. They were still waiting, and so on.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to advise you that if you continue forever, the honorable member sitting next to you may end up forfeiting his minutes.
I'm only sympathizing with him. I still had interest of asking, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. And Honorable Minister Mkhwanazi.
Baba.
My first question to you, Minister, would be, can you perhaps comment on the professionalism of Major General Van Rooyen, who holds a LLD degree? He's a LLD graduate, who's on record that you acted ultra virus.
Well, the comment is contained in my submission that I didn't. And in fact, I acted within the Constitution and within the legislative framework in terms of powers of the minister.
So you disagree with her?
I disagree with her upfront.
Thank you. Do you know and understand your job as a cabinet member responsible for policing?
Yes, I do.
Do you know and understand Chapter 11, Section 206 of the Constitution of the Republic?
Yes.
All in all.
Well, I may not claim I don't want to make claims to that effect as you are taking me through.
Do you know and understand the South African Police Service Act, Act 68 of 1995 as amended?
Yes.
In the 7th administration, because yesterday you spoke in length about the 7th administration, did you meet with the provincial government, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, where these killings were prevalent, in order to determine the policing needs and their priorities as expected in terms of the Constitution of the Republic? And if so, Minister, when was such engagement and what are the priorities focused, especially in KwaZulu-Natal?
On the date on which I wrote the letter, the 31st, I had not met provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, nor had I met any other province, but I knew that at some point I would meet with them to talk about this.
So you never met them?
You say I never?
Yeah, you never met them.
We had not met.
But you were able to disband that task team?
Yes, I was able to disband the task team because it didn't necessarily, because that's the impression that I want to remove, that it meant stopping policing in KZN. This was a team belonging to, at a national level, operating there, and I would engage with them at a later stage. But I had not met with them when I wrote the letter.
But do you understand that by doing so, you have violated the Constitution?
By dissolving the team, a team?
No, without consulting them?
Not necessarily.
So you disagree completely as well with that? That we are within the framework of the Constitution?
Yes.
We are within the rights of the Constitution to do that without any consultation?
Yes, because it was not alpha and omega, that decision.
Now, Minister,
it was the beginning of a process.
Yeah, remember, Minister, that the interministerial team did not only comprise of the Minister of Police. There were other ministers involved. Do you agree on that?
There were other, you mean in the interministerial?
Africa have a national policing policy as envisaged in Section 2061 of the Constitution of the Republic? And if so, was this development under this GNU government, or was it developed by the previous government? Remember when we spoke about the 7th administration? Was this the GNU, or was it the previous one, the 6th administration?
That did what?
Let me ask you again. I'm saying to you, the Republic of South Africa have a national policing policy as envisaged in Section 2061 of the Constitution of the Republic. Do you know that? Do we agree on that?
I hear you talking about the policing policy and at the same time the Constitution.
Yes.
Policing policy is the one that we developed after I got appointed and finalized.
Let me make things simple for you.
Based on the powers of the minister as indicated in the Constitution.
Jama-ke, akhe ngibeke ngesintu. Ake ngithi kuwe, ipolicy esikhuluma ngayo le yenziwa umbuso loya we-6th administration noma yenziwe umbuso lo we-GNU na iplan le.
You mean the policing policy, the new one that we have adopted? Is that your question?
Exactly, my
question. We engaged on that, the policing policy, after we got appointed, up to adoption, up to finalization.
Minister, since you arrived at the office as a Minister of Police, did you receive any handover briefing or a report from General Cele?
Yes, I did.
If so, can we get a copy of that?
Pardon?
Can we get a copy of that?
Yes, you can get a copy thereof.
What is your understanding of the role of the Minister of Police as per Section 206 of the Constitution? Why I'm asking this again to you, Minister? Does this role include getting involved in development of organizational structures and the establishment of units and teams within SAPS? Because yesterday you spoke about a lot of, the issue of the organogram. Are you allowed to do that, Minister?
Yes. That is part of the policing policy. That is part of the directives. Let me just say, that's part of the exercise of the powers of the minister in terms of the Constitution.
So the National Commission has nothing to do with that. It's your prerogative.
No, it does in terms of the Constitution. It's clearly indicated.
Does this information note, Minister, which makes recommendations about the review of detective services, constitute a work study document as per organizational development standard?
Can you come again with the question?
Remember, I said you were very passionate about the organogram.
Yes.
Now here's my question. Does this informative note, which makes recommendations about the review of detective service, constitute a work study document as per organizational development standard?
Well, the information note would point to that work study that I spoke about of 2019 and the document of implementation in 2024. So that is what the information note would point to, pointing to the work study, not the note itself, but the work study itself.
If I may ask you, Minister, will the head of the organizational development, Major General Nzima, confirm what we are telling us yet?
Yes, he would confirm, because he signed in some of these documents as processes were initiated and finalized.
When you say some you might not have signed them.
Well, I wouldn't know any other, but those that concerned the organizational structure, the development of the work study up to signing, he was, and going on to implementation stage, he was involved, as per signatures that are on documents.
In your submission, Minister, you spoke about a Kivis Kruon. Am I right?
Yes.
Can you confirm who convened that meeting on the 24th of November 2024 at Kivis Kruon? And my question is, what was the agenda of that meeting?
Meeting was convened by myself and the President, where the Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners, and Provincial Commissioners. I don't have the agenda of hand here, but the purpose for that meeting, among other things, was to discuss issues that I felt were of deep concern to me, namely murder rate, to proliferation of firearms, and then the drugs all over the country, and concerns around GBV and NF. And those are the matters that are outlined to leadership of police on that day.
So that was the agenda?
I suppose, even though I don't have the copy with me, but I think we also included a presentation by Advocate Piccoli, but I don't have the agenda.
Now, but we can get the minutes of that meeting.
Pardon?
We can get the minutes of that meeting.
Yes.
Because remember...
And the agenda.
Yeah, because we are under oath, Minister. Don't forget that. I must ask you again about that particular meeting, whereby you discuss your plan to close the PKTT and the filling of a post of crime intelligence and border security. Was that discussed in that meeting?
Was that?
Was that discussed in that meeting? The filling of posts of crime intelligence and the border? It was not discussed?
No, it wasn't. The directives were not part of the agenda on that. It was the concerns around these 4 crimes, the 3 in particular.
Because the issue of the intelligence post and the issue of the border, which were supposed to be...
in the directives.
In the directives?
Yes.
Is those posts filled now? In other words, is there someone appointed into the post of a DG? If so, what is the name?
Post of the DG?
Yes.
Where?
Civilian Secretariat.
Oh yes, there's DG. I found there. He was there when I came.
Mr. Sibui.
Yes.
Now.
He's a doctor, Honorable Skosana.
Yes, Dr. Sibui. Yes.
Yes.
Why did you appoint your legal advisor, Advocate Piccoli, to give presentation on the 24th in that meeting?
Now, he is not my legal advisor. He's my special advisor.
Yeah, yes, your special advisor is. Yes.
The second thing is that I had no problem with him giving that. I just asked him, I approached him to give that presentation, firstly because he's an advocate, which is by coincidence that I have a special advisor who is at the same time an advocate and has a long record as a DG of justice in the country at some point.
Did you discuss that with Dr. Sibui in these 3 matters of border, security, crime intelligence, and PKTT before signing that disestablishment letter?
No, I didn't discuss with Dr. Sibui my directives. But we had meetings where he was present when we were discussing the matters, including border management.
Why did you excuse or from that meeting?
Why did I?
Being excused. Or let me put it this way. Were you chased away out of that meeting?
Myself?
Yes.
No. I was chased in. I was inside.
All the Lieutenant General from head office and divisional commissioners attended that meeting, am I right?
It was attended by National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners, and Provincial Commissioners, but there was miscommunication. They had included divisional commissioners, and I said, no, it was not our intention to include them.
Was it not because of the attendance of Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Not necessarily. In fact, General Khumalo remained behind, and we had a long meeting after everybody had left.
Why you remained behind when you said it was not for divisional commissioners?
No, we were going to discuss submissions that were outstanding with him, that had not been signed for a long time because of the problem in Parliament, and we remained behind to discuss those, and I signed others and left others.
My follow-up question on that: what governance structures exist in SAPS outside the BOC, as well as the Ministry of Police, which exclude divisional commissioners, who also are lieutenant generals who are based at the head office, responsible for policy implementation throughout the development of internal directives? What are the government structures which exclude them? When you say you felt that they're not supposed to be part of that meeting?
When I said they shouldn't be part of them.
No, you said earlier that you felt that it was not correct for them to be part of that meeting.
Oh, no. We convened a meeting to discuss specific matters which I wanted to bring to the attention of the National Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, and Provincial Commissioners first. And they would then process matters involving divisional commissioners and other relevant structures. They would do so, but the intention was merely to bring to the attention of the National Commissioner those particular matters at that level, in that particular meeting, not because I didn't want others or didn't recognize others, but I'd confined our intention to just those.
Yeah, but I've asked you earlier, I said, what governance structures exist within SAPS, outside the BOC, as well as the Minister of Police, which exclude divisional commissioner? You didn't respond to that, Minister. Do we have anything outside that ambit?
Well, there would be forums, because your question is quite open. There would be forums at different levels in provinces that you convene. There would be provincial forums that you would convene outside that, but I don't regard them as definable as outside necessarily. We have met, and our meetings in provinces has taken different forms at different stages.
Let me put it to you that the purpose of that meeting in Kiviskron, as well as your presentation, including the one that Advocate Pikoli presented on the day, did not cover the disestablishment of the PKTT, the suspension of filling of vacancies within crime intelligence, and matters of border security, as per your 31st December letter. Do you agree on that?
That meeting was somehow a precursor of the 31st. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Not necessarily. They were not linked. The meeting at Kiviskron was to register and discuss the concerns on the rate of murder, on the escalation of, or on the proliferation of firearms and drugs. And remember, up to that time, I had never had time to deal with these matters in depth. And I was then wanting the generals to share the concern that I had, as they did afterwards, one by one. And it was leading to other things. Not at that time, I didn't even have a thought about disbandment in any way. But it was at that time to focus us on the rate of murder, which was a concern shared by everybody in the country. And I wanted us to stop a little bit and think what it means when we have that kind of murder rate, including on scaring investment or potential investments in the country, and even picked up by Cabinet, that crime in South Africa is quite high, and it's very concerning. And therefore, I wanted us to find time and deepen our understanding on this matter. So it had nothing to do with what you are saying, Honourable Member.
On contrary, Minister, the letter was influenced by someone for other motive, hence the rush to write and dispatch it on the 31st after 5 p.m., where there's nobody at the office, at the national office. There was no one. You can comment if you want on this remark. But to me, it means one day the minister can wake up and write a letter and disband anything he wants and say he's acting within his right. The Constitution allows him, if you can do that without any consultation whatsoever.
No, I have demonstrated that the matters raised in the directives were not necessarily new matters. They are matters that had been under discussion for a long time within the department and in various platforms at different occasions. They were not new at all. What was new was actually putting them in a form of a directive, as I did. But the issues themselves and concerns around those issues was old as you and I are, if not even older. For instance, where I included border management, that matter has been around for a long time and it's still there, and people are still being killed. You know that even recently, no less than, I would say, 5 people in a week got murdered around Manguzi and so on. So it's an ongoing matter that is being raised in various platforms all the time. That I would have needed a particular time and a particular table and a particular, I would contest that. But I would also contest that I simply woke up and started writing. I had been processing these matters in my own head to say, how best can we handle this matter and so on. So it was just the culmination of a particular process I had engaged on myself, as opposed to just waking up and writing. But I deny very strongly that there's any link between the meeting of the 24th and that one and the letter of the 31st.
But do you agree that PKTT was a successful task team?
Yes.
And why not replicate it, to get involved in the issues, if it's you, in terms of taxi killings and murders which are happening in this country, particularly where we are in Cape Town, in the KK flats, the numbers are scary.
That's exactly what I said earlier. Not necessarily duplicating, literally. But what I agree on, and I see rationality on, is the result of the work study in 2019, where you say structure SAPs along these lines after a work study. Remember, the PKTT arose not from a work study, it arose from an intervention by the president. And it was then, discussed. But it worked as one of the factors contributing. But to say you don't have resources to duplicate that, you don't have resources unless you do away with, for instance, the 2 units, the organized crime unit, you do away with the other unit that is violent crimes, the unit on violent crimes. You will need to do away with that. And then you have a team, which I wouldn't think that you would keep permanent. So you rather look at the model and you duplicate the model, not the actual structure, because the structures are there. And you need to look at sustainability.
Yes, Minister.
You look at budgets and so on.
Yeah, let me ask for us to move because of time. I will have added on that to say you can as well reduce the issue of VIP protection. I would have said that if I was a minister, to say I will have reduced and get a little bit of money from the VIP protection. But that's a debate for another
Why
day.
not? You, together with me, are members of the portfolio committee, and we can talk about that and see if it's feasibility.
Yeah, it's possible, Minister. But let's continue, Minister. The issue of, when I said to you, Section 11 and Section 12 of SAFS Act 68 of 1995. This above section gives powers to both the National Commissioner and Provisional Commissioners, including to organize or reorganize the service at national level into various components and units or groups. Do you agree on that? Not you. The National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner. Do you agree on that? Yes or no?
No, don't say yes or no. Say I must respond. And then
No, I don't want to respond. I want an answer this time, because when you respond, Minister, we are not going to end it today. But you can respond. Let me listen to you.
No, you are giving me a multi-choice where I have my own view. And my own view is that, yes, those powers, but within policy of the minister and all of that. That is the only addition that I want to make.
But do you agree?
Yes or no?
But do you agree that what I've mentioned to you is the competent of the National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner?
Subject to
you.
To powers of the minister on policing policy. Because that's how the Constitution is written. I don't want us to write another.
No, we'll get to that, Minister.
Okay.
Now that you have listened to Nkabinde and Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi illegal obtained voice recording, which we have spoken about here, did Mkhwanazi threaten you?
Did he threaten me?
Yes.
Now, I felt that he was threatening me if the conversation between him and Mr. Nkabinde is true, as he related to me at the time when it was happening. Firstly, saying that he is angry. So, and then secondly, if the minister is clean, it suggested a lot of other things. If the minister is clean, and so on. So I felt that he was actually issuing threats. And it was undue, because the letter was not written to him in the first place. It was written to the National Commission. So I felt it was threatening. Whether I got threatened or not threatened is a different matter. But I felt that they were threatening.
Minister, we earlier discussed the issue of the recording, that what we listened yesterday, we found nothing threatening you. And what we are saying now is exactly what General Sibia said when my colleague asked him, Uguti, uyiphasile or uyifailile? And you know what happened when there was that conversation?
Yeah,
General Sibia said that, yebo angiphasanga kodwa. So we are doing the same thing. My question is simple to you. Let me put it again to you. when we listen to the recording, there's no way General Mkhwanazi has threatened you. Do you agree, or we are changing? Because you responded earlier. I'm asking this question deliberately to say, on record again, don't contradict yourself on this question. The question is simple. That when he spoke to, because we listened to that, there was no threat. Unless we are changing, we say there was a threat there, because you say he was angry.
The threat was not in the audio that we listened to. There was only a reference. But the threat was in their conversation on the 2nd. That's where the threat was. And I thought it had been recorded. And I found that it was not part of what was recorded, because it happened before the recording.
No, but Minister,
it was not in this record.
No, but Minister, you are misleading us again. You know, same as the issue where the bodyguard was shot, then you said the other guy. I'm talking about your submission. It's not us who brought in this document. Now we are saying there's another a recording perhaps somewhere, but we don't have, in your submission, you don't have that. So for me, it's speculative. You know, for me, it doesn't hold water where we are, because we don't have that. But for the sake of progress, let's come to the issue of crime intelligence and the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Let's not debate that matter. We have ruled on it.
Thank you, Chair. At least you must help the minister there, because really, yeah. But let's come to crime intelligence and the Inspector General of Intelligence, Investigating Directorate Against Corruption and Independent Police Investigating Directorate. Do you know and understand the role of crime intelligence in terms of profiling people?
Yes.
Do you know and understand the role of Inspector General of Intelligence, IGI?
Yes.
Do you know and understand the purpose and functions of IDEC?
Yes.
Are you aware that General Mkhwanazi spoke here about the rogue? Some of the people at IDEC are rogue. Do you agree or you disagree with that?
Well, I don't know anything about that, but I heard him.
What I'm saying, it was for the first time. You were hearing it for the first time here.
That there are people who are rogue, there are people who are not
who are harassing, yes, who are harassing people,
yes.
Who are arresting, who are, like you, they say they'll arrest you as well, yes.
I was hearing that for the first time. I had not heard it before.
So there's no any correspondent to your office, to the Chief of Staff, or to the National Commissioner, which was discussed about the issues of IDEC?
Not that I can recall.
At all?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you. Do you know and understand the role and the purpose of IPAD?
Yes.
Who do they report to? IPAD?
IDEC report to NPA, to the Director of Public Prosecutions National.
Yeah. If so, why didn't you refer Patricia Mashale matter to crime intelligence instead of IGI? The Patricia matter, which he wrote a letter. We have your submission here. Yes.
On various occasions, when Patricia would write whatever she writes on whatever platform, she included intelligence most of the time. This about intelligence, that about intelligence. And I thought it fit that I should ask the person who is Inspector General on Intelligence to look into the matter.
But earlier, Minister, you said when I asked you that, do you understand the role of crime intelligence? You said yes. And I asked you about the role of the Inspector General. You say yes.
Yes.
But you took the matter of Patricia to a wrong agent.
Not Patricia Delil, Honorable Member.
I mean, Patricia Mashale.
May you please correct it.
Not really.
And apologize to...
Not really, Honorable
Honorable
Member.
Skosana, may you please apologize to...
Yeah, no, I apologize for mentioning Patricia Delil Is Patricia Mashale?
No, not really, Honourable Member. On a serious note, Skosana, I saw nothing wrong in saying to the Inspector General of Intelligence, can you look at this person, because she often writes on matters of intelligence. I just want to know who she is, because I'd never come across her and so on. I needed to know. And he didn't say it doesn't fall within my scope or whatever. He did what I requested him to do.
Yeah, but as I said, it doesn't matter, Minister, even if he has done that. But it was referred to a wrong person. And Patricia Mashile is not an expert of intelligence. Do you agree on that?
No. I didn't want the IGI to write on her expertise. I just wanted to know, who is this person?
Now, is it true that Sisoka took that case docket of iPad to IDEC? Are you aware of that? Have you ever heard about that?
That what happened?
Yes, that Sisoka took the case dockets from iPad to IDEC. Are you aware of that case?
Patricia Mashale.
No, Sisoka. I'm talking about Sisoka now.
Soka matters?
Yes.
Well, I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
Yeah, I've never come across anything that I read that pertains to that from her.
Let's come to your chief of staff. How long do you know Mr. Nkabinde?
I know him from...
Just a moment. Are you in the same frequency?
No, I am. I'm done. I'm done with that, because if he doesn't answer...
You say Sisoka.
Yes, I said Sisoka, yes.
And then he says soccer matters.
No, I didn't say soccer matters. I heard you say. Chief of Staff, as I ask you about your Chief of Staff, how long do you know Mr. Nkabinde?
I know him from 2017.
Is he a member of the African National Congress?
Well, I don't know.
Are you sure that you don't know about that?
I'm sure. I don't know, just like I'm not sure whether you're a member of MKP yourself.
Oh, okay. So I should not be sure that you are a member of the ANC yourself?
Yes, because I haven't shown you my card.
No, I can show you my card as well.
Then I will know.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, is it true that you first met Nkabinde? Because my colleague asked about this thing. And I think it was the issue of Robert McBride. Is it true that the first time you met him, he was accompanied by Robert McBride? Can you confirm that?
Yes, I confirm that. I don't know who was accompanying who, but it was two of them that came to my home after I had written a letter to IPIT at National.
What was the purpose of the visit?
It was to discuss my complaint.
At your house? At your house?
Yes, at Mbangil.
Is it true that you were implicated in a murder case which involved one of your bodyguards that IPAD were investigating?
No, IPAD was not investigating that matter. You and I would know that they only deal with complaints on police behavior, so they were not investigating that. I had written this letter complaining to them about an investigation that I had picked up were being conducted by the Hawks on a case that had been dealt with over some time and got closed when the provincial director of public prosecution had applied their mind on.
Okay.
So then I heard that there's an investigation on the same matter taking a different form, I got worried because it would get you worried the way it was put. And therefore, I wrote this letter to say, let's be transparent. Let them be transparent. If there's anything, let them put it here, not the way it was happening. Then I wrote the letter. Then they came to address the letter. That is how we met.
So was that appropriate for them to come to your house, Robert McBride and him? Was that appropriate to discuss that matter with you at your house?
Well, in what context are you saying? Was it appropriate?
No. I can't answer for you, Minister. I'm just asking, was it appropriate for you to have that matter discussed with you at your house if you were concerned? Because we have institutions when we are not happy, like every citizen, because we are all equal before the law. That if there's a matter that I can really do like what you did.
I wrote this letter. They responded, and they said, we will meet at your house on such and such a day.
I would want to just get a clarity of the minister. Is it a practice that when people have returned to IPIT take cars and goes to people's houses that have complained to the IPIT? Is that a practice? I mean, I'm hearing you say they said they are coming to your house and all of that. In line with what he said, we're all equal before the law. Is it a practice that when you complain to IPIT, they drive to your house to come and ask you about your complaint, or they invite you to the offices to come and take the matters forward, as it were, Minister?
I would say, as a response, they are the ones who are best placed to answer that question, because I might respond in a particular way and be wrong and say it is not their practice, only to find that they have examples where they would have done that. Or I would say it's not the practice, it was only an exception with me. And they would say, no, but we've done the same. So I would want to play it safe and say we rather direct the question to them in terms of their own practice.
So it's correct to say the Minister of Police doesn't know how IPIT operates?
On this particular issue, I haven't looked at their matter, but not to say the minister doesn't know how IPIT operates.
Minister, you're sitting there. People want to know. We're talking to a minister. Part of your responsibility when you're sitting there is to educate society. We're asking about the practice of IPIT. Take the opportunity as a minister of police to educate people about how IPIT operate. You can't say it becomes subjective all of a sudden because somehow you're involved. I'm asking about general practice so we can be able to distinguish between what happened to you and what happens to the rest of us.
Now, I am saying in response, the best people to answer that question is them. Now, this particular specific matter, because I haven't checked it with them.
Thank you so much. We can allocate extra time later if you still want to pursue the matter. We must go back to Honorable Skosana because his time is no more.
No, not yet. I'm watching the time. I'm watching the time. I know I'm not a timekeeper, but I'm watching. Thank you, Chair. The following up question on that, Minister. Pala was classified, but it looks like you are saying the IPIT. How was Pala classified?
I don't know. It was classified by IPIT. The only time I got to know that it was classified was when one of the members of Parliament asked me a question, whether it is classified. I can't remember the actual question. And then I went to IPIT to say, can you brief me about this matter, advise me about the response here? And they said, no, Minister. This was classified by us for the following reasons. They outlined the reasons. And then I answered accordingly. It was not classified by Minister. And I see out there's a wrong impression that Minister Mkhwanazi classified IPIT. There can't be any matter far from the truth than that one. This was classified by IPIT, and as per their competence, minister can't classify, doesn't have power to do so.
Now, the last part, two quick questions to you, and my last remark will be, did you receive any email from Honorable Adams complaining about a possible interference of SAPS, Western Cape, GP provincial commissioners on the cases that were registered on the 29th and the 31st of October 2024, respectively? And did you receive a response letter from the National Commissioner about Mr. Adams' complaint early in November 2024?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Now, let me put this to you, Minister. That we have interfered with the prescript of the law by getting involved in the structural design of the South African Police Service by undermining 207(2) and 4 of the Constitution and Section 11 and Section 12 of SAPS Act, which empowers both the national and the provincial commissioner to manage and control the police service. Do you agree?
I don't agree because...
so you see nothing wrong which you have done on this matter?
Provided we are one in what you understand me to have done, and I need to explain it. We received, not even myself personally, but it was received by my office through Chief of Staff. And I then said, well, if it's like that, send, which we normally do, send that letter to National Commissioner. And he sent the letter to the National Commissioner who responded. But then there was another letter which was expressing his frustration, if I could call it that, about some matters he had complained about and wanting somebody else to look at his matters. And that letter was sent to IDAC. That's the only thing that happened.
My last one, Chair, is that what you told us earlier. You said that Mkhwanazi WhatsApp request is not part of the SAPS governance structure. Hence, you didn't convene a meeting, but you convened a meeting between General Mkhwanazi and Sibia in June 2025 at your official residence. Now, the minister called a meeting between Sibia, Mkhwanazi, and Masemula. You remember that? That you called that meeting,
yes.
As you said.
Yes.
What happened during that meeting? And what was the main agenda from that meeting?
So I first held the meeting between National Commissioner and that is General Masemula and General Sibia, and said if there are matters that are unresolved between them and therefore require to be discussed, let's discuss them, because those matters, whatever they are beginning to interfere with work that we are all here to do, including them. And there was a discussion. Sibia outlined his concerns or his issues. National Commissioner responded in basically saying, look, I understand what you are saying. I don't have any intention to have any problems with anyone. And let us take it that whatever you were concerned about, is now resolved between you and me. That's how the meeting ended. Now,
thank you so much. We will come back at 16 hours.
16 hours.
45 minutes.
I'm going out for a break.
Mamela mntasekhaya andizobuza nempilo. Mamela le application yakho ne ndicela ubakhuphe o-chairperson nokhumbaca because akho nto mosedibanisa bona esakhe no bebekula application yokuqala. So ngoku into abantu endifuna ubabona ngabe batshintshayo only ucheti noma kubela ne and then ubonise into yabo ngoba uyenze i-travel for bona accommodation utsho yeyabo leya imali ethile then ke ngoku ubhale ne-SNT zabo and then include ke ngoku laa venue uyifunayo la external venue ye-300,000 kungabikho nento ebonisa ulanti kwi-chairperson nokhumbaca kule nto ukwenzela uba kungazobakho confusion yabo. Yeah, okay, yeah. Utata uxhasa nguye uba awu inkosikazi yami. I think wenza kakuhle because abo bantu bathatha imali uqalele problem ininzi xa bebuya uyabona ongenayo nesa yeah and now kukhona abanye abathatha i-50 ndibabuzile ndathi nizawukhona but hayi sizayibuyisa that I go find nasesendibuza nje ke kuba ke umuntu ngenye ixesha funeka umbuzile otherwise akhona. Yeah, okay, sure ke. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Simon.
Yes, now goes on the laptop. Yeah. Okay.
Very serious. Oh, okay.
I see you calling right, but this is
talking to me.
No, this is not working.
I am very serious.
What is it?
I could move next week. I am serious. I'm very serious. I have made that consideration, but I am serious about it.
Okay, is that for the Tuesday meeting?
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
I'll send them email.
Thanks a lot.
No problem, we'll send it tomorrow.
To lead such a complex environment as wood like water, you need a educational background. I'll make an example if maybe I was clueless. During 2023, there was a cholera outbreak and Hammaskral was declared. Mwate was almost declared. So having engagement with those who were taking decisions that no, there's cholera in Mwate. If I didn't have an educational background, Mwate was supposed to be one of those institutions that was declared that there's cholera in our water, because there were reports that they have detected cholera in our system. But you need to argue with someone. Remember, in science, you need to convince someone, or someone must convince you that whatever they are saying we have is there. So the educational background personally did assist me, and it also assisted the institution, because cholera was not declared in our municipality.
Honorable members, we must resume. Thank you so much once again. I must announce here that we have been joined by Honorable Masina, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, playing oversight on trade and industry. Honorable members might have noticed in the morning we were also visited by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriations, Honorable Maimane. Honorable Tambo and Honorable Ndamase were also here. Honorable Shongwe, I have also seen Honorable Mtaung, who came here during the earlier half of the day. We are going to proceed this way now, or maybe let me just make this further announcements that we have granted Honorable Cameron permission to leave due to a pressing matter. And one of your colleagues, senior counsel, Advocate Lerato Zikalal, we have also released to finalize matters with General Becky Kele, who is joining us on Thursday. Honorable Sauls is going to be released later. And Honorable Mngwango has also requested to engage with the Honorable Minister tonight because he has other parliamentary commitments tomorrow. So we are going to have a bit longer day, but we will be reasonable so that we don't go until midnight. I saw your hand is up, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to do that to whoever is going to speak now. When I went outside, now as I'm coming from outside, I just checked, when the minister, my question which I've asked, that who classified the Pala report? I got the answer and I knew the answer. The minister said that in Parliament that it was classified by him. And the Hansard will provide that to you. I thank you, Chair.
Yeah. It is not a matter for now. Just keep it on your sleeve. At the right time, you can put it on the table. Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Klopper, can I get your signal? Who is starting? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. And good afternoon, Honourable Minister. So, Mr. Mkhwanazi, I'm really struggling to understand what all this fuss is about. None of this information is new. I put this to General Masemola as well. None of this is new. We've all known about corruption in the police for years, 10 years, more, 14, 15 years. We know the police are corrupt, largely. We know they're very good policemen who go to work every day and do their very best. And we're very grateful for them. But we know that there's rife corruption in the police. Everyone knows. So this is nothing new. And the things mentioned by General Mkhwanazi at his press conference, while they're deeply concerning, are also nothing new. He packaged them in one afternoon, but they're nothing new. We've known all of that information has been around for ages. So what is this fuss about? Why the press conference? Why all of this? Can you tell me?
That's, thank you very much. That's exactly one of the intriguing questions that we have to grapple with, both internally in SAPS, but also in Parliament in general, in the whole public. That there are things that are refusing or resisting to change. For instance, there is a perception out there, I don't want to lie, that SAPS is corrupt. There is corruption in SAPS. That is persisting. There's corruption in SAPS. The perception that says crime is not under control. And I've always said, yes, crime may not be under control or is not under control, neither is it out of control. But there's a concern there. running general. And I did, in my interactions with police, say there are the character of crime in the country is also featuring certain specific geographical areas in each province, known people or groupings of people, as an ongoing characterization of criminality in South Africa. And that I'm worried about that, and I don't think that we can't overcome that. But I would say it in response directly. On the side of crime and corruption, maybe pointed at, but within SAPS, let us wait until this ad hoc committee finishes its work or completes its work, until Nhlanhla also completes their work, to have a full spectrum or a fuller spectrum of the extent of what we see now in reality. And I believe that we'll see a particular extent, and we'll then be able to say, let's then apply our mind to say, what do we do with all of this in terms of extent and depth? But it's a concern. It's concerning. There's hardly a day you hear when there's hardly a day that passes without you hearing of this corruption or not corruption, that omission or not, and so on. So if you are sharing a concern with me, I'm sharing also, I'm saying that I share that concern. And at some point, maybe this time around, we need to bring or minimize these concerns substantially. Otherwise, it can't be a permanent perception and a permanent feature that people have these problems and concerns around South African Police Service.
Thank you, Minister. Well, you see, that's part of the problem. Part of what I'm asking you is really, why now? We've known about this for more than 10 years. I've known about it, you've known about it, everybody in this room has known about it. And the only people who don't know about it are people who clearly live under a rock. And so it can't be the job of South Africans, it can't be the job of this committee, it can't be the job of the Nhlanhla Commission to tell you, and in fairness, you're a new appointment, but you're the minister, you must take the heat, to tell you and the senior management of the South African police how to deal with crime or what the problems are. Why don't you know it? Why does your management not know it? Why is there no discipline in the South African Police Service? Why is crime intelligence such an inordinate, absolute mess? And why hasn't it been fixed? We wouldn't be here if this had been addressed when it should have been addressed. And why hasn't it been? That's really my question.
Well, I believe that everything has its own time. Maybe we must agree as a country that it is time we all set about correcting the wrongs, because the problem with asking an open question like that is that not only are we adults here, but we are leadership of the country, or part of leadership of the country. If people get to know that we are asking what they are asking, they will lose confidence in us, and we shouldn't make it easy, and we should make it possible for people to lose confidence in us. This is Parliament, and there are other institutions. We may seemingly look like we are fighting here because there are questions and answers, but I want to believe that above it all, in the upper part of our brains, all of us here, we're concerned about our country. We want these wrongs to be corrected in a manner that is correct, so that at the end of the day, we have South African police that all of us are proud of. All of us are proud of, and I believe that it is possible. It can be done. We just need inner resolve. We need to do things differently. And I believe that part of what I tried to do up until getting to leave, we were trying to grapple with some of the root causes and the root problems in SAPS instead of just accepting what is there. We set ourselves a target to say, let's change this. This is changeable. For instance, even though, crimes like are being perpetuated in the 4 provinces are in part a reflection of the problems that the country is undergoing via suppressed economic growth or slow economic growth, and therefore people turning this and that. But the majority of the people in South Africa are law-abiding. They are good people, even as unemployed as that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Minister. I've got limited time.
Just a moment, Honorable Breitenbach. If when you speak, on the screen we see there is a tag behind you which is giving you a spirited competition. There is a tag behind you to your left.
Everybody knows what party I'm from. I have no difficulty with the tag behind me. Yeah. If anyone thinks I'm from El Jamar, then they're also living under a rock.
You can proceed. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. And if you are comfortable with it,
I'm very comfortable. Everybody in the whole world knows I'm not from El Jamar, nor will I ever be. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Minister. I have limited time. And so I don't want to enter into a discussion with you. Maybe at another time it would be interesting, but today I want you to answer my questions, please. And I want you to do so concisely.
Okay.
So please listen to the question and answer the question, and only the question. We can have a discussion at another time. I'd be very happy to do that.
Okay.
So I want to know from you why the South African police is in the state it's in. No discipline, no authority, generally speaking. I'm not disputing that there are policemen who do their job. There are. I'm not disputing that the majority of policemen are quite likely good, honest people who go to work every day and do their best. But generally speaking, there's a serious problem with corruption in the police. There's a serious problem with a lack of discipline. There's a serious problem with lack of authority. And crime intelligence can only be described as an unmitigated mess. And I want to know why this hasn't been addressed in the last decade and a bit. I don't want to know about how we all feel. I think we all know how we all feel. And I just want to tell you that if you think most South Africans have got confidence in the South African Police Service, you're wrong. And if you think most South Africans think crime is under control, you're wrong.
Well, I don't have a straight answer why it has been like this for the number of years that you're talking about. What I know and what I'm determined to do is to play my role in what I share in part or wholly with you, that there are concerning matters within SAPS and they need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed soonest without any delay. That I regard as my answer, and that it requires a lot of determination to do that.
What have you done since your appointment to do it?
Pardon?
What have you done since your appointment to achieve that?
Now, the first thing, or part of what we have done, is to insist that this is an organization, and it has the trust among the people in terms of its responsibility, whether it is performed or not. But people look at it as a solution to a lot of their problems on crime. And two of the things that I believe stand out in what we've done, we felt that SAPS require a kind of a workshop that we held so that we can look at some of the conditions of work, because if people are frustrated, if people are not answered, are not responded to on this and that, they won't be happy and they won't perform. We did that. And my impression was that people recognize that and they are prepared to pick up right from the systems at police stations to other things that would make them enjoy their work while they are at work in all manner of things. We then called the summit to endorse that, and we've begun to implement that since we got appointed. We have gone to districts with an insistence that a police station must be regarded as something very important. And we were on our way to doing so, because my sense was that we don't have a high regard in terms of the value of a police station, other than just generalizing.
You're starting to have a discussion again. Please stick to the question.
Pardon?
You're starting to have a discussion again. Please stick to the question. And
Yes.
when you refer to we, are you referring to yourself? Are you using the royal we? Or
Yes.
is it just you?
Yes, I'm referring to us as ministry and top management.
I see. Okay.
So those are some of the things that we've started doing and emphasizing. That let's do the work, let's make sure that all the units are able to do their work, and then we restructure. We're in the process of restructure. I was quite happy with the outcome of our engagement. Like I said, the creation of a new division, like I said, the implementation of the new structure was promising to me, because those were practical things that you realize, if implemented, would be able to deal with some of the problems that we have. Because at the center of everything is when people feel safer and safer, instead of them feeling more and more vulnerable, which I believe was the trend that we needed to cut.
You said earlier today that you have the telephone number of Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi on your telephone.
That I have the cell phone number, yes.
Why?
It's because I've known him from 2017, and I've been using that number.
Why have you known him since 2017? And what do you use the number for?
Why didn't I?
Why have you known him since 2017, and what do you use the number for?
No, we're just talking...
About what?
Look, let me explain Brown Mkhwanazi. To me, there are more and more things that are coming out that I didn't know about Brown Mkhwanazi. I knew him just like I got to know you. Nothing else. Just know you as a member of parliament. Then we go on. And then in the course of time, especially recently, I got to know things that I never got to know when there were no current problems. And which then put that question to say, so why would Brown say he's at Lusisi with me and create that impression when it's not? Why would he take a posture that whatever he says to other third parties, it is because he has had a discussion with me and so on?
Minister, that's not what I asked you. You must please listen more carefully to the questions, and then we'll get done so much more quickly. I asked, what do you talk to him about? Why do you need to use his cell phone number? Not about what he says about you. I'm not interested in what he says about you.
That is part of my answer. That's part of my answer. But I can go on to say we speak about ANC-related matters with him. But I know he likes throwing a lot of other things that have nothing to do with the ANC. That's when I normally don't answer him, or all the time don't answer him.
Okay. And you communicate with him on Signal, you said, amongst other things. WhatsApp and Signal.
That I do what?
You communicate with him on WhatsApp and Signal, you said.
Yes, because he said he has it and I have it.
Yes. So normally people communicate on Signal when they want to be sure that nobody else can read their correspondence. So what are you talking to him about that you're trying to hide?
Same matters, there's nothing more.
So this issue between General Mkhwanazi and yourself and Masemola and Sibiya, this is just a factional battle in the South African Police Service. Is that what we must accept? It's a battle for power. The head of the Hawks position is becoming available, or is available. Masemola is due to retire soon. Is this a factional battle? Have we been called here to sit here for days and hours on end to deal with a factional battle in the South African police?
Well, what has happened, which I know, is that when I issued directives, my view is that General Mkhwanazi took a personal stand against what I did for his own reasons. That's why, among other things, even when General Kumal and others got arrested, Chief of Staff told me that he sent a message that gloves are off. As far as I'm concerned, the earlier response to what I'd done was personal, very, very personal. He took matters personal rather than as a police officer who would then engage openly. That's why there would be things like if he's clean and so on and all of those things. And when General Kumalo gets arrested, he then say, Chief of Staff must inform me that that gloves are off. Now, so in my view, all that has happened, the trigger on these matters that we find ourselves on here, the trigger is the directives. That's the first trigger. The second trigger is the arrest, where General Mkhwanazi kind of take a personal posture into matters of subs, which are not necessarily his personal, is part of that.
Yes, of course, he's got a job to do. Do you think that you are entitled, in terms of the prevailing legislation, to give the directive that you gave? Do you think that as minister you have that authority? Or do you think that you've overstepped the mark?
I have not exceeded the mark. I would not have done that if I ever thought that I would be operating or maybe operating outside legislation. I have never done so in the past. All my portfolios that I got deployed to.
It's fine, you've answered the question.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you discuss issuing this directive with Advocate Pikoli?
Yes, I did discuss with him. I didn't discuss him that I intend to. I said, here is the letter. This is what is contained here. Please comment. And he did comment, and then I proceeded.
What was his comment?
Well, his response was to correct certain matters. I can't remember this and that, but generally, part of the comment was that you are within the law, you are within the Constitution. It did make that comment.
Fine. Now, General Masemola has taken exception to your directive. He ostensibly gives effect to it, but in fact, as you call it, the National Political Killings Task Team is still functioning, according to General Masemola. So he has, in fact, disobeyed you.
I can't get your question clearly.
General Masemola says that, A, he thinks that you can't give him this directive.
Oh, yes.
But he regards you as his boss, which I find horrific. And he will give effect to your instructions, but he has not done so. The task team has not been closed down. So what are you going to do about that?
Well, that took me aback. I was taken aback when National Commissioner spoke like that, because it means that it would have meant that, or it meant that on one hand they agreed, on the other he didn't agree. When he sent the letter from his office, or when his office sent the letter on the 3rd, when he made the presentation, when he wrote to me on the 22nd, when he made the presentation or okayed the presentation on the 5th and the 6th, what I understood him to be doing was that we were in agreement that we have to wrap. I had no other hidden side or feeling that, in fact, he was not, were not together on the matter. He had not done that before.
The question, Minister, was what are you going to do about it? This other long story is interesting, but it's inappropriate. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm on leave at the moment.
The country is faced with what they regard as a national crisis. We're sitting here day in and day out, and you're on leave. The minister's on leave, and that's more important.
I didn't impose leave on myself. I am on leave. That is the fact of the matter.
Are you on special leave?
Yes, I'm on special leave. Thank you for that.
I see. So the hopes that we have of getting somewhere with this whole debacle, it's clear that we're not going to get anywhere with it.
That?
We're not going to get anywhere. The police are not going to be fixed. You're on leave. Masamala is on leave. Sabia is on suspension. Everyone's on leave or on holiday or suspended. And nothing's going to happen. And what must we do with all of this? The top structure of South African police are either on leave or in bed.
If I had my way, I wouldn't be on leave. I wouldn't even be here doing what I'm doing. I would be proceeding with the work that we're expected to do in subs so that people feel safer. So once these matters are aside and the President decides on post these commissions, then we are awkward at the moment, and things are not the way they should be, like being on leave and so on. But as I say, my wish is that I was carrying on with the work, implementing the structure and fighting crime.
If we're going to be waiting for the President, Minister, then we all know that we're going to be waiting a very long time. But you talk about people feeling safe. I just want to tell you that this afternoon, there was a mass shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg. 2 people are dead, and many children were injured, some of them critically. Nobody feels safe. And how does that make you feel?
It's a sad matter to get those news. And in police in South Africa, together with ministry, I know that you grapple with issues on your conscience that had you done this, possibly this would not have happened. And it haunts you all the time. And therefore, I feel sorry and sad for what you are putting across. But the main thing is the sooner we get over this, the better. And there are more other ugly incidents that have happened as well. And all of them, those that are said, we feel they are a letdown to the country.
Let me tell you what I think the problem is with the police, Minister, and then you can comment on it. When General Masemola was here, he is the only general in the South African Police Service. Everybody else is a Major General, Lieutenant General. He's the only general in the South African Police Service. He's the head of the South African Police Service. He walked out of the room we were sitting in at the Good Hope Chamber to go and chat to some of the police who were sitting around there. I don't know what they were doing. There seemed to be an inordinate amount of police sitting around not knowing what they're doing while everyone is here. He walked over to a group of policemen. I'm not sure what their ranks were, but they certainly weren't anything close to his. One was draped across a chair. One was sitting on the table. One was leaning against the wall. And when the only general in the South African police approached them, not one of them even stood up straight, let alone came to attention. Now, what do you make of that lack of discipline, lack of authority? There was no reaction from General Masemola. He accepted their disrespect without even batting an eyelid.
Well, I listened to you when you were speaking to him about who is the boss and all of that. But what I felt was that there's no inclusion of boss in the constitution and all of that in the legislation, in the legislative framework. But this is to say, General Masimula is the only general, as you say. I agree with that. And he has authority. And that authority is there to be exercised, well, with the assistance of others, including ministry and so on. I believe that there's a lot to do to improve performance, quite a lot, and it can be done. Because if it is not done, if this is the climax, if this is the best and this is the only thing, then it would mean that we do have a problem, or South Africa does have a problem. So there's room, from where I sit, to do quite a lot of improvements. And we have pointed some of those out to General Masimula.
You mentioned, it may have been yesterday, all these days morph into one, it feels like a lifetime, about a particular clip on the tape that you referred to that demonstrated that you were in fact threatened. Now, you haven't been able to produce that. Why not?
No, I have explained. You may take, you may not take the explanation. General Mkhwanazi had a conversation with Chief of Staff on the 2nd of January. And one of the things they spoke about was to say that if minister is clean while he was premier and so on, so he can go on with the directives.
I know what he said. I want to know why you can't identify where it is on the tape so that we can hear it.
No, at that time, he had not started recording. He only started when they continued with the conversation in other days, like on the 3rd, on the 4th, and on the 5th, but not on the 2nd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
There is something that you must clarify, Honourable Minister, because you now say that at the time the recording happened, the part that the Honourable Member Breitenbach is asking you about was not recorded. And on Friday, you made us to play that record and say on the record there is a part that you want us to hear. Which statement do we take? Do we go back to our statement that the extract that you wanted us to hear is not there? Can we just bury it like that to say the extract that you wanted us to hear is not there, so that we stop making reference to this evidence which has not appeared before us? Can we just bury it that way?
Yeah, it is not there.
Thank you so much. Honourable Nomvalo.
No, just a follow-up question, Chair, on that question that we have just asked. When did the minister learn that it's not there? When did he learn that the part that we advised him to bring today is not there? Did you learn after you made a promise to the committee that you will bring it? And if you learned after, does that mean you were misled? You were made to understand that it is there?
I only got to know that it is not there after. Now, whether you were misled or not...
No, Minister, let's leave it there. The extract in question, if there was an intention that it must form part of the documents presented or the materials presented before the committee, unfortunately, it cannot be because it is not available. And in this way, I think, like, it's your statement that let's bury the matter. that evidence is not before the committee. Is that adequate?
Chair, I would say now it is adequate and it will come. Somebody will ask a question and I'll need to explain, as I did last time, that that evidence is not there except in reference.
Thank you.
That's
sir.
all.
Yeah. I see Honorable Malema, Honorable Sangweni, do you still want to speak? Let me take Honorable Malema and then you will be the last Honorable Sangweni.
No, Chair. We have to close it properly if you are saying we're going to close this part. The minister either must accept that he was misleading the House or he honestly thought that thing was there. That's why he committed that in the next, I'm the one who said, in the next meeting, just come with that part. And he said, no problem, we'll come with it. But how do you say you will come with the part you never had? Because he was making us to play something he never had. So had we not insisted on that part being brought, this House would have been misled. Either he was doing it deliberately, and if he was not doing it deliberately, he has to apologize to the people of South Africa, who said in anticipation that a minister who has taken an oath, and even not just an oath, also took an oath in this House to tell nothing else but the truth. If he made a mistake, he must say to the people of South Africa, I apologize, I made an error of judgment, it's not there, this issue is not there. Unless he was deliberately misleading us. But if you have made an honest mistake, you have to apologize. And I insist that he has to apologize if he made an honest mistake. People have left what they were doing, waiting to come and hear a part where a general is threatening a minister. That's not a serious, it's not a simple allegation to be made and just leave it like that. That allegation was made. Now there is an acceptance. There is no evidence to that effect. I was actually misled, and I therefore apologize. That is what we insist on, Honorable Chair, for this matter to be closed.
Thank you, Honorable Sangweni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think mine was going to be to seek clarity from the Minister on what is not there. So is it the recording that the Minister says is not there, or is it the threat that the Minister says is not there? And Chair, I'm asking this because I don't want us to leave here with an impression that the Minister has withdrawn his testimony that General Mkhwanazi threatened him, if that is not what the Minister is doing. So if we can just separate the two things. And then secondly, I also want us to be consistent, Chair. There's a lot of things that people came here and they have said, and we did not demand evidence of it in recordings or any other format. Now, the unfortunate part is that the Minister volunteered a recording, which is now the issue. We've been listening to people talking about Tupac songs and sending this and sending that, and we never demanded recordings of those issues. So I want us to be fair to the Minister. Now, if we can get clarity that is the Minister withdrawing his testimony that he was threatened by General Mkhwanazi, which is different from the recording, is not there. And that's a different matter that I think we can close. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
No, Chair. Partially, I disagree, Chair. I think, Chair, borrowing from the words of Ubabu General Usbeya, ukuthi Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into angayazi, is the chance ukuthi uMinister ukhuluma into angayazi makathi kukhona i-voice note. And when you say kukhona i-voice note, ukhuluma ngento elalelile wayizwa ukuthi ngiyizwile i-voice note. So I don't think it will be acceptable game for Minister to say, I withdraw, I wasn't sure ukuthi ikhona or ayikho. He must speak into iqiniso la ukuthi ubeyizwile yini or ukhuluma into engekho ayicabangile. And number two, what does it say ngecredit yakababa uNkabindo? What if uNkabindo umtafulile umshayashayile lapho, Chair? So I think asingayenzi belula, Chair, and sisebenze ngo-withdraw, I withdraw that. No. Akavuma ukuthi ngiqamba amanga la. Chair, what's the right word for amanga, parliamentary word? for
what?
lying, misleading.
Inaccurate.
The accurate word for parliamentary word?
Inaccurate.
Or ayingeni kule sentence. But Chair, just that one, ukuthi uMinister must be on record saying bengikhuluma into engekho. Because if uthi khona record, uyalazi ulizwile, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
On a point of
Honorable
order,
Mwale.
Chair. We're not asking you questions. We're sitting on the topic you are talking about. And the topic is the recording. It's not whether the minister is withdrawing the threat or not. So once you are on this point of recording and then you say, you minister must, you're introducing a new subject. We are saying minister committed to bring a recording. Minister didn't commit to bring whether he's being threatened or not. He promised to bring a recording and the recording is not there. That's what that's what Honorable Dlinis was asking about, and that's what we're following up on the recording.
No, let me remind you, honorable members, this is what happened on Friday. When the recording was played, the Honorable Minister placed a statement that there is a part that is missing in the recording. And so he would have wanted us to hear that part. And so the minister made a commitment that the part will be made available. And when we resumed this morning, we gave a report that we have made a follow-up through our secretariat with the minister and his team. And the extract that he himself would have wanted us to hear is not there on that recording. And during the proceedings, the minister have admitted that that part is not there. And that is why my view is that we must desist from asking him questions on that evidence because we will not get it. It is not there. He has confirmed before this committee. And the part that Honorable Member Malema is saying is that, Honorable Minister, because you made a commitment, you might have made an honest mistake that you committed to bring that extract, hoping that you will have it readily available. And it's not something that you can be crucified for. If that thing is not available, you just say, look, I was under impression that it is available, and it is not available, and for that I want to apologize. Then we bury the matter. You don't appear before this committee as a suspect. You appear before this committee as a citizen who will help us to deal with whatever difficulties we are facing in the South African police services. And I think that is how we should proceed. If that extract is not available and you honestly believe that it will be there, it is not there. Where I come from, Baro Posho, it's a Mayala, you know, when you operate a machine, you may end up making a mistake because the machine is not a human being. Once you press on, the machine will run. It will not say to you, but you want me to make a mistake.
Point of order, Chair. Kahle, Chair. Please, Chair, siyacela. Mo tswang teng, ba o botsa straight or ntho e bolelang a eyo. Minister Uitse, ikhona a voice note. There's a part I want you to hear which I don't get now. If it was a song, you would say this song iqala la khona la imnandi khona ishangithole that part. He said it that way, sir. He didn't say, I'm not sure whether it was a voice note or they told me. Said in this voice note, there's a part I want you to hear. So, and Chair, again, under oath, he said that, under oath. It's not a soft thing that you can just downplay as if, no, here, you're not coming as a victim or suspect or what. Chair, whatever he says here is under oath. The Chair, South Africans alalela eksila amanunu abono ubaba ubheka icela South Africans, so let's not downplay it, Chair. Uthe ubaba ikhona sicela leyo voice note or asitshela ukuthi kanqamba manga sidlule, simple as that.
Honorable Skhosana.
Ngikuthokoze mgcini isihlalo. Ngibawa ukuthi nami ngifake lami lokuthi ungqongqotshe uye watsho ukuthi kunento nasiya ngaphakathi inunu le ebefanele silalele mara into le ingaphela lula njengoba umlingani ayithomile ngapha honorable Malema he ask a simple question ukuthi indaba le ayikwazi ukuthi ingafelela angakavuma ukuthi bekaleya mhlambe bekaSmith axolise ngokomthetho ngoba is under oath as I said earlier ukuthi akhumbule ukuthi u-under oath mara singaphumi la singanagama elazekela ukuthi uyasararanisa nje asazi ukuthi sikuphi akafuna ukuvuma mara ke ukuxolisa ngicabanga ukuthi kungaba into ekarako ingasikari into leyo ukuthi uthi Mathela Bambalala ngiyabawa ukuthi ngenza iphoso kukuleya indaba yokuthi into le ikhona yokuthi ngithuselwe ngoba indaba yokuthuselwa silalele sonke la ayikho.
Yeah, no, honorable member.
Ngiyathokoza.
We may be saying one thing in many ways. It's for the minister. You know, the request that has been made by the honorable member is for the minister to say if he made an honest mistake or he has not made a mistake. It's not a matter for us to debate. If he made a mistake, he will say it here to say, look, that was a mistake. I apologize. Or it was not a mistake. It's just that I can't find the evidence, but I have it, and I won't apologize for that. So let's give him a chance so that we deal with the matter once and for all. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I believe I made an honest mistake. I was under the impression that that part that I spoke about was actually there, and it was part of what was sent here. Then I make follow-up after making an undertaking, and it becomes clear that no, recording had not started when this part was discussed among them. And therefore, I made that mistake and I apologize.
Thank you so much. That is acceptable, Minister, and there is nothing that will take any quality away from you. Thank you so much.
You haven't addressed my question.
Oh, yes.
The question that
And
I had
the
put,
second question that
yes.
you
I understand the
raised,
mistake
Honorable
about the
Member.
recording, Chair.
Yeah, let
right?
me allow you to restate it.
Thank you. I understand the mistake about the recording, which I think the apology from the minister is accepted. But I just want to confirm whether the minister is therefore withdrawing the fact that there were threats that were made to him.
On a point of order, Chair. On a
That's
point
my
of order.
question. Why would there be a point
No,
of order?
on a
my
point of
question?
order.
No, it's fine. Let's
Chair,
take the point
Chair,
of order.
we are taking rotation here. The ANC will have its own chance. All of us, we spoke on a point that was raised by honorable member. As a follow-up, or we're seeking clarity on that point, which was raised during the DA's 10. It's still the DA's 10. So when you now leave the DA's question and come up with something else, you are allocating ANC an extra time on this question. They are still going to have a chance to ask questions.
No, I'm going back to the DA.
No, Chair, but Honorable Malema is out of order. He's been seeking clarity. I'm seeking clarity.
Honorable
On the same matter.
Honorable Sangun, let's do it this way. You have asked a question, isn't it? And we must give the minister a chance to respond to the question. That point of order, honorable member, is not sustained. Minister, did you hear the question? The two questions are based on the recording.
Very clear.
Yeah, the first question you answered, you apologize, that is accepted. And then the second question is whether you withdraw the statement that there were threats.
No, what I'm withdrawing is that I have not been able to provide the recording, but the threat,
no,
the threat remains.
Okay.
As told to me by Chief of Staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Klopper, let me start by apologizing to you for the delays, and I just hope that it has not affected your chain of thought. Can you take a deep breath, and I see that you are ready to.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I'm not affected at all. Honourable Minister. Minister, my time is also quite short, so I will ask questions if you can answer as short as possible without hampering yourself. Minister, in December, specifically the 31st, I want to know, did you have any contact, direct or indirect, via staff or via any other person, via any platform, call or messages with Brown Mkhwanazi? That's the 31st of December, 2024.
On the 31st of December. Now, on the 31st of December, to the best of my recollection, I didn't speak to Brown Mkhwanazi on that day, on anything. It may be I forget, but especially me phoning him, I don't remember at all.
Thank you. The evidence that was put in this committee this morning, there were photos flighted on the screen of messages. And in those messages, between the messages, they showed two calls. And if I recall properly, it was between 10 and 11 on the 31st. Did you not see that?
That's what I was asking to see, and I didn't see. Messages on the 31st.
Not messages, it was two calls.
Yes, those two calls.
All right, it showed an incoming call, if I saw it correctly.
Coming to me.
Yes, so you're saying you don't recall these calls and you didn't have any conversations with Brown Mkhwanazi on that day?
Not that I recall, but if there's a record like that, I'll need to check and satisfy myself that it is there. But I don't recall calling him on anything on the 31st or him calling me on anything.
Right, Chairperson. What I noticed this morning that there was calls made. As I said, there were two calls that I could recall, but you are saying you don't recall them, so obviously you won't recall any conversation that you had with him, and you have said you have no to your recollection any calls with Brown Mkhwanazi. I would just like to find out, Minister, then, in your office, who had the authority to share any non-public, to share information of ministerial decisions or diaries with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi? If you can give their name, surname, title, who had that permission?
Could I get the question?
I asked, is anybody in your office authorized to share any ministerial decisions or your diary with Mr. Brown? If they are, they're just their names and their details, please.
Not that I know. I don't know anybody who shares either ministerial or departmental information with Brian Mkhwanazi.
How do you believe then Brown Mkhwanazi was able to message Vusi Nhlanhla about the dockets directed to Sibia the very next day? And again, following the evidence that was laid in this commission today, there was a call between you and Mr. Brown on the 31st. How did he get the information then?
Which one?
Of the disbandment and the messages that went to Sibia or to Nhlanhla, saying that the dockets are on their way to Sibia.
It would be Brown Mkhwanazi himself who would be able to tell it all, to say, how did he get to know? And I'm quite worried about that, how
or having the South African citizens must believe that someone was able to predict the time and the content of your directive just by coincidence, as what you say at the moment.
What's your question now?
Are you putting it to the House at this point, far as your knowledge is pertained, that someone in the private sector was able to predict the timing and content of your directive by coincidence?
If I hear you well, my directive went to Chief of Staff and to Special Advisor and back, and that is how. I don't believe that there was anyone else who was given this by any one of the three of us until it leaked to. But I did say that when I sat down with the Chief of Staff, he did speak about him sending the letter to the PAs of their principals in the management. So I wouldn't know what then actually happened, but what I know is that at the time of writing, correcting, confirmation, I'm pretty sure that there was no one involved at that stage.
Thank you, Minister.
Until after the letter went out.
Thank you, Minister. So either your office, that of the NC, or the PAs leaked this ministerial decision. Maybe South Africa now has a Cleveran comrade. Which reality should this committee accept, Minister?
I'm trying to get your question.
Chairperson, I said either the office of the Minister or the office of the NC or that of the PAs leaked a ministerial decision. Are South Africans expected to accept that they have a clairvoyant comrade? And I'm asking, which reality should this committee accept then, Minister?
No, I would count down or discount the ANC office because it has nothing to do with the letter. And
the NC, not the ANC, the NC, the National Commissioner.
Oh,
sorry, Minister, not ANC.
Oh,
the NC.
Yes, somewhere there was an error or there was a leak somewhere. It would be interesting to find out exactly where.
It would be very interesting. Minister, before anyone closes a task team of this nature, I'm sure that, especially of this magnitude, as it was mandated by the President, I'm sure one applies one's mind very thoroughly. You consider work studies, mandates, financials, spread of dockets and provinces, and whether the structures as named is performing its intended function, which I'm sure you did extensively. Am I correct?
Yes.
Minister, you referred to the PFMA saying that it had no budget of its own and no valid funding authority post-2022. It is one of the reasons that prompted you to disband it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It went further on the 17th of October.
Correct that you wouldn't, in my view, go on like that, keep a structure with all its expenses.
Correct.
Outside the structure and even personnel, not dedicated personnel. You have to take people from where they are ordinarily deployed and you put them here, and then the actual expenses thereof for the kind of work that they were doing, especially after 2023. So I felt that when you observe these things, you could disband or bring the operations elsewhere, because the issue was not to say any other more thing than to say transfer all of this. Time has come, transfer to murder and robbery. The structure is there and everything. And so
You went on further, Minister, on the 17th of October in your testimony, and you continued to say that the department was breaching the PFMI. Is that correct?
yes, that I also looked at that matter to say if you have no assessment that you do to justify the further existence, but you justify funding. In terms of standard operations on projects, it may fall outside those standards, those procedures, and therefore it got me concerned. And I believe that that funding that we continued with would have been would have left a question mark.
Chair, Minister, then every cent that was spent on the task team after 2022 should have then appeared as a regular expenditure in the SIPC audit reports, as the task team was never extended and that the funding was then essentially being approved for something that didn't legally exist. Did I understand you correctly when you said that?
Yes, after 2022.
Correct. So the Auditor General reports of 2022, 23, 23, 24 don't show such entries, as far as what I'm aware, specifically to this task team. So I want to know if it does or does not reflect this irregular expenditure directly, and if not, why not?
No, these matters, if I hear you correctly, were raised by the Auditor General, but not necessarily pointing a finger at the National Political Killings Task Team, but at the department, saying that there are areas that are of concern to the Auditor General.
So, Minister, when the Auditor General flagged these, I mean, because it was substantial amounts that were being approved year per year from 2022 up until present, millions and millions upon millions. Were there no recommendations made on how to mitigate this expenditure? And I ask this specifically because it must have been, you've alluded now that it must have been flagged as irregular expenditure.
Well, after the 31st, I didn't actually specifically deal with these matters with the accounting officer and with the CFO, but I know that CFO, even in 2025, did flag these matters, did write that it's of concern. And I have a feeling that if the Auditor General were to be approached as a recommendation to say, can these matters be probed, I believe that there would be, the findings would be a cause for concern and would relate to what I'm raising.
Chairperson, are you saying that the SAPS did not act on the recommendations then of the Auditor General, just so that I can understand you very clearly? Because you're saying that it was flagged, the CFO did flag it with the Auditor General, there were findings on it, and then for the year of 2022 to 23 to 24 to 25, no remedies were followed, and that this just continued at this mass scale, this massive amounts of money that were being pushed into an entity that you claim were legally dead.
That's exactly a matter of concern, and that is why it may be necessary that as part of what's happening, the Auditor General be requested to focus on these matters to see if there were recommendations and that they were not dealt with, and why were they not dealt with, and get to the bottom of the whole situation.
Minister, then I put it to you that I think it's because of this, then ignoring the Auditor General's recommendations and remedies, that the country is sitting where it is sitting today. Not just with one department, with many departments. Because the Auditor General then is obviously doing their work, they're flagging this, and nothing gets done about it, not immediately. It takes years. And in those years, it's taxpayers' monies that is going to waste. But Minister, I'll move on. You repeatedly said that technically that the extension wasn't applied for. Therefore, it's time to assume that you also can't disband something that doesn't exist. You have now said to me it is legally dead. Then why did you sign a directive on the 31st of December 2024 to ban something that didn't exist?
Yes, to a certain extent, there is that a rhetorical question, or maybe real question, to say, am I disbanding something that is not there? But in reality, it is there, and therefore the directive. But if you look at what I was talking about, the structure, the processes, but particularly the extension, you may as well be dealing with something that has a problem legally speaking. Hence, I'm raising that as one of the reasons for the disbandment.
Minister, you made it quite clear that the entity was legally dead, or the task team, sorry, not the entity, the task team was legally dead. Why didn't you call for an investigation when you wrote the letter of the disbandment? Why wasn't the immediate investigation called? Immediately. And I mean immediately with immediate effect, not like the immediate misunderstanding. That immediately does not mean today. Like when I call a driver and I say, please pick me up immediately and expect it in a month. I mean with immediate effect, Minister. Because you knew that there was a problem, you knew that they were operating, in your own words, from 2022 till currently, not having a mandate to do that because they've never applied for the extension in your words. So they were applying for money, getting money approved to continue operating illegally in your words. Then why not call for an investigation immediately?
The truth of the matter is that I took action. Now, what action is a different matter. I believe that when I circled with those views, among others, that it may be an illegal, it may be illegally operating, and of course it may not be the most prudent way of spending the budget, and that there are people out there that are concerned internally and externally. Let me first take the action. What action? Disband this. I did say at some point, although I didn't complete what I was saying, that in mind, I started developing an idea that after stopping, after disbandment, or should I say, giving that directive to disband, I thought about a kind of inquiry, ministerial inquiry, so that we sit down, we discussed at length all these matters. And processes were continuing as I had sort of thought, although not on time frame, that there would be a discussion at some point, but having stopped this at some point. But things took a different turn because of the press briefing and all those matters leading to now. So there was that thinking that things would move the way they moved. And once you reach a particular point, you then sit down and say, let's then probe all these matters, and the probe must take this particular kind of format. I had that in mind.
Minister, I find it hard to believe that up until the media briefing that took place almost 7 months later, that you didn't have time to call for an investigation into something that you had all the information and applied your mind as you agreed to, that you went through the financials, that you went through the work study, and then up until the media briefing, you didn't have chance to say, let's investigate this. But Minister, I'll pause there.
I did say that I settled down for 3 days, 29, 30, and 31, finalized this, and said, let me do this. Instead of calling for an investigation, let me write directives. Probably you could see that it could have led to the same thing that we are talking about, but I felt, let me do it as and when it was fresh in my mind after settling that it is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Minister. The directive is starting to sound a bit like sporadic theatre just before New Year's Eve, and the PKT was either dead or it was alive. Unfortunately, Minister, not all versions can be true at the same time. And it just brings me to my last point, Chairperson. We had two generals testifying under oath here, giving opposite accounts to the closing of the PKTT. The National Commissioner, Masamola, said he told General Sabia to leave the PKT issue to him and General Kumalu and he would proceed. General Sabia said that he was instructed by the National Commissioner to continue with immediate dismantlement. And we won't get into that word again. I do see the issue faced as your directive created some confusion, leaving all those that were meant to implement it in utter confusion. Minister, you took a unilateral decision, as you said, and you didn't consult anybody on this disbandment, and you wrote the letter yourself. That was your admission. And we know, as we sit here in this committee, and as South Africans are watching on TV, that one of these people are lying, because you cannot have two truths. National Commissioner says Sabia is lying. General Sabia says that the National Commissioner is lying. So we know for a fact someone's lying. I would like to pose to you, Minister, who do you think is lying? Is it the National Commission or the General Sabia?
That who is lying?
Yes, because either everyone had an opposite version of how to execute your directive, the one you issued.
Well, the issue of letters and the discussions about dockets was at a management level. So I wouldn't authoritatively say who is doing what, because I wasn't part of those operational matters myself. And therefore, but yes, truth must be established as to where is the truth and so on. But I'm not in a position to say right now who is truthful, who is not truthful. But I believe that it was not a difficult matter to handle, really, dockets and to speak among themselves, streamline their work and manage the whole process.
Thank you, Minister. I pose to you that two of your top generals, one of them is lying, and you have to understand that that is true, because they gave opposite versions in this House. And I don't know where you align yourself and how you will go forward once you are reinstated. But Minister, good faith doesn't produce opposite facts. And one of your officers are hitting the brakes, and the other officer is hitting accelerator. One thing is for sure, someone is going to crash the truth. Thank you, Minister.
Just one thing, Chair. Where are these? I don't seem to recall these messages that you spoke about at the beginning. And I'm sure I'll make an effort to look at them myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Topper. Honorable members, we are coming back at 5:30. Thank you so much.
While stretching, Chair, a small amendment, if I could be favored with those messages, I really would want to see them. Thank you.
Yeah, when we come back at 5:30, we are taking Honorable Malema and Honorable Mattheys, Honorable Mngango.
You know, to lead such a complex environment as like water, you need a educational background. I'll make an example if maybe I was clueless. During 2023, there was a cholera outbreak and Hammaskral was declared. Mwate was almost declared. So having engagement with those who were taking decisions that no, there's cholera in Mwate. If I didn't have an educational background, Mwate was supposed to be one of those institutions that was declared that there's cholera in our water, because there were reports that they have detected cholera in our system. But you need to argue with someone. Remember, in science, you need to convince someone, or someone must convince you that whatever they are saying we have is there. So the educational background personally did assist me, and it also assisted the institution, because cholera was not declared in our municipality. You know, to lead such a complex
Honorable members, thank you so much. We must resume the proceedings. This is going to be the last session for today. We will take Honorable. Can I get an indication from the EFF? We're starting first. We will take Honorable Malema and then take Honorable Leanne Mattheys. Your time will run from now until 7:15. Yes. And then we will then take Honorable Mwango and Honorable Vessels. We will then finish before 9. Thank you so much. It's your time now, from 5:30 to 7:15. Thank you so much.
No, thanks very much.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to go to the question relating to messages of the 31st. From what I have collected, there's no call on the 31st that was made to me that I made by Mkhwanazi and that I made to Mkhwanazi. What I find is a screenshot of what purports to be a message that was sent
let's
to me.
conclude that you did not make any call.
Pardon?
You did not make any call.
No, I didn't make any call, and nor did I receive any call from him. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I just want to start with the small issues of clarity. I think we must, all of us, agree that immediately means now. It doesn't mean any other thing, except that it means now. So, as a minister who's got a driver, because you're giving examples of cars, and they're driving, you're at the back, then you say to them, hey, Chief, stop the car immediately. They must stop it next week. In the context, in whatever context, must stop next week. Because when you say stop the car immediately, stops now. So immediately only means that, doesn't mean any other thing in whatever context. If you say, well, stop the car immediately, and there is no yellow lane or anywhere where they can park, they will be looking at finding a way to stop this car immediately, because the principal said we must stop the car immediately. That should have been the understanding of the letter of the 31st. When you wrote it, you were expecting that must stop now. Can we all agree that that is the understanding? Not that in the context it meant this and that and that. Yes. Chair. Through you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may respond.
The difficulty with that streamlined meaning is that it leaves out what is in the context concretely. The directive doesn't end there. It doesn't say stop now or disband now. It talks about a preliminary report, which I don't believe. I respect your view, but I don't believe we should remove the preliminary report. I don't believe we should remove the UNESCO meeting where same was going to be discussed as per one directive, because it didn't come in any other day. It came on the same day in the same directive. So, yes, I can't say immediate doesn't mean now, but in the context in which it was said, it has a context which gives it that kind of meaning within context.
So when you say they must stop immediately, and then what was the thought about what's going to happen to the dockets?
Yes, it was to say, go and prepare, in other words, a preliminary report of this directive because it has to be implemented by them. And once we've looked at the preliminary report, there will be a UNESCO meeting. So that was the thought when I wrote the directive. At the same time as I wrote the directive, it was connected in that particular fashion.
And when the dockets find themselves in CBS position, out of CBS instruction, what do you do about it?
That would be the subject of discussion of the preliminary report, because the preliminary report is an operational implementation matter with all the implications of the directive. They would then say, this directive means this is what we must do or not do with dockets, this is what we must do or not do with staff, this is what we must do or not do with cases that are on, and all the related matters. They would then include them in the preliminary report, which would give us a way forward.
Yeah, but when you hear out of the directive, the dockets are with Sevilla. The instruction is given, all processes and all of that. The next thing, the dockets have been removed, including dockets that were ready to go to court, and then are taken to CBS office. When that is brought to your attention, what did you do about it?
When I heard about that, well, we were going to, either we were going to or we were from the meeting, but I know that it was the subject of the meeting of the 6th, what would happen with dockets. Actually, in that meeting, National Commissioner did verbally say to motivate the staggered wind down of National Political Killing Stars team in the motivation. He said he wouldn't want to see dockets disappearing in the process. And I agreed with him. And he said it's based on experience. And I agreed with him. The only concern I raised was that, well, December 2025, if there's a way of quickening the process, I also said, but even December 25, if there would still be matters in court, maybe we should couch it in a different way so that it doesn't say until the last matter is no longer in court. So we were debating and thinking about that matter. So that's what happened.
What have you done when you hear 121, you're a minister, 121 dockets, some of them ripe for court, have been taken from the investigating people, and they are now in the hands of General Sibia or in his office. You hear that. That should be terrifying. And what did you do about it? I hear all of that. What did you do about it in the immediate as a responsible executive for that department? And this is happening out of your directive. Everybody, whatever confusion is there. But the reality is that 121 cases have been taken. Families have not been briefed why their cases have been taken away. Some of those cases are ready for court. It doesn't matter. Let everything come to Pretoria under General Sibia. That comes to your attention if you didn't know that that was going to happen. But we all now know there are 121 dockets in Pretoria. As a minister who's very good at giving directives, what directive did you give on this one?
Now, the matter was actually being handled at that time by the National Commissioner, and I took the line that says that they are resolving the matter because there was no standoff. For instance, I asked General Sentumule, did you, when these dockets were handed over, was it at gunpoint? And she said, no, it was not at gunpoint. We knew what we were doing, and I took the line that says they are handling the matter. They should be able to resolve it maybe even now as I'm talking, or tomorrow, or something like that. I trusted that the matter was being handled by senior people, two divisional commissioners, and then the national commissioner, and also the deputy national commissioner.
So I take it the answer is the minister did not do anything, even when this information became a public information, because you were under the impression that the national commissioner and whoever responsible were attending to the matters, because they were more of operational matters.
There wasn't any other way. If you believed and trusted that they are handling it, you wouldn't call a meeting. You wouldn't give a directive because they were already handling the matter. And my trust was based on the belief that they were handling it and handling it properly. That's why I asked that question at some point.
So on the 31st of December, everybody is in a jovial mood. You are at home. You are not even in any place. You are home, where everybody is happy. It's New Year's Eve. And you are troubled by the crime that is happening. You're trying to think what needs to happen and all of that. And then you come to a conclusion that the crime intelligence post must be stopped. The advert of those posts must be stopped immediately and all of that. How does that help resolve your problem of crime? Because you are troubled by crime. How does stopping posts help you to fight this thing of crime?
No, posts were not going to be, they were going to be discussed at the first meeting as per directive with the National Commissioner. So he said stop until we discuss the matter, which would be in January. And this was the 31st. Now, it is indeed, as you say, everybody else was busy with New Year Eve
festivities.
And so on. Yeah. But I had not reached the end of processing what I had started and even discussed with deputy ministers. And I wanted, when the year begins, when we go back, we go there full of purpose in terms of specific issues that I had identified. Remember, I had called a meeting, National Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, and Provincial Commissioner to say, I'm troubled, I'm being troubled, and I was honest. I was being troubled by these matters and so on, and everybody else in the country was troubled. So I was still processing up and down and so on. Why not discuss on the 28th? I was processing, I had not circled. And then I circle at home in a rural area. And then my mind focuses on one thing. We had been all over. I was deployed in Cape Town and in the Eastern Cape myself on Christmas days and all of those things. And I circled for the first time. Then this thing comes together. I start piecing things faster than I had done all the time. And the answer was, write a directive so that when the year begins, you are all in part focused on these matters because they're troubling a lot of people. And I'm honest that these matters, in my observation, are troubling a lot of people and the country as a whole.
But, Minister, there was nothing that was going to happen in between the 31st and the official return. I know the police don't close and all of that, but the business of our country at that time, meaning everybody's withdrawn. And there was nothing urgent that will force you on the 31st of December to say, this, I have to issue this letter now. Why not wait because now it looks very suspicious. It's like a tender that is being awarded on the 28th of December. You're like, why? Everybody's on holiday. Even the mindset is now different. And you now drag us into this serious business on the 31st of December. It doesn't make any business sense, really.
That would add... that would add on my side that what did immediate mean? I knew that there would be nobody who will, as a matter of today, call a meeting and convey the message and so on. But I wanted all of us to have it so that at the beginning of the year, were able to say there was a directive written on the 31st. And remember, there's nothing untoward about a minister writing a directive on the 31st. It could have been a different directive altogether from this one. It could have said at the beginning of the year, employ people or facilitate or whatever. It could have been any directive within the law. Now, it was this directive. And all I wanted was, let's focus early in the year on these matters. And I was quite troubled by them, as I am right now.
Now, Minister, there are alleged SMSs, WhatsApp exchange between Mkhwanazi and Ngabinde about you. There's an allegation that Nhlanhla bought a table at the ANC dinner, your table. I'll still come to that because the explanation you gave on the table, I don't accept that. All of these negative things about Nhlanhla, who is arrested to have killed people, who has implicated minister on this or that, and you still, of all people, go and ask an affidavit from Nhlanhla, who's in maximum prison. And in answering that question, actually, I just want to quote so I don't make a mistake. I think there was a bit of dishonesty there because you're saying the first answer is until I came in. You never, because you now realize on hindsight it was wrong for you to go and get an affidavit from a character like that. And you say, my legal team took their own initiative to obtain the affidavit. You said the initial, that was your original response. And when I intervened, you then say, no, it was my wish. And agreed to instructing them. So you give two answers on one question, that the lawyers acted on their own, which is unethical, and I point to that if they did that, they will be reported to LPC. There is no lawyer that can listen to you and out of feeling pity, without you giving them instruction, go to maximum prison to get an affidavit from a dangerous man. Then you say, no, I gave them instructions. Despite what is happening in this country about this man, despite what brings us here, because at the center of it is that Nhlanhla takes decisions about this or that. If he's been told that PKTT is being disbanded and all of that, you still want to have something to do with such a person, whereas on an official legal documents, which are going to go before Madlanga, before Parliament, and perhaps ultimately in court. Why would you want to associate with such a character? Worse, if you say you don't know him. Because I was, for instance, associated with Nhlanhla. My wife's surname is Nhlanhla. And it was immediately assumed that I know Nhlanhla. I've never issued a statement. I've never written anything. I don't care what they think. I don't know the chap. But you, because you are lawyers, it's you. You pass all these big fences of maximum prison looking for an affidavit from an unethical man who's in prison. How do you justify that, Minister?
Now, let me read this. It will add another dimension. I may have used all those words, but what is actually written down is a straight answer to you. It says, Dear Mr. July. July is my lawyer. It says, I confirm that I act on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Nhlanhla, my clients, who have directed that I send this email to you. I understand that you represent the police commissioner, Mr. Senzo Mkhunu, at the Madlanga Commission. Well, I'm sure I meant police minister. My instructions are to present to you an affidavit deposed by Ms. Nhlanhla. In essence, Ms. Nhlanhla denies any dubious dealings with minister and wishes for what he terms General Mkhwanazi's false allegations to be investigated. For that purpose, the following documents are attached to this email. Then I attach those emails. Now, this suggests that even the lawyers never went to maximum prison. There was discussion between the two lawyers. After I had said, we're leaving no stone unturned where there is my name and concerns. Now remember, in the background, on a daily basis, if not on an hourly basis, people write false things about me and my name, and link me to people I'm not linked with or to in anything. And you have to, there won't be any thing coming from heaven that would actually clarify the matter. So anything that is legal, anything that is proper in terms of documentation and all of that between the lawyers, and they found that possible, that it could be, not that they traveled, not that there's anything illegal. Because people on a daily basis, as I say, they write dotted lines, which I don't understand what they mean, because nobody out there has any confirmation of anything between me and Nhlanhla. Absolutely nothing. And I can go anywhere and say people must remain behind and investigate anything linked, but they still do it on national television without a piece of evidence. Now, I don't want to spare any moment making sure or making efforts that I have no link with Nhlanhla. That's why I even got my diary to the lawyers to say, here is my diary, in case you believe that you are merely defending me on something that I otherwise know, and then you are going to come with legal strategies. Now, you must know, this is my diary. I was not in Cape Town. I was elsewhere. And I never requested anyone to coordinate anything.
We have a limited time. Chair, and I want you and the honorable members to note this. We are being given the third answer on the same question. The first answer was, my lawyers went without an instruction. Then upon being made aware that they've committed something unethical, then the minister says, no, I actually gave them an instruction. Then I point this two contradictory statements to the minister. The minister gives a third answer on the same question. No, actually, my lawyers didn't go. I didn't give them instruction. It's Nhlanhla who writes to my lawyers uninvited, dear Mr. So-and-so, I represent, which means, which answer stands here? Because it's either the lawyers went without the minister's permission, or the minister gave them the instruction, or Nhlanhla wrote the letter uninvited by anyone. So, Minister, please clarify this three, because as things are, it's becoming worse now. Because you gave me three answers. The lawyers went without me. Then I said, no, they can't do that. It's unethical. Oh, I gave them instruction. It was my wish. Okay, you now give them instruction. You still want to have access to people who are behind big fences and walls at maximum prison. No. It's not that. Actually, Nhlanhla and the wife, now the wife comes now, for the first time since we canvassed this question. Nhlanhla and the wife's lawyer wrote and said they represent them, and we must get their affidavit because we are going to Nhlanhla's commission. Which one do we take home here? Because it's not me. You know, Minister, the worry is you shouldn't think you are speaking to me. These matters, as you stand there addressing us, you are clarifying the country which is troubled by these things. That ministers have got access to dangerous criminals to an extent that they can even have access to them even when they are behind bars. Nhlanhla was found with a phone in a maximum prison. Nhlanhla produces a minister's affidavit from a maximum prison. according to minister's evidence, that it's not me. He wrote to me because of that. Then we used the affidavit. What is the answer, Chair?
The answer is, I did say in the discussion, in the course of discussion over time with lawyers, I did express a need or a wish that I distance myself or be away from Nhlanhla. Remember, I had issued a statement on the 9th of July saying I've never spoken to Nhlanhla, I've never received or asked for anything from him. So I made this statement. Now, we discuss with the lawyers. You are open. You are relating your wishes that relate to the case. Now, once I expressed that, now that wish, you call it an instruction. I don't want to disagree with you that it was an instruction as received. Next thing, lawyers then, pursuing my wish, they call Nhlanhla's lawyers. And then this is the result. Now, I don't think you should stress this thing any far or any further, other than what it is. That is an expression of what I had said, because I said, I don't know. If this affidavit was saying anything different, then I would be concerned. But this says what I said I never, and so on, and I expressed a wish. And I don't think there's any other better authority than a person himself, that there's no line whatsoever between him and myself.
Minister, where do I get that letter you were reading? Because I want to read it again. It doesn't say. If your lawyers approached those guys, they would have said, dear so-and-so, in line with the letter you wrote to us requesting affidavit from our client, please find attached affidavit. It says, dear so-and-so, we represent so-and-so, and therefore we represent Nhlanhla and the wife, and our client wishes to state it clear that he doesn't know the minister and this is the affidavit. So it's not what you are saying. Your wishes were never delivered to Nhlanhla by your lawyers, never, according to that letter.
Never.
So how does Nhlanhla now know minister has got wishes to have a...
My lawyers spoke to his lawyers. That's what I'm saying.
Check. Where do you find this letter the minister is referring to?
You'll find the copy. Here it is.
No, I'm saying in our attachments.
Oh, okay.
Do we have?
No.
Let's see.
No, Chair, we've just been asking for the copy of the letter. We haven't received it.
Can I please have the copy?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I start from which page? The cover page. Dear Mr. July, thank you for your email. No, it has not been sent to the Commission. Dear Advocate, we acknowledge a receipt of the affidavit. We clarify, for clarity, was this forwarded to Nhlanhla Commission? Dear Mr. July, I confirm that I act on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Nhlanhla, who have directed, you mark that, who have directed that I send this email to you. I understand that you represent the Police Commissioner, Mr. Senzo Mkhunu, at the Nhlanhla Commission. They don't say, we acknowledge your request, and following that request, please find attached affidavit of Mr. Nhlanhla. So this letter is the first initiative in relation to the affidavit. How does Nhlanhla know that a minister has got wishes? You sit with your lawyers, you express your wishes, and then you go separate ways. Before you know it, affidavit comes from maximum prison to your lawyer, who has never communicated with the lawyer of Nhlanhla, or who has never spoken to Nhlanhla himself. So how does Nhlanhla now come to send you an affidavit which you have not requested, which earlier on you said you gave them instruction, earlier on you said they acted on their own, and then so on. Now we'll park that. We now are here. What gives effect to this letter? What makes these people to write this letter and then send you an affidavit?
It's my lawyers talking to Nhlanhla's lawyers.
Okay. Let me leave it, Chair. Why would a minister, even if this guy gave you the affidavit, where is, I know legally there's nothing wrong and all of that, but morally society has got a problem with this chap. And you still want to associate in a way with this chap, because you didn't need Nhlanhla's affidavit to tell us that you don't know Nhlanhla, because we'll have Nhlanhla as well. He's on our list to ask him, do you know the minister? And if he says yes, then we know there's contradictions. Perhaps further inquiry will be made. But you don't need Nhlanhla's affidavit in your clean papers, your morally high standard papers. You don't need such a character's affidavit to be attached and to be associated with you. This is a guy they say got 360 million tender in your department, and you say you cancelled it because it was wrongly awarded. Why would you want to be associated with such a person, irrespective of him writing in your favor that, no, I don't know, the minister, irrespective of writing in your, it's a character you don't want to be associated with. Now we're sitting here, you've got a affidavit from a morally questionable character, whereas a character that writes an affidavit from maximum prison.
I don't want to be associated with Nhlanhla. This is what the affidavit says.
But you are now associated. You've got Nhlanhla's affidavit. You've got Nhlanhla's signature in your papers.
I don't want to be associated.
So why put his affidavit in your papers?
The affidavit doesn't say so. I don't want to be associated with him.
Yeah.
In any way. And this is what the affidavit says.
Yeah, but who you get affidavits from is very important. You don't just get affidavit from questionable characters, especially people who are behind bars. That as a minister of police, even if there's nothing legally wrong, you should just know it might raise certain questions, which gave, this situation we find ourselves in. Had you not solicited anything from Nhlanhla, whereas in maximum prison where it should be difficult to access him, we now sitting here and you've got Nhlanhla's affidavit and we've been told that you are associated with Nhlanhla, you are enabling Nhlanhla to engage in illegal activities in the department and all of that, something that you came here to clarify, but you come carry Nhlanhla's affidavit to come and clarify us that Nhlanhla must tell us from prison, through you, that you are not associated with him. I find that a bit problematic, Minister. I will leave it there, Chair. But I want to ask now, the interministerial committee, because we all, not all, but I heard you making a mistake that the president formed the NPKTT. You called NPKTT. It was not formed by the president. The president formed the interministerial committee, which was constituted by ministers from different departments. And then those ministers brought their administrators and people who can process these issues into those meetings where they said to them, guys, and that's the evidence we had here. We have a crisis here. How do we go about it? How do we resolve it? and then suggestions have been thrown around, and then it's left to those guys to go and put up a plan, and then come back to the interministerial committee and say, we think we need to form a political killing task team. So, on your own, as politicians, you are not going to do it. You had no power to do it. You could only sit there and canvass issues politically and say, you know, we want to deal with this thing, and this is how we think we can deal with it, but go and work on it and come back to us. That's exactly what they did and came back to you. And that's how the interministerial committee is constituted. There will be a national commissioner. If there is justice there, there will be NDPP and maybe DG of Justice Department. If there is state security, there will be DG and whoever. They will all come with you so that they listen to what are the concerns of the principals. And then they go and do what is expected of them. And therefore, technically, I put it to you, it was not established by politicians. No president established a national, political killing task team. It was a product of the interministerial committee, which instructed the administrators to go and work out a plan, brought it back, ironed it up, and then it was actualized administratively, as it were, but having considered the political interest of the political principals.
So what's your question?
The question is, do you still convinced that you have a power to disband that which you have not established?
Yes, I did say the interministerial committee is not part of the 7th administration. And the Minister of Police was chair of that interministerial committee. It means that when there was no interministerial committee, the office or the department that is overseeing it is that of police, led by a member of cabinet. Then I'm confronted with all the issues that I've related, all these issues, and I want to do something out of that particular problem. And then I act in the manner that I did, supported by the Constitution and supported by the legislative framework. And I don't see anything wrong in terms of the law as such, because I don't see any other way, or couldn't see any other way. Yes, I may have, people are talking about consulting before or after and so on, but the reality of the matter is that we have a Minister of Police was allowed by legislation, I believe so, and the Constitution, I believe so, and I went on to do this.
Minister, you seem to suggest that interministerial committees get dissolved with elections. It's not, with due respect, interministerial committee is not Minister Mkhunu, Minister Akele, Minister, it's Minister of Police, Minister of Defense. That minister will always be there even if those individuals are no longer there. Because if you are arguing it that way, that something established during the 6th term, when the 7th term comes in, it automatically gets dissolved. Then you have to make reference, you have to show us where, which terms of reference of interministerial committee said that when the term of political office of certain politicians comes to an end, automatically this comes to an end. Where? Because there's no law that says that. That's why these things are not constituted by individuals. They are constituted by departments which will always be there even when we are no longer there. So part of your handover is Minister of Police. Part of what I'm responsible for is the chairing of interministerial committee that is responsible for political killings task team, amongst other things. These are the people who constitute that interministerial, because you inherit those activities. And when you guys go back and meet together as a collective that represent these departments, you then say, no, we don't think there is a need for this to go on, and therefore let's close this and give the president a report. A person who established the interministerial committee that produced political killing task team has not dissolved the interministerial committee. We only had the announcement of the interministerial committee, but there is no date for the dissolution of the interministerial committee. And therefore, it means you came in and just undermined what has been there. The political killing task team is not only constituted by police. There are prosecutors who are also dedicated to those things. They are magistrate or whatever dedicated to those responsibilities. And therefore, for one single minister to take a decision to dissolve a team that involves other departments, it can't be constitutional. No constitutional power gives you to dissolve task team members of prosecutors who are dealing with political killings. You can't. Because you speak about this thing as if it's only police who are involved. That's why it came from interministerial committee. It's a product of interministerial committee because it's constituted by different people, not only the police. And if that is the case, you have no power to dissolve other people who don't belong to your department. What do you have to say about that, Minister?
My response is that there was no interministerial committee in the 7th administration. And interministerial committee is constituted by the president and cabinet, not by any other person as you wish, or you as you may wish. It doesn't feature, and I didn't have power to call other ministers on the basis that in the 6th administration there was interministerial committee when it is not there. It wouldn't work. It doesn't work.
Minister, is your answer that once the new administration comes in, interministerial committees are automatically dissolved?
That's how it works, unless the interministerial committees, because they are announced, to say there's an interministerial committee chaired by so-and-so for what, and so on and so on. These things are announced. They are done deliberately. They don't get, you don't walk into the new administration automatically with what was in the 6th administration. It doesn't work like that.
Do you have a closing report of that interministerial committee? Because if you say it dissolves, it must have a closing report that now we're out, the term has come to an end, there will be a new administration, this is how we've dealt with the issues. Where is the closing report of this interministerial committee, which will have, perhaps, amongst other things, informed your decision to dissolve the PKT team?
No, I know that the last time the interministerial committee met was 2023. I know there was a press briefing in March in 2024. I don't have a report of the interministerial committee, closing report or whatever report. All I have is a handover report from former Minister Cele, who was indicating what activities are taking place under his stewardship.
Minister, are you aware that there is an interministerial task team that was established in 2022, is still in place now on traditional leadership? And how many administrations have changed since then?
It would mean that it has featured in all the next administrations, but deliberately so, not taken for granted that it exists.
Yeah, but you can't show any minutes of cabinet that says in this administration that interministerial committee is dissolved. There is no such a thing. The president doesn't dissolve the interministerial committee. Cabinet doesn't, because if you say the 2022 interministerial task team is featuring in these different administrations, it means this one we're talking about of Political Killing Task Team did not fall into this new administration. But for it not to fall into this new administration, the cabinet would have had to resolve, or the president would have had to make that decision that this interministerial committee has come to an end. You can't give me all of both the president's minutes or note or the cabinet minutes that says this team, interministerial committee, has since been dissolved. It doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, I don't believe that it works like that, that there's ever a day when you dissolve whatever ministerial committee or task team of cabinet that would have been there. It gets pronounced deliberately in terms of reference and all of those things, and you start working.
Minister, there is no rule you are referring me to. There is no terms of reference you are referring me to. There is no presidential executive decision you are referring me to. Nothing that says the interministerial committee on political killing task team has come to an end. There's no such, and you don't even say it is automatic. And if you say it's automatic, you have to refer me to some binding documents, either the Constitution or whatever guidelines or terms of reference that are there. You came in and ignored the interministerial committee and proceeded like it's not there, without anyone saying to you it's no longer there. 2, interministerial committee was not going to convene itself because it was convened by the Minister of Police. Wherever they are still waiting for you to convene them. You are not saying you took an effort to convene them. And they come together and you say to them, guys, this is the end of it. We now are going the separate ways. No closing report, nothing. We cannot have a government that works like that. You can't say to me, it doesn't work like that. The government announces this initiative, and when the initiative has come to an end, they must respectfully come back to the citizens and say, this brings us to the end on this matter. We have since submitted the closing report to the president or something to that effect. If you say this is how you guys have gone about it, that is disrespectful to our society, which knows that there is an interministerial committee that deals with these matters, and then it gets dissolved. It doesn't even have a courtesy of saying goodbye. When it comes in, it knocks. When it leaves, it doesn't say bye. That's a root interministerial committee. So, Minister, you are the one who ignored the interministerial committee and overlooked it and didn't care. Because if you say Minister Cele came and briefed you about this and that, he would have told you, amongst other things I was doing, was to chair the interministerial committee seized with the political killings in KZN. What's your response to it?
My response is the same as said before, that in the 7th administration, you don't have an interministerial committee on the National Political Task Team. And if you say I ignored, you mean to say it was created and I didn't assume or perform my duties as far as that is concerned after it had been established in the 7th administration. And I'm saying in response, it was not established. So I couldn't ignore something that doesn't exist. And no cabinet. So you are like me. If I can't find a closing report of the interministerial, you can't find it either. I would have been happier if you said, out of my own worry, I went to look for the closing report, I found it, or the minutes, I found them, or whatever you are talking about. Those documents don't exist. And I am not responsible for their non-existence.
So seated here, me and you, there was no date of the dissolution of the Interministerial Committee of the 6th administration. There was no date of its dissolution. And your argument is, in your 7th administration, there was no establishment of an interministerial committee. Inofella moyeng, so it just disappeared, just like that. After coming up with such a powerful instrument to fight crime in South Africa. And then you come in, the whole thing just disappeared, and you say we must accept that the 7th administration never had a thing. This is the same government, this is the same president who has established the whole thing. You'll expect that there will be a continuity, and if there is no longer a need, then you'll come and say, you come together and say, guys, we no longer need this, we're done. Because we've been canvassing this point with you, Minister. You dissolved the interministerial committee single-handedly because you are the convener. I mean, they never said Honorable Senzo Mkhwanazi. They said the interministerial committee will be convened by the Minister of Police. And when you came in, you had a duty to convene the interministerial committee. You didn't. You dissolved it unannounced and then proceeded to take this kind of actions you took without consultation with anyone.
That's not correct. That's not factual.
But how do you explain?
It's your thoughts.
No, but
I respect those thoughts.
No, but Minister, how do you explain that a committee that must be chaired by Minister of Police, you come in as a Minister of Police, you don't convene it, and then you say it's automatic that when the new administration comes in, it automatically dissolves. And I'm like, show me the law that says that. You can't point me to any law that says that.
Now, I'm saying you are sharing your thoughts with us, not necessarily talking facts. The fact is, in the 7th administration, there isn't an interministerial committee on national political task team.
So before you dissolve PKTT, such a powerful fighting force against crime, you don't talk to anyone. You don't talk to your colleagues in cabinet. You will say it doesn't work like that. You don't talk to the man who established the interministerial committee which produced this, including your not legal advisor, your special advisor who's an advocate. You don't talk to him. On your own, you take a decision as powerful as this, alone, without consultation. And you want to argue that you consulted the president after the fact. Why? Democracy wouldn't work like that.
We have discussed this thing at some length here in the ad hoc committee, and I referred the committee at the meeting of the 1st of November, and I referred also to the meeting of the 22nd of November, and I showed you my comments of the Honourable Committee, my comments there in those two meetings, and the comments made by the National Commissioner. Now, you can't then say you never discussed with anybody, you alone, when in fact minutes are there indicating very clearly, black and white, that we were in a meeting, we discussed, and I have said, long before I arrived, there was a study which was for all practical purposes intended to be brought into existence and replace the National Political Killings Task Team. And I said again, before I arrived, there was a memorandum that was asking for an extension, but in fact asking for a funding of 94 million. And 20 million was advanced to that team before I arrived. So I'm not the first one who come and I talk about disbandment. And further to that, I'm saying there have been pressures that have become prominent in terms of what is expected of a Department of Police, in terms of bringing down crime generally, but even specific matters. And long before I arrived, there's a structure that is being done, completed, implemented. In fact, in 2024, there was an implementation document signed and put in the office or on the table of the National Commissioner. and it was not processed for over a year until it gets processed in 2025. Now, all those things would tell you that there was always an intention to disband or to dissolve the National Political Killings Task Team based on what people were doing at that time. So I come at some point and I found all these intentions in writing, not in theory, coupled with what I then do in terms of analyzing the situation. And I did speak here that 35% of killings in South Africa come from organized crime. 34 come from taxi violence, and 24 come from political killings task team. And I said about 7 come from personal killings. So when you discuss a matter like this, you have to put it into context. You don't isolate it. You don't single it out as if minister was appointed to preside over the National Political Task Team. There was a whole department, the whole functionality of police, and the minister was allowed to think anew and make your own contribution that you believed would work, and not merely say, I'm continuing with what has happened, despite the imperatives, even the new objectives outlined by the president. You don't do it like that. You apply your mind, you discuss, you change even the structure. What are you going to say about the structure? The departmental organogram. Do you say, I didn't consult when I dealt with the new structure, trying to make it adapt to the new conditions? You're not going to say so. So don't single out one thing. Take everything that we have done in the department and not therefore say, just because of the way in which we dealt with National Political Killings Task Team, then every other thing doesn't count. It can't work like that.
So, Minister, Brown Mkhwanazi is not your close associate, he's your comrade, who you have his phone and you communicate and all of that. What is the difference between a close associate and comrades? Are we not just playing with semantics? Because you denied that is your close associate, but you talk on the phone, you've got phone numbers of each other. Well, what is the difference there between, because you denied in the committee on the 5th of March. And then now you agree, he's my comrade, I've known him from 2017. What is the difference?
I have so many people, just to put it simply.
No, even before you proceed, I heard you giving example with Honorable Bredenbach, saying, like, I know you, but we know you know her, the same way you know all of us, but you can't claim to be a comrade of Honorable Bredenbach or anything of that sort, but you know her. And you can't claim to have a number and you communicate constantly and all of that. But when we bring it to you that you are a close associate, you say, no, I'm not a close associate, I'm a comrade. That is playing with semantics.
No, not at all. I deny that strongly. It doesn't work like that. On my cell phone, I can't tell you offhand how many people I have as contacts, as written on the cell phone. Names and surname and numbers. Some of the numbers, or many of the numbers, I've held for many years. Now, I'm not being asked questions why I keep those numbers, why I talk to those people, why I use those numbers. And I want to guess, and I'm merely taking a chance. You also have quite a lot of people on your cell phone who are there. Now, I don't know why I'm being asked to display data sotando for Mkhwanazi. Now that there are problems arising in that angle, people want you to confirm, come here and say, cha, data sotando luka Mkhwanazi, or sokwazana no Mkhwanazi. Alukho. And ayikho leyo contact ongayibeza oyibeke ku status of an associate. Even even referring to the dictionary what an associate is. The person who chose to say I'm Mkhwanazi's associate would have consulted the dictionary. And he knew what he was saying. And when I go there myself, I shouldn't be blamed for doing what they did. And then using that word. I'm using the same word, the same term. And I'm saying I'm not. And I'm saying, if everybody you call just because they are on your cell phone, so you're all my associates. So let's bring everything to a standstill and say, all right, Mkhwanazi is my associate. And I'm saying he is not my associate. I've never gone anywhere with him. Restaurant, sit down anywhere. It has never happened beyond just phoning. So I don't know why I would be associated to somebody that I'm saying myself. I'm not. If, for instance, somebody I know passes on, and I go to some funeral, and you find that in a funeral there is somebody who is a fugitive of law, or is an alleged criminal or something like that, what do? You run away? You don't stay for the whole funeral. You stay. But are you not associating yourself with somebody alleged to be a criminal? If pictures of you come to the public knowledge that you were there at the funeral, surely you have something to. And there needs to be substance when you say this person is associated to this person. I don't have any substance. Mkhwanazi phoned General Mkhwanazi a number of times, even congratulated him, according to him, for something. I've never heard that kind of message from Mkhwanazi. I don't mean other things that you see, and they look like they are many. I mean, things like Lusikisiki, they don't exist. That thing doesn't exist.
No,
that thing in Cape Town doesn't exist.
Minister, no, I understand, but you can't say to us, I don't understand why you bring Mkhwanazi here and all. We didn't bring Mkhwanazi here. It's Mkhwanazi who brought you. It's Mkhwanazi who shared.
Honorable Member, let me just hold you for a moment and take Honorable Nomval.
Yes, Chair. I just need some clarification on the Minister's version based on a proposition that has been put to him by Honorable Malema on the lack of consultation. When the Minister responded, he referred to a meeting. He said, I did explain that there is a meeting that took place on the 1st of November. In some instance, when the Minister was asked by the evidence leader about consultation, he said he didn't consult because of the nature of complaints that were forwarded to him. There are some complainants who requested not to be revealed. So for that reason, he decided not to consult. Now, which version do we put on record here, Minister? Did you consult or you did not consult because of the nature of complaints that were forwarded to you? I just want to get a clear clarification, Chairperson, so that I correct what he says. I record what he says correctly.
What was the question, Honorable Member?
The question, Minister, is that you have given two clarifications on one subject. You have responded differently to one question which asked about your consultation, whether you did consult before you took a decision to disband on the 31st of December. Honorable Malema had put a proposition to say you took a decision alone, and you replied today by saying that no, there was a meeting that took place on the 1st of November.
Yes, I
when the
understand
evidence leader is, I want to give you another statement that you made, which contradicts what you have said today.
Now,
When the evidence leader was asking.
No, I now understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, evidence leader spoke about General Masimula many times. He spoke about General Mkhwanazi a number of times. He spoke about General Khumalo a number of times. And I did say, no, I didn't consult them a number of times. This is not what Honorable Malema is saying. He's coming from a different perspective with his question. And he contextualizes differently. And I've got to adapt my responses to that. Now, I'm not making reference to the meeting of the 1st and the meeting of the 22nd for the first time, now that I'm being asked by Honorable Malema. It's not like that. I made them consistently throughout this conversation with the ad hoc committee. So I don't want to add anything new other than what I've said. I think you have to remind yourself about the context and the exact questions that were asked.
So who attended the meeting of the first minister? The meeting of the first that you made a reference to. The meeting of the 1st of November.
We went through exactly that, and I have nothing to add again on that first meeting of November.
Well, if that is a response, Chair, then there's nothing I can do, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. Let me hand back to you, Mkhalaka, to conclude your questions.
You said I've got until what time? Or past 7?
Your time ends at 20 past 7.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I will be done by that time. Minister, you seem...
It's for the two of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 2 in 1. Minister, you seem to be have ever claimed to have received a letter of the 31st of December from you. None of those people you have as your contact that we are not questioning you about have never claimed that they've asked money from Nhlanhla to buy a table for you for the ANC dinner here in Cape Town in the January 8 rally or something like that. And none of those people in your contacts have ever claimed that to Nhlanhla, that issue that has been troubling you of PKTT, that has been abusing you, is being dissolved. I've got a letter here. Now, it is your comrade. It's not us. It is your comrade who does that. Yes. And even goes around says, yes, yeah, I'm his comrade, this and that, and all of that. So we cannot be blamed when we take up an issue with you sharing a sensitive document. The only person who has confirmed the relationship with Mkhwanazi is you, Minister. And Mkhwanazi is in position of a sensitive letter that comes from you. And any reasonable person will be tempted to agree that perhaps the minister shared this letter with Mkhwanazi, since Mkhwanazi has got, amongst these three, the close relationship is with the minister through comradeship. You don't call all those people you have. I've got contacts here. Some I even forgot, but I don't call them. I don't share any sensitive information with them unless those people are known to me and I'm confident and I know that I can describe my relationship with those people. Let's say, for instance, I've got General Sibia's number, like I do with many generals and ministers and deputy ministers. But I can't claim to be a friend, and Sibia can't claim to be my friend. But I know him. I will call him on matters of the police that I think, look, there is this issue and it seems like you're not paying attention and anything of that sort. I can't deny that, but to stretch it to comradeship, to stretch it to friendship, none of us can claim that kind of a relationship between us. But you have said, this is my comrade, and this your comrade says, the minister is now dissolving that thing that has been giving you nightmares. The minister wants us to buy a table. The minister this and the minister that. When we come to you, say, this guy says he knows you, and he goes around saying the following things about you. Say, yeah, it's my comrade, but I don't know what he's talking about. It's a bit troublesome, Minister.
Now, generally, what you are saying, I agree with. That there are specific things that are being done by Mkhwanazi according to his behavior and all of that. And that generally other people that I've contact with, they don't behave like Mkhwanazi. I believe, I accept that. But specifically, I'm saying I'm aware of things that I wasn't aware of about Brown Mkhwanazi since 2017. 2018, I didn't become aware of what I'm aware of now and all the time. So now that I'm aware of what he associates himself with in terms of activities, in terms of what he says, in terms of the people that he links up with, it has become public. It's a different matter altogether. And I'm conscious about that. Very, very conscious about that. And very worried. That's why I said to the evidence leader, when he asked me that question, I said, I'm worried about that. Because to me, it signifies a very, very drastic change from the time I got to know Mkhwanazi to what I now know about him. And now, it shouldn't be like all the time I was aware or I've been aware of these things. People do change, or you do become aware of things that you wouldn't want to associate yourself with, or even if it's at a comradely level, because you don't expect those things to be done by people who call themselves comrades. But it shouldn't mean that I'm part of what he is doing or has been doing. And it shouldn't be assumed that all these things that are being revealed now, I'm part of them. I'm not part of them. I'm not part of them. And I'm not part of them. And I couldn't be part of that.
I accept that, Minister.
I don't have such a history myself. And I'm worried about it.
I accept that you're saying you're not part of that, and you are not aware of what this character that you refer to as a comrade is like, that the conduct is displaying now and all of that. You are not aware of this from 2017.
Absolutely. And
now you realize there is a character here that is going around in my name. What did you do about it? Did you, for instance, let's say 31st December, the letter goes to the special advisor. From there it goes to chief of staff. Then it finds itself in Mkhwanazi's hands. And Mkhwanazi sends that to Matala and he says, we're done. This thing is done. You're no longer going to be troubled. When a character like that starts engaging in that kind of an activity, as a minister, what initiative did you take to really find out as to how did this guy get hold of this letter of mine? because I'm now realizing he's using my name wrongly. What have you done about that?
Firstly, before I come specifically to that, you must have heard that General Mkhwanazi did say that this letter also did reach him. I'm sure you remember that. That he got it from Khotsi.
He said Mkhwanazi sent it to him.
Okay. So I don't know, well, I don't seem to have that understanding, but fine. Now, at some point, I think, I can't say which month, but it is this year. Somebody said to me, Brown Mkhotsi seems to be dropping your name at different places with different people. I called him after that to say, there is a person here who tells me, you drop my name wherever you are. And he denied it. He denied vehemently, saying that, no, Minister, they were not talking about me. It's not me. And at that time, I wasn't aware of WhatsApps, his relationship with Nhlanhla, his many other things that have come to be known. So I was also just talking on what I had heard, not knowing the substance.
No, I agree, Minister. I don't have time. I'm not talking about when you didn't know. I'm talking about a period when you have known that this person was also in possession of a sensitive letter that deals with issues of crime.
Yes,
So
I was coming to that.
Once that was picked up, what have you done about it?
I was coming to that. I phoned him to say, I seem to get the fact that you got into possession of this letter. How did he said, no, this thing was full in social media. I picked it up from social media. That was the response he gave me.
As a Minister of Police, with crime intelligence, with all manner of investigating powers and all of that, you take no initiatives except to call me and say, no, I hear you got a hold of my letter. How did you get it? I say, I got it on social media, and you leave it at that. Because I'll tell you why. We are in this situation, amongst other things, because of this letter. And therefore, a serious effort should have been put in place. If we're taking this ministerial position serious, we should have put some serious investigation in place as to how does my letter find itself in Mkhotsi's hand, and Mkhwanazi says it was in social media. How do we track that all the way to the original source? The only thing you know, you guys, is to retrieve seen once WhatsApps. You can't trace a letter that comes from your office. Because electronic documents are traceable, that they're from here to here to here. You make no effort. Even when you have now realized this thing has put us to where we are now. That you write a letter, we have no problem with that. We can debate the legality of it. Mkhwanazi takes a letter, send a letter to Nhlanhla. He says, that thing that was troubling you, we've dealt with it. Here's a copy of the letter. That alone should have told you, man, we're dealing with a serious syndicate here. I'm trying to resolve issues of the police, only to find that unwittingly or wittingly, I now find myself entangled in the cartels. Because Mkhwanazi put you in the cartels, and that should have concerned the Minister of Police and say, we should be on top of this issue and find the person from my office, either the acting commissioner's office, either the commissioner's office, either the chief of staff, either the special advisor, or Ngabinde, my chief of staff. There must be a leakage there. And this leakage finds an expression in the hands of the cartels. That should have troubled the minister. As much as it's troubling us, ordinary people, because when that was heard, when General Mkhwanazi addressed the press conference, everybody said, no ways. Something ought to have been done. That's how South Africans felt. You should have felt somehow like that before, when you discover that your letter that deals with sensitive matter is now in the hands of criminal cartels. And therefore, I want to find out who did that.
Now, it's not true what you are asserting, that you didn't do anything. But I take it that you are asking a question. What is it that I did? Firstly, I did phone him to say, how did this happen? That's the first thing. And he explained to me as I've explained. And so I kept quiet about it. But when then matters came after 6 July, first thing I did, I called him. Oh, so you are all over, and I hear this and I hear that. And his response was, no, Minister, leave those matters with me. General Mkhwanazi is not speaking the truth. So I then said, fine, but on my own, I am investigating the matter, not through crime intelligence, through a private investigator. That is what I'm doing, and that matter is in progress. I don't want to say anything further. Because of the reasons that you are talking about, I am interested not just on how he landed the letters, but other matters that relate to that.
Minister, the Chief of Staff makes, through General Mkhwanazi, they came to see you at your home, stayed in KZN, flew all the way, and then from there, he meets General Mkhwanazi, says, no, I want to introduce you to the Minister of Water Affairs. And then General Mkhwanazi says to this guy, how do you know the minister? No, when we were in IPIT, he was a person of interest. And then we went there to check him up, and I actually helped him with a matter we're investigating. And so, in a way, he owes me a favor that I've done some work to protect him. We had a case or something like that. It says that to General Mkhwanazi, which he came and said it here. And then from there, today we hear that no, there were stories that you killed one of the bodyguards and things like that. And then you complained about that, and then they came to see you and all of that. Do you think that it was, and given what he has been saying, I mean, he has also been communicating with General Mkhwanazi about issues that are in your office, and then he will take from General Mkhwanazi and speak to you and all of that. And I put it to General Mkhwanazi that perhaps this guy played both you and the minister. He said to the minister, no, I'm going to bring the general of the police to you, is my guy, this and that. You're like, oh, okay, no, that's fine. It's always good to know people. Then he says to General Mkhwanazi, no, I'm going to take you to Minister of Police, is my guy. I once helped him with something, blah, blah, blah. And now all these kind of stories are coming out about him. On hindsight, do you think it was a correct decision to appoint him as a Chief of Staff?
Now, firstly, I need to correct or put things my own way. I don't think it was a question of my guy, because I don't have evidence for that. But what I think happened, they spoke, because they came in one car. They spoke themselves before to say, maybe they need to come and see me and we'll have a chat. It was not my initiative. It was an initiative of one of them. I don't know who. I didn't ask that question. But Nkabinde did tell me that, inform me that they've had a chat and they would want to come for a light chat. And they did. From where I sit, I was getting troubled by a number of incidents in eThekwini relating to their Department of Water. I don't know how many people had been killed, but I know that they went up to 7 people who were getting murdered because of this and that and so on. So I thought that it would be important to take the opportunity and have an informal chat so that in future when we deal with these matters, it's somebody I know face-to-face, we've had the discussion face-to-face. Now, you are now saying, so that's what happened. You are now saying, with hindsight, do I think it was a good thing to do so? Take Kabinde's. Now, I am looking at it. I have had a chat with Kabinde to say, what about this? What about that? And so on. We're discussing that matter. I haven't reached a conclusion amidst these all things that it was wrong or right beyond just recognizing that procedurally he followed all the procedures in human resource. It is the same as Mkhwanazi. With hindsight, would I have maintained his number and contact? It is the same thing that is that I'm reviewing seriously to say, when we started and got to know each other, I didn't know this, I didn't know that, and so on. I wouldn't want to have contact with somebody who does 1, 2, 3, and so on. I'm thinking, and therefore those matters are under review. I haven't concluded because I haven't, seen. I mean, taken the whole matter. We're in the middle of a number of issues currently, so it would be premature to take such a decision at the moment. But it does crop up in my mind.
Minister, when they were searching General Sibia, taking their gadgets, and Kabinde also had a press conference claiming he's being harassed and things like that, did the police come and take your gadgets? Were you part of the people that were searched by police and gadgets taken from them in the recent past?
I'm told they came to the gates of Pranchiron, the government estate within which I live. They didn't get to the house, and I was just told that they came and they said they were wanting to search and seize my gadgets.
So your house you are referring to is a house in the Matlabandlov, not far from the president's house in a government complex in Pretoria. Is that the house you are referring to?
Yes, a house in that Pranchiron.
And when they came to do search and seize, whatever they were coming to do, they were stopped by police from coming to do their work at the gate in a government complex. Am I right? Police were stopped by police. How does that reflect on the police? That police are coming, surely they've got some form of warrant to come and search and seize certain things. And then in the performance of their duty, other police stop them is that not a reflection of deep-seated divisions in the police, and to an extent that it looks like you receive certain preference? I mean, IPIT comes to your house. When police come to search you, police stop them from the gate. Re never research about which or police what but you can't be searched. There's police there. When you've got a complaint, police come to you at your house. Is that not some kind of an abuse of office and some privilege that we don't have? Because everybody got searched, including a general of the police himself got searched. But the minister was supposed to be searched, and police stopped other police from executing their work. As a minister of police, you are a minister of police. Is that a good reflection of the image of the police?
I'm not informed, as you are, or as you may be, that they had a search warrant. I'm not informed about that. I'm not informed that they produced the search warrant, as you are saying. So until I'm told otherwise, I will then be able to answer your question. But so far, my take is that they didn't have, or they didn't carry with them, because they would have produced it, and nobody would have prevented them from coming, as it happened. But what I'm informed as well is that when they went to Nkabinde first, they didn't carry any search warrant. And when they came for the second time, they had the search warrant. But the search warrant they had was dated the day they went there, not the day before, which was evidence that they didn't have. And therefore, it's a subject of another matter, that matter. But it's not because there's any privilege whatsoever. It's not because there's any other thing. It was just that, for now.
But okay, if that is the case, is that not rogue? Like police just rock up in a minister's house without a search warrant, rock up at people's houses. If that is not you abusing privilege, then it is them abusing their power. Because if they go around searching people's houses without proper court documents, it's not in line with what's supposed to happen.
It will come up, and all of us will get to know at some point in the near future what exactly happened. But I didn't do anything to prevent them from coming. But you must understand that part of what we have as a challenge is unlawful arrests and litigations that are all over, causing us to have a lot of concern about similar activities where police act unlawfully themselves, and there's evidence to that effect.
So, Minister, do I understand you to be saying, when you referred, was it Patricia, the lady, to IGI, you were referring the matters she raised about intelligence, or were you asking Inspector General to profile her? Because I don't think it's a job of Inspector, it's an Inspector General of Intelligence. So I don't think his job is to profile individuals. His job is to make sure that he protects the integrity of the intelligence structures in the country. So was this assignment to investigate what Patricia raised, or was this assignment to profile Patricia?
Look, she was frequently talking about intelligence, some documents, some information, and so on. So I say to IGI, can you check this individual? I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. I didn't say how. He would know how. He would, for instance, have chosen to go to crime intelligence himself to say, can you do 1, 2, 3? I'm interested in this, or the minister is interested in this. But that's how I dealt with it, because I just wanted to know at that stage, how does she get seemingly to be in possession of some documents, some information on crime intelligence? he is Inspector General of Crime. How he would go about doing his work, I wasn't necessarily to be part of that. And if he had a problem of mandate on that, he would have said, no, I don't deal with that. He didn't say so.
My last question, Minister, is do you think the NPKTT did a good job or not?
I think they did a good job in the context in which they were doing. Because
So where do you fix it when it's not broken?
it is that context as part of the factor. They were created to deal with political killings in the main councillors. They then added Amakosi after that, Induna. They then added other crime activities like Forte, which I don't believe had anything to do with politics and so on. Maybe, I don't know. But they were directed by the president to do that and so on. Now, over time, there's been decline of political killings in KZN in particular. And as one of the factors, they've played a role, but there are other factors. Now, numbers keep on going down, especially after 2023. Now, to a point where in 2025, in March, we were told about one fresh matter. It was early, first 3 months of the year, one matter. I don't know now. But we were told in the same meeting about 7 fresh matters in 2024. And in 2023, that's when the decline started, and so on. At some point it occurred, but it went up a little bit in 2021, and so on. Now, looking at all other factors that have gone through, budget, structures, all of that, I then made that observation that we need to review, as I said in November in the 2 meetings, and seeing also that this was never meant to be permanent, and there have been extensions. So that they did work in the context of what they were dealing with, and I do want to emphasize for our consciousness that they were dealing. The other context that is important to note is that there are many killings in the country and in KZN, far more than those that were dealt with by political killings. Now, to a point where you then find discomfort that we may keep on saying the National Political Killings Task Team is doing very well, but the figures of murders are going up in the same province, clearly showing up. And other killings in the category, other categories like organized crime and taxi violence keep on. Now, how do you justify that when other people are being killed in large numbers, you keep on getting interested to the point that you want to keep the national political killings? Absolutely no justification. Despite doing, we are not denying that they did well. You rather want to take the model and see how you spread it than saying, no, let's continue with that, because it's unjustifiable. Unjustifiable. If you look at the expenses, about 415 million from 2018 to now. Count that they've been doing a good job, so you don't have a grievance as it is. But once figures go down to the extent that it has happened, surely it was a factor that you were needed to factor in terms of how you use resources. If you are interested in bringing down the matters of other people as a matter of duty and the very constitution that we are talking about.
Now, lastly, Minister, what you don't think on a hindsight and given the outcry and the whole up and downs that we have now, that you could have handled the process, the consultations, and everything else differently so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we are now? The letters could have been written during business hours, normal business days, and consultations could have taken place sufficiently, and everybody taken on board with all of these good intentions that you're saying you have. Because if they are so good, you have to carry everyone along and make them understand where you come from, process them, and especially the president who now takes an initiative like this, and only to hear about it in the papers that that initiative is no longer there, and you now confirm it, that I actually briefed him or consulted him, which I don't think is a consultation. I briefed him after the fact. Don't you think with all of this, you could have handled this differently and in a more consultative and democratic manner that takes everybody along, and we don't feel like you are abusing a power or you're exercising a power you don't have? Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Well, the last part that you end up with is the one that I'm contesting, but let's leave that. There's no way I can stand up here and say I couldn't have handled it differently. There's no way. But there are two ways in which, or two things that cropped up after I wrote the directives. The one reaction is by National Commissioner, which, if that was the way, the only way, there wouldn't have been any problem. There wouldn't have been any problem, wouldn't be here for any reason, because those matters were going to be handled the way they were, things were developing. But then there was another development led by Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, premised on the fight back, premised on issues that I must only continue doing what I'm doing and not withdraw if I know I'm clean, and all those matters, including gloves are off. So that was the second way, parallel way of. So if I had anticipated that other way, that there would be a reaction, I would have handled it differently. But I would still have believed that it was time we reviewed this matter on merit and on facts, and it would have been justifiable. And perhaps it is handling that would have been different. So on one hand, things were meant to work well, and on the other, they were not meant to work well. And that's why we're here.
No, sorry, Chair. I still have some minutes. I'm just asking.
The time left is 5 minutes.
Minister, I'm happy you raised this matter. Why would someone who says, if you are clean, go on, and then you see that as a threat? Because we get told that nonsense all the time. Malema is not there because he's not clean, he meant severe, and then I must be threatened by that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
If someone says to you, if you are clean, go on, and let's see what happens. I'll never see that as a threat because I'm clean. Actually, I'm continuing so that you can take whatever you want to take against me. If I know I'm clean, I will never be blackmailed. If that is kind of a blackmail or a threat, why would you take something like that as a threat where a person says, if you were clean, go on, and you say, I'm being threatened? You're not being threatened. He's right. If you are clean, go on. And you are going on because you think you are clean. You have nothing to hide. You have never retreated from what you're doing because someone said, if he's clean, let him proceed. I don't think that is a threat.
It's not a threat in a sense, but it is in a sense. Because...
now you're speaking like an ANC politician.
No.
It's not a threat in a sense, it's a threat in a sense.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish. It is in another sense, because it sends a message that say, right, go on with this, not because it is legal, not because it is, go on with it, not because it is legal, not because it's unconstitutional, but I will see if I will check on your cleanliness. So it smacks of some covered kind of message meant to compromise you, not on principle. This was based on principle. It was not, I wasn't saying because I'm clean or because I'm not clean, because it was not because of me. I was doing it on principle, based on the scarcity of resources that we were directed to ensure we use them optimally. Now, I have never tried to do, I've always made an effort throughout as MEC, as Premier, Minister, and so on. I've never been under any investigation whatsoever. Now, because of those efforts, now, when somebody talks about something that I have never heard before, that now let's see whether he is clean. Well, that doesn't mean that I was threatened to a point where I was, that you are putting it. Not necessarily in that context. But I was saying, why is Provincial Commissioner issuing that kind of warning or something? Because I'm doing a job in the belief that it is correct to do so, legally and otherwise. Why is it taking personal interest and taking personal stride on this matter? Is it because of the other thing that I'm observing? I've observed that Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, is quite, what English word do I use, on crime intelligence in the country. He is, there's a word I wanted to use, which I think it fits in, but he is quite, he has quite a presence, more than any other provincial commissioner, on the matters of crime intelligence. And I'm observing that, and it's not according to the structure, it's not according to procedure. Head of crime intelligence reports to the National Commissioner. But I listened to Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi indicating, or in the commission, talking about counterintelligence in Gauteng, intelligence in Gauteng, and then intelligence nationally, crime intelligence nationally, and then report going to him. So I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The time has expired. Honorable Skosana, you are
I was disturbed a bit, though I wanted a clarity, but I'll add on that in a second. You know, when we were sitting I just want the minister to clarify, on our meeting on the Portfolio Committee of Police, the question of Mkhwanazi you were asked. Mkhwanazi was a coordinator or a chief lobbyist for CR17, like you in the KZN when you were the chief lobbyist as well, in that 1 billion rand campaign, which to me suggests two things. Maybe because you denied knowing him, it's a fact.
No, I object to that.
No. Yeah, you'll answer me because I was in that meeting. Remember, and some of the members of the portfolio committee were in that meeting. You know, you said yourself, and if you want us to play that, I'm not sure whether the chair will allow us to do that. Because you said you don't know him. In fact, this morning you said there's a picture, WhatsApp, maybe we're talking about that person on the WhatsApp. No, we're talking about Brown Mkhwanazi. You said you don't know him. Now,
I object
maybe
again, it's not true.
No, it's
what
fine.
you are saying.
It's fine. We'll prove that to you, Minister. You know, did you know each other before at that campaign, or you only know him now when there was an issue of letters which Mkhwanazi told the nation about, which we are concerned about, that letter of disbanding the PKTP. Okay. And my last one, because we don't have time, I was a bit disturbed, Minister, because I've opened that case where the police were denied even to go and search your house. It's disturbing. And I think Honorable Malema is correct, that unless there's rogue, or we are not equal in this country, that if they have to come to my house, there's no one who will stop them. Why, when they have to go to your house, they were stopped? It tells you that there's something somewhere, maybe they were instructed not to do. And I said to you earlier, about the IG of Patricia Machale, that why have you consulted the IG instead of the crime intelligence boss? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, if we can get the questions that you need clarity.
No. You know, members cannot answer. I know is their comrade, but they should not get involved. The minister is capable of answering all my questions. My question was simple. Did you know Mkhwanazi before, during that time when you were chief lobbyist and he was a chief lobbyist of the CR17, or you only know him now? That was a clarity which I wanted to know.
No, listen to me, Honorable Member. Ask one question, the minister responds, and yes.
Question now, Mkhwanazi lo umazi nini? Umazi ngayilesa sikhathi ngo-2017.
I've heard your question.
No, but they said I must ask you again.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now ngizama ubuya macingwane ukuthi umazi ngalesa sikhathi ku-campaignwa for i-2017 wena u-campaigner on behalf of President Ramaphosa at that time. Nge-campaign leya ye-1 billion, if you remember it, Mkhwanazi was a chief lobbyist ngale e-Northwest wena ubungapha KwaZulu-Natal. Umazi ngaleso sikhathi na?
Yeah, I can't leave what you are pasting. You do a lot of cutting and pasting as you move with the question. I now need to remove those pastings that you are making. First, well, I don't know him as a chief lobbyist anyway, even at that time. But I got to know him, or I saw him for the first time in 2017. Second issue, I want to cut the paste out. I never said in Parliament on the 5th of March, and it is in my affidavit, sworn in. I never said I know Brown Mkhwanazi in that portfolio committee. It is in my affidavit. I've even written a letter to the Speaker to say, I submitted my affidavit in July. I haven't heard anything up to now. That's why, because there is no decision and finality on the matter, you are able to talk about it freely, as you say. And that's not fair to continue to say this on something that I have already submitted. I've been directed to submit an affidavit to the relevant people. And I've done so in compliance, but you are poking it, and it's unfair. Now, so in my affidavit, I say, I don't know. I never said I don't know Brown. I said he is not my associate. And I have explained thereon that the person that I was looking at in the picture on the cell phone of that person is in KwaZulu-Natal, was not Brown Mkhwanazi. There's nowhere where I say I know Brown Mkhwanazi. Now, I was just removing that. And then,
Chair, sorry.
there's then the issue of my
Minister.
house.
Sorry, Minister. He says, Minister, there's no way he says he knows Brown Mkhwanazi now. So is that what we are saying to us?
Saying what?
No, I want that. Please, can you protect me, Chair? No. Hence, I'm asking, if I don't hear you, I'll ask you, and I should be protected. I should not be intimidated by other members.
Honorable members.
Please.
Honorable members.
Please.
Hello, Honorable Skosan.
No, but Sangweni is intimidating me. He's busy answering the Honorable Sangweni. He's busy answering, intimidating me.
I want you to listen here.
Please, Chair.
As the chair of this committee, I respect all of you and
Thank you, Chair.
treat you equally. So when I call on a member, I expect the member to listen in the same way I sit here the whole day listening to members speaking and allocating them time to speak. Please, that is the request that I'm making. So I have given you a chance to ask questions. And I want to discourage you from debating the questions with the witness. Let's allow the witness to respond to the last question on the alleged privileges that you have asked.
I thank you, Chair, but please as well, can you please reprimand Honorable Sasangweni? Because I'm talking to the Minister, he's intimidating me.
I am reprimanding all of you.
No, but you never reprimanded her, Chair.
I am reprimanding all of you. You know, when you are on the platform, you are speaking, and then another member appears to be disrupting you, you react to that. You have been at that team, you know. I issue 2 yellow cards as the referee. Because the referee has spotted the offense, allow the referee to act. So if you react, I issue 2 yellow cards. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, did you still remember the last question? That the police came to your house and they were stopped. What is your response about it?
Yes. The word I was looking for earlier on is overparents. That I tend to observe overparents on the part of the Provincial Commissioner of KZN on crime intelligence matters. And in my view, where I stand, it is not a healthy practice. I just want to make that comment and pass. I think I've dealt with the frills that he threw while he was, except one, his concern about that incident in Pretoria. I've clarified the matter that I never knew that there were police officers coming to my house. I was never informed, nothing. I only got to know after the incident. Now, if the honourable member is a concern, I think you're at liberty to find out on your own in terms of what happened.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Yeah. Honourable Mngango, from here, it's 8:30. You hand over to Honourable Vessels up until 9:15. Thank you. That time ends at 8:30. He's starting now. And Honourable Vessels will take us from 8:30 to 9:15.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable colleagues, and greetings to Honourable Minister Mkhwanazi. I will not dwell much on the issue of the constitutionality of the directive of the minister to disband, because I believe that that point has actually sufficiently covered. And I do want to align myself with those who actually feel that the minister overstepped his actually constitutional authority on the matters of the police operations. But I do want to zoom in on the issue of the establishment of the PKTT, not because I come from KwaZulu-Natal, but listening to the statement which was actually made by the Honorable the State President when he was in Pietermaritzburg visiting the family of the deceased councillor there. He actually did not mince his words in saying that he feels that there has to be an intervention to address the political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And then he put together the interministerial committee. Now, therefore, I'm not entirely happy when the minister keeps on saying PKTT was a national. It may have assumed that character later on, but it was ostensibly, established to deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Because of its success, then that is why it was roped in to go and assist in the Eastern Cape in relation to the matter that affected the developments in Fort Hare, and that is why a group of them were sent to Gauteng, which I will deal with later. So I wonder if the minister would have any any say to that the PKTT was established ostensibly to deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Would you agree with that, Honourable Minister?
I agree with that. It's a national political killings task team established to deal with issues that were emerging in KZN in 2018. And therefore the whole focus was in KZN.
Thank you. And it was actually established as a multidisciplinary task team, which actually included, among others, the NPA. Why? Because when the State President actually announced the establishment of the interministerial committee, he did not mention ministers by name. He actually constituted the IMC with ministries. He quoted the Ministry of Police, Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, Ministry of State Security, etc. So, therefore, to me, it does not hold water, the argument which says that there is no longer any interministerial committee, because the seventh, Parliament actually does not have any IMC. No, the President actually did not establish IMC based on individuals. He actually named ministers, and those ministries are still there and functioning. I think it was only incumbent upon the Minister of Police as chair of the IMC to actually convene the meeting of the IMC, which was constituted based on ministries, not individuals. And I put it to you, Honourable Minister, that there may have been a neglect of duty on that one. What would be your response on that?
My response is that there can't be neglect of duty, which is not there. There's no IMC in the 7th administration.
Okay, no, thanks. And I will also apologize, Minister, that yesterday, or I don't know whether it's today, you said you are now wearing Mkhwanazi and you're smelling Mkhwanazi, to quote you correctly. But I can't help but keep on, referring to his evidence in chief when I ask questions, because he's the person who made a clarion call on the 6th of July that landed us into where we are now. Mr. Mkhwanazi, or General Mkhwanazi, was very, very adamant in saying that the letter of establishing the PKTT was not written by the minister. And knowing the minister as I do, as you have correctly also confirmed earlier today, then I was taken aback because I know that Umatingwane has capacity to do things, including drafting that letter. But Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi insisted that no, Honorable Minister would not write that letter. But when I went through the bungles here, I came across a letter which was written to a certain Meriti Haas, to the minister. And if I were to quote some of the things that she said, in paragraph 1, she says, I request that you, meaning the minister, 1, instruct the National Commissioner of SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary, and wasteful political killings task team. The use of the word disband immediately. Then one goes on to look at the letter that the minister has actually written, the directive of the minister. It also comes with the word immediately. Then I want to believe that that actually is what prompted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, among other things, to believe that the minister actually did not write this letter. What would be your take on that, Honorable Mkhwanazi?
There is no evidence whatsoever that that statement is based on. The letter was written by me at my home, and it was dispatched from my gadget. That statement was made doesn't mean that it is factual.
Well, thank you. I don't want to pursue that. But the fact is, this is Meriti Haas, and you know that we all know Meriti Haas, and we all know her role in the violence that actually took place, unfortunately, in our province. She always played a desktop kind of research, which actually did not help in resolving the conflict that, resulted in the death of so many people in that province. So I don't want, because she would be coming here, I don't want to say anything more about her. Safe to say that some of the families are still bleeding because of her role in the unnecessary conflict that actually occurred in KwaZulu-Natal. The IMC, Honourable Minister, kept on receiving reports, progress reports, that the PKTT was doing an excellent work, up to the point where in 2023, I think they met for the last time. But in that letter of dissolution by the minister says the PKTT is adding no value to the operations of the South African police services in the country. I want to know where does the minister base that kind of conclusion when the reports tabled before the IMC, when the state president at some public engagement confirms that indeed the PKTT is doing a sterling work. Now the minister says it's adding no value in the police activities in South Africa. Why is that contradiction, Honourable Minister?
Honourable Member, I have throughout the day said I acknowledge that the work that the National Political Killings Task Team is a factor in the reduction of the killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And I repeat that as I do now, confirm that. But I'm saying we need to look at the context now, where we are. And it says no longer required, no longer in the context of the structure that is now there, in the context of reduction, in the context of reduced budget, in the context of murders throughout the country that police need to attend to using resources. So it was not just a statement in isolation of the context in which it was said.
But Minister, if, as you had correctly pointed out earlier, that the battlefield which actually had resulted in a lot of killings in this country, murders and so on, is in KwaZulu-Natal, why would you not be happy if the PKTT was doing, excellent work in KwaZulu-Natal, so that you could actually replicate what they are doing in KwaZulu-Natal in other provinces as well, and have a reference point of good work that the police are able to do in actually curbing the scourge of murders?
You definitely wouldn't have any resource to do that, to replicate it in the country, but you would be able, and you can be able to use the model. And in fact, I had been calling for a meeting. I wanted material, I wanted facts to meet the Minister of Justice because of a lot of complaints from police in relation to the work in the Department of Justice relating to prosecutors and magistrates and so on. We were wanting that. And so that the model is good of closer working relations between police and prosecution is a good model. And that is what you can replicate. But to say you can create a bigger or other political killings, and you do that on top of units like organized crime, units like serious and violent crimes. And then you build another structure. You will end up spending all the money on structures as opposed to fighting crime on the ground. It won't happen. You just don't have such resources. So the model, yes, but the structures, you needed to reconfigure as they did, and I endorse that, and I go accordingly. That is what I thought would be the benefit from the experience of the national political killings task team.
Part of what actually influenced your decision to disband PKTT were comments made by Patricia Mashele. Who is that? Somewhere she is actually mentioned as a whistleblower. But if you go through her postings, she comes across as a police informer. I mean, who is Mashele, Honorable Minister?
Yes. As to who she is, I did say that I wanted to get to know more about her, and I did. It's not to say that I was merely mentioning in the affidavit that there were certain things that she wrote, not to say that they were deciding factors, those things. I just said I noted what she wrote, but there were other factors, and there are other factors. So I don't think that we can elevate her role as a decisive factor in the letter.
Part of what actually, prompted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to cry foul on the disbandment of the PKTT actually is also to be traced in the evidence statement which was made by Brigadier Gunen, where he actually says that on the 6th of December, they were part of a group of detectives coming from Gauteng and others from KwaZulu-Natal to assist the Gauteng group that went to actually see Nhlanhla at his place. Now, they feel that immediately after that, a plan was hatched to actually dissolve the PKTT, because presumably it was beginning to tread where angels fear. And as a consequence of that, the letter of the directive of the 31st of December 2024 emerged. But they feel it strongly that it actually emanated from their, meeting with Nhlanhla with a view to actually investigate his involvement in the criminal activities in Gauteng. They suspect that triggered actually the directive. Would that be a fair conclusion on their part?
Not at all. Not at all. There's no correlation between what police did in Nhlanhla's home or to him with the decision or the directive. Nothing at all. I don't know anything about criminal syndicates. I don't know anything about any meeting that would have taken place anywhere involving or not involving SBIA. If there is something that hints on SBIA and whatever intention, let the law take its course. But there is no link between whatever happened and the directives. In fact, I'm not even sure whether there's anyone in police who came to brief me about what happened on the 6th. I don't remember getting any briefing. And therefore, there's absolutely no correlation. But also, to say so is not backed by facts, because those cases that you are referring to, this one being one of the three, were being dealt with by police in Gauteng. And the National Political Killings Task Team came to assist at some other point, at some stage. Now, if you really were taking exception on the activities of police in relation to the arrests that police were making, then you were misdirected if you write a directive that doesn't have organized crime in Gauteng, but instead has a National Political Killings Task Team who were assisting, and 10 of them. It doesn't correlate from where I sit, not at all related.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. When the National Commissioner was here leading his evidence, he actually expressed grave concern that the minister did not consult with him when he actually issued the directive to disband. Equally so, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi felt very strongly that he ought to have been consulted as a provincial commissioner about the disbandment. The National Commissioner even said that on the 27th of December, he wrote to the minister asking for the annual leave, which was granted. The following day, the 28th of December, he was with the minister at Iskawini at the burial of one police officer. The minister did not indicate any inclination or any intention to dissolve the PKTT. And on the 30th of December, the National Commissioner goes on leave. And on the 31st of December, the minister actually writes this directive, and he sends it at 20 minutes past 5 to the offices of the National Commissioner. Now, I strongly also feel that there was lack of consultation here. And General Khumalo, who was actually given a direct responsibility to lead this task team, also was not consulted. Now, I just cannot figure out why the minister actually feel that he did not need to consult all of these people. Would it be okay to think that, no, this was the minister's calculated move to exploit the situation where the National Commissioner was on leave? So that was why he actually even used the term disband immediately, so that by the time he comes back and finds out that the PKTT actually had been disbanded. So, ngolimi oluqondile ngathiwa uMinister omlalela uNyendlu, National Commissioner. Some people might think that the minister actually waylaid the National Commissioner, using the opportunity whilst the National Commissioner was out on leave. How would you respond to that, Mr. Minister?
Not at all, Pangazit. Angulala Ngwenyenhle. I didn't waylay him, as I've related repeatedly, that it wasn't a calculated move, as you say. Not at all, not opportunistic, not at anything. It was just a culmination of processing of thoughts, as I related in terms of earlier dates. But I would want you to note that statements were made on the 1st and the 22nd of November on the matter. Myself and the National Commissioner on the need to review. Yes, on the actual culmination of those processes, when I wrote, I didn't consult the National Commissioner. I admit to that, but I do also admit that there was indication that this was not an act of switching off like lights in a room. We were going to have discussions later on, and that there were a number of factors that contributed in me reaching that decision. But it was not because I was waiting for the National Commissioner to leave for any reason, because we were discussing with the National Commissioner openly, and we had good relations, and it just happened the way it happened, but no waylaying whatsoever.
But, Honourable Minister, there was an acting National Commissioner in office at that time, Lieutenant General Musikili, and she does not appear anywhere in the picture of all these happenings. Was not consulted. I'm not sure whether she saw this directive, because there is no mention being made anywhere in the statements of the role that she played as an acting commissioner in office at the time when this such a big decision was actually taken. Did the minister actually ever had any conversation with the acting national commissioner in the office at the time?
The instruction to the Chief of Staff was to direct the letter to the National Commissioner and to the acting National Commissioner, and that happened. I got confirmation thereof.
Minister, a lot has actually been said about the role of Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. What is disturbing to most of us here is the access that he seemed to have in sensitive information in the office of the minister. He seemed to have privileges that even senior police, leadership actually do not have. Somewhere he is actually, Nhlanhla was arrested and found with, cell phones in prison, and then they were confiscated. They were taken for digital, analysis, and it was discovered that, in fact, Nhlanhla had been actually having conversation with Mkhwanazi. And in one of their conversations, somewhere he said, and I quote, "I have arranged a meeting for Sbia and the minister. They must have a solution." And he goes on, he says, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. What is that? They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sbia. This is Mkhwanazi talking about things that actually had not even happened, some of them. And this is the conversation which is said to have taken place on the 1st of January, if I'm not mistaken. Now, this is this Mkhwanazi. And he goes on to pick up the phone and tell Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi that, look, Mr. Mkhwanazi, your PKTT has actually been dissolved. And Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is hearing that for the first time through Mkhwanazi, not from the minister, not from the national commissioner to whom he reports, but from Mkhwanazi, an outsider, a freeman, a civilian. Now, how is it possible that Mkhwanazi has access to this kind of information, Honorable Minister?
Honorable Nwango, I have indicated that there is noticeable change in Mkhwanazi's conduct and behavior, which is very concerning, which I wasn't aware of before. How he relates to who and so on. For the best part of our interaction, it was just not contaminated with anything, I would say, or maybe say that I was aware of. I've only become aware now that there are commissions and so on, especially the Nhlanhla Commission, where these WhatsApp were read and so on, that I got to know the rest of his doings and relations with other people that all the time had never been mentioned in our conversations with him, not once. Now, and I've said it raises concerns, and once you become aware of that, you are bound to take certain decisions, even review such relations, because I don't want to have whatever relations with people or a person who's this questionable. It has never happened before, and so on. And therefore, the fact that he came up with a WhatsApp to General Mkhwanazi indicating that he is aware, he has a letter and all of that, I wouldn't be able to say exactly until I'm through with what I'm trying to check as to what actually happened in terms of how he got to be in possession of the letter. And therefore, I would say that it's a concerning matter, register it as such. I wouldn't have expected that would happen that particular way. But it is important to emphasize that there's not a piece of any document that I ever gave to Mkhwanazi or sent anyone to give Mkhwanazi that document or any document whatsoever. It has never happened. It has never happened.
Mkhwanazi actually goes on to fundraise for what Mkhwanazi in his chief evidence fundraise for the minister's associates. He fundraised 38,000 rand, which he got from Nhlanhla, to, among other things, pay for the transport and accommodation of quote unquote the minister's associates, and organized even a dinner which was actually attended by, among others, Lieutenant General Sbiya. He agreed to that. He even shared with us that at the end of that dinner, Mkhwanazi simply disappeared without paying the bill. And General Sbiya, ended up actually footing the bill. That surely cannot be the actions of an ordinary comrade. Honorable Minister, Mkhwanazi is, through his actions, comes across as more than just an ordinary comrade to the minister. How are we going to deal with that?
No, firstly, I share the concerns that Honorable Malema was articulating, and I share the concerns that you are articulating. That he rather has a conduct and a behavior as you relate. And I do confirm that I only came to know about all these activities now, and as you see, they are all close to each other in terms of, they are not related to something like 2018 or 2020. I never heard anything about his behavior and his conduct. So I only get to know about all these things now. Now, what are you going to do about it? Review that, because that is not something I must take and I would have taken for granted, or I would take for granted, that I have somebody interacting with them who are said to be involved in all these kind of activities, as is getting revealed at the moment, as you indicate. It just can't. That is what I'm going to do, review this and so
on. Let's come to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. When he was here, he said he actually had knocked at every door, actually looking for an ear that could actually listen to him, because he was gravely concerned about the goings-on within the police service. He said he wrote to the minister, he sent a message, actually pleading for a meeting with the minister in order for him to actually discuss the issues that affected the work of the South African Police Service. But his pleas for a meeting actually fell on deaf ear insofar as the minister is concerned. And that prompted him to even write to the portfolio committee, asking the chairperson of the portfolio committee to please invite him so that he could share with the portfolio committee the problems that they are facing, because the minister would not actually, grant him that opportunity. In fact, you conceded yesterday that yes, you did receive that request from Mr. Mkhwanazi, but you did not see it, necessary to meet with him, especially because in his message, he said he was going to talk about issues that affect his work and his family. Now, why, Honorable Minister, would you not give Mkhwanazi an opportunity to meet with you?
Firstly, I do need to put it clear that I never read anything in the WhatsApp about the National Political Killings Task Team. And I never had an impression that we were going to discuss that. It's not mentioned in the WhatsApp. What is mentioned is him, General Mkhwanazi, and family. 2, it mentions internal matters to SAPS as an organization. And those matters, I couldn't figure out how Mkhotsi would feature in that. But thirdly, I thought that it wouldn't be proper for me to call such a meeting with that kind of people and to discuss, even if it were to be internal matters to SAPS. I wouldn't do that as a matter of principle, call Mkhotsi to be part of that because he's not part of SAPS. Now, it's not like I ignored the letter. Instead of that, I decided that the meeting would take another form, or the proposal would take another form that it took. National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner, and then Deputy National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi, to try and have them to talk because of concerns that are there. The kind of rift that is there involving those personalities. So therefore, it's not necessarily true that I ignored the request for a meeting to discuss National Political Killings Test Team, because it was not indicated there.
Well, thanks, Honourable Minister, but I find it very, very concerning that a provincial commissioner of the province that is plagued by political killings for which a PKTT had been established to deal with. He wants to meet with the minister to discuss internal operations, and he's denied that because the minister responded by saying, acknowledging the message was received, saying that the message was received, will revert at some point, and has never reverted. And that point had not come up to this day. Now, I was a bit concerned about that. Now,
but I do want to come back on that to say I didn't see that meeting taking place in that shape. I couldn't see it. So I think, and that I decided that it would take another form, and that there was no mention of political killings task team. But I did indicate to General Mkhwanazi that, well, I still owe you a meeting, not in that form, although I didn't explain it that way. I was thinking of meeting him alone to say, what is the issue on yourself and family, so that I understand the angle. What are the internal matters, so that I understand the angle, and why Brown Mkhotsi would need to be there. I didn't understand those matters at all, and therefore I didn't see my way as said.
The National Commissioner, when he was here, Honourable Minister, he bemoaned the fact that the minister would also not grant him the opportunity to report on the activities of the PKTT, because he felt that the minister's directive was not based on facts, because he, as National Commissioner, had not actually had any opportunity to present the progress report of the PKTT. And he recounted instances where he had actually wanted to give the minister, the progress report, but in vain. And ultimately, he even came up with a plan because he felt that the dissolution of the PKTT could not actually be done overnight. It had to be a phased out winding down of its operation. So he came up with a plan. And he says at the Cape Town meeting, the minister was in principle agreeable to the plan, subject to minor changes there, here and there. But at the subsequent meeting, the minister actually was no longer interested in that. And he said what was established through political intervention will actually be dissolved through political intervention. So he was no longer interested. And the National Commissioner was actually frustrated. Why that attitude, Honourable Minister?
Oh, sorry. Not at all. The only issue on the 27th of March in Pretoria was that we had agreed that there wouldn't be any additional docket on the work of the of the National Political Killings Task Team. And when we arrived there was now one case more. And we were then saying, how has it happened that we have added instead of winding down? That was the only issue. That was the only issue. No other issue. If there was, it wouldn't have changed the agreement that we had made on the 6th that, fine, this is the way, phased approach, and so on. It was a good proposal with minor things, as I say. They were still minor on the 27th. But that was the only issue. And I don't think we should exaggerate any other matter or any other issue that form part of the discussion. So this decision still stood, or the agreement that was the correct approach. There was no problem. I did, however, hear when I saw the commission, or the ad hoc committee that National Commissioner was saying, I was quite angry. I wasn't. The issue was on the commission, Madlanga Commission. The issue was, why add an issue after having agreed another docket? And it wasn't being against police working and arresting. It had nothing to do with the act of arresting. That was a good job. I even went to the funeral of that councillor. It was well done by police. But it was now different because it was there was that case. It would have needed to be explained, just explained that, look, there's this and this that happened, but we're sticking to the agreement and the process. There's no problem. So it shouldn't be exaggerated.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The issue of the public trust in the operations of the police, it undoubtedly has a deficit now, because what comes out of this process is playing out negatively in the public domain out there. So there is a great deal of work that would need to be done to restore that public trust in the operations of the police, because they need public trust. I'm not sure whether it's fair to ask the minister how he hopes to actually restore that kind of public trust, because it has eroded. The fact is, it has eroded. And the second concern is that I just pray that out there, the minister should not come across as leading a faction within the police service. The minister would actually need to work very hard to be seen to be above all these, quarrels and activities, and also be seen to be mobilizing whatever resources that are there to actually quell this kind of, instability within the police service, because it's not helping to create trust in the operations of the police. What would be your take, Honourable Minister, on that?
I agree with you entirely, Honourable Member. And I don't know where this faction-like kind of situation in the top brass of SAPS, where it comes from. All I can say is that when I came, it seems to have been there already, not that it got created after I arrived. It may not have been showing, but it was there, seemingly. And that's why, among other things, I called a meeting with National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner. There could be some root cause in the past, whatever it is. Now, I have put on record that when National Commissioner briefed me about the investigation on Sibia, I supported it. It was not to prove that I'm not aligned to anyone, but it was a matter of principle that if he has done something unlawful, he needs to be pursued. He needs to be pursued. The same, actually, with regard to General Khan. When I got the report that said he is also being investigated from National Commissioner, I said I support that, because if he had done something wrong, he needed to be pursued. And therefore, I thought that that was demonstration enough, or partially a part of it when I came across that incident, that I had no special sympathy for anyone who found themselves on the wrong part of the law. It should take its course. So the perception, in fact, with National Commissioner, we discussed at some point that there was a rumor that I wanted to remove General Kumal and put General Khan and all of that. And I said that that's pure rumor. There's never been anything like that. And I saw no reason why such a thing would happen. And therefore, I would dispel that notion. But I do want to also say there needs to be much more seriousness in police in doing their work. 2 weeks before the media briefing by General Mkhwanazi that he had convened, I had convened a meeting with National Commissioner and with crime intelligence. That included SBIA, included General Kumal, and other people, I think 2 other people, which National Commissioner hardly attended, except for the 10 minutes, came late and then left earlier. So I was with the 4 people or so, who gave me a briefing for more than 2 hours on syndicates in the country. First, it was on drugs. It was the first and only briefing I got elaborate on drugs, because I was worried, where do drugs come from, and how do they get distributed and where, by who, and what routes and so on, because we wanted to get to the bottom of this. So they gave me that briefing, even though this other syndicate that is now being mentioned wasn't part of the briefing. I don't know why, but it wasn't part. But we went on to discuss firearms, illegal firearms, in that meeting. Now, that is what I was interested in, to get us to do that work. I even asked, is National Commissioner aware of all these things that you are detailing to me? And they said yes. And I said, why has no action been taken? They couldn't give me an answer. I would have preferred that police at all levels busy themselves with crime prevention and crime investigations. But as human beings, I do take a point that they would cross each other's paths for some reason. It happens to organizations, but it is worrying. It is part of what then erodes confidence, because they end up talking about each other, bad-mouthing each other, and showing no unit, and that is worrying. But what you're saying is true, that there needs to be a lot of work that would need to be done to restore and to build up in terms of confidence to police from this situation. I agree.
Well, thanks, Honourable Minister. My last point is in relation to the admission which was actually made here by Lieutenant General Spear, to the effect that Mr. Nhlanhla was a well-known character within the leadership of the police. He actually frequented the headquarters of the police, parading in the corridors there, moving in and out of offices because he was a known character. But when we asked Spear, being the head of intelligence, did you have, the kind of background information about Nhlanhla? And then he said no. And now that Mr. Nhlanhla is in prison, is in jail now for the allegations of murder, how does he feel about that? Now, I'm asking this, I'm sharing this with you, Honourable Minister, to indicate to you that no, our brothers in the leadership of the police must really help this country. They should not allow this country to go to the dogs because they are lax. How could someone actually parade up and down the corridors of the police, police headquarters, without being vetted, without whose background is not known? Now, Nhlanhla is in prison. How much does Nhlanhla know about our crime prevention strategies that are actually, cooked up in those offices? Is it not a shame that all along they have actually been harboring a criminal in their offices? Now this brings me to the issue of Nkabinde. I'm not in any way saying that Nkabinde is a criminal. He has not done anything to that effect. But his role is very questionable. Because from where I'm seated, ilokho kuthiwa yixoki, uthathe indaba ngapha kuminister azise kumkhwanazi, athathe indaba kumkhwanazi azise kuminister, ixoki lelo. He is actually setting you against each other. Now, that role is, cannot be acceptable to be played by a chief of staff in the office, in such an important office in the country. So I'm happy that the minister actually has said he's going to attend to those matters concerning Mr. Nkabinde, and I'm happy that he might actually come before us here, because he would need to explain a lot of other things. But Mkhwanazi, the role of your chief of staff it leaves a lot of concern to all of us. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Minister, do you want to comment on the last remark that the Honorable Mwango has made?
Of course, yes, I share the concern, because even if there is a perception which is negative, it tends to be expanded because it's a perception and it's negative. And therefore, it can't just be left. It needs to be addressed so that there is no doubt, even if it's not factual, that what is happening there is clean and untangled to anything. And therefore, these matters, including what, as I said, Honorable Malema was raising as concerns, I share them and will address them as such. But they shouldn't be taken as facts. For instance, what you're talking about, Bangazita, the issue of dinners and so on. I'm hearing about those things post-happening. And I really had nothing to do with them. But you then get to know about that behavior of people who are involved. I don't know even the people who were said to have been invited to dinner. It was the first time I even heard that Sbia himself was part of the dinner. I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. Because no proposal, no approval, nothing. I just had nothing to do with that particular dinner. That is what I would want to submit. Thank you.
Honorable Vessels, are you ready to receive the flame? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening, Minister. Minister, with all due respect, I must admit that after these 3 days of your testimony, I'm not less confused. I'm more confused. And I don't think I'm the only one. So I'm going to revisit a few issues that has been interrogated and that you did speak to before, but I don't have concise clarity on a lot of it. Let me start with, you mentioned a few times the extensions that were not granted to the PKTT post-2022. And then you also gave evidence that prior to 2022, the extensions and how the extensions were granted. And if I understood you correctly, you said that those extensions were granted by the National Commissioner in consultation with the Minister of Police. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Minister, now, if that is the case, did you have the power to extend it, to extend the PKTT?
The power?
Yeah. In your opinion, would you have been able to grant an extension?
Yes, if that was the procedure and that was required in terms of PFMA, I would have considered the matter.
But you say the National Commissioner had to grant the extension in consultation with the Minister?
Yes.
So not the Minister alone?
Pardon?
Not the Minister alone?
I suppose so, in terms of the extension.
Because that's what you said, that extensions
Yes.
were granted by the National Commissioner
Yes.
in consultation with the Minister. I would argue it was actually and should actually be after consultation with
Yes.
the Minister, because there's a big difference. But in any event, would you not, if you use that same logic, won't it then, can it be that it's acceptable that disbandment follows a different procedure? Shouldn't that also have been the National Commissioner that disbands in consultation with or after consultation with the Minister? How do you understand that?
I would say that we did hold a meeting on the 1st about the need to review, and on the 22nd. Let's put that aside. And that this process had been coming a long way, including in 2004, in 2024, when the implementation process got placed in the office of the National Commissioner to sign, which he only did a year later. Now, I imagine a situation, if that had happened in 2024, probably wouldn't be here. If that implementation of the structure, which would have replaced on time the National Political Killing Stars team, if that had taken place and not delayed, we wouldn't be here. Because that had been the view that was prevailing in SAPS, and they had worked for it, and they invested in it, and they came up with units that were gradually coming in. But when there was then a delay of a year, in particular from 2024 to 2025, then it put a delay to what would have happened in the manner that it was designed. But then to come to your question whether it shouldn't have happened that way, let me just throw in something. At the back of my mind as well, when I wrote the directive, there was this thing that we would need to talk, would need to discuss, because it was not a fait accompli that saying you have now hit the wall. I understand the meaning of immediate. I understand that. But at the same time, I think everybody should understand that in the same directive, you call for a preliminary report. Say in the preliminary report, there was then a different idea. It still would have been a preliminary report put forward by the National Commissioner. Yes. In the other meeting that would follow after that, it still would. So it wasn't like disband, done, finished, no talk, nothing, no report, nothing.
Thank you, Minister.
It wasn't like that.
I'm going to interrupt you because I think you've made that point throughout your testimony, and you articulated that point well. The fact of the question is, when you wrote this directive, did you view it as a very drastic step? Was that your thought process, that I'm now taking a very drastic step?
I have this to share with you in response to you, that in police, there are certain things that you need to act on a little bit strong in the department if you want to get things done and done on time and correctly. Not so much different from any other department, but something that you need to show seriousness on, that it needs to be done, especially considering all the factors that I've put forward, including possibility that we might have been acting outside the PFMA. That is drastic on its own.
When did you become aware of the fact that those extensions were not granted?
Now, in the last 3 days that I spoke about in the year, after settling down, then over and above the information that I got at hand, this issue came in to say, look, there might be this particular problem, but I wasn't sure about it. It merely added on what I already had, and leading as an issue of concern was the manner in which we were using the budget. And vis-a-vis the tremendous pressure that we have, which I would want not to be, I would love that we don't lose sight of. Murders in South Africa are very high.
I think we all know that.
And other crimes, including drugs.
I understand that.
If you have something drastic that you need to do, don't spare any moment. Don't wait. Do that. So there was that kind of thing. That's why I even convened a meeting, just to express my deep concerns about this. And we shouldn't get used to murders at this rate. And we shouldn't get used to investigations on murders being categorized as normal for other people, requiring to be conducted in a normal, traditional, and then for other people, you then add speciality and so on. That is damaging.
I agree, Minister, but now the question is, I think a lot of people will say that it almost seems as if you made a decision on the 31st of December, and then afterwards, you try to find a lot of justification for that decision. It seems like that. Because you can't clearly state what you did about these concerns. Yes, you had the meetings. Yes, you had the meeting in November. But you didn't, if there is this completely illegal task team, according to your version now, that is contravening the PFMA, that is unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, however you want to put it, but you disband it. Rather than, if it doesn't exist, you can't disband it. Won't you agree with me? Because if it wasn't extended, as it should have been, it didn't exist. So why the need to disband it? Why didn't you act in a different way then? And won't you then say, because you did not, that it can be perceived as you looked for a lot of reasons now? You looked for the letters from Professor De Haas. You looked for the post from Patricia. You looked for all these justifications. Maybe they're there, they were there, but you didn't act upon it. You only acted on the 31st of December. In, as you also agree, a very drastic step. What would you say to that?
No, I would say that not exactly. The issue of structures is an old one, of specialized units. It was there. I didn't look for it after. It was there. The issue of concerns, external concerns, were there, even at the portfolio committee. The issue of internal concerns started shortly after we got appointed, that were coming from some officers. It was there, but we didn't have a certain way of processing that, an easy way of processing that. It was something that we worked on. We had a meeting. We didn't discuss the details in terms of how to engage on the matter. It was left with me. So I then started grappling with those matters amidst a lot of other things. If there was anything that came after, yes, there were things like that came after, like the statistics that came on the 5th of March, that we had registered one fresh incident of political killing, like the fact that that was the reduction and the extent to which it had gone. Today would be the 31st of December. It just happened as I sat down and processed things quicker when I had circled. But these things were there. And I, to be honest, I didn't mean any ill about them. I just meant they just came in as things that need to be done to register some of the changes that are required. Remember that they included, as I said, border management, especially what is said to be happening at the airport. People are not vetted. With all the things that are happening, they're opening us to all the things that it's happening. Those matters are drastic, are serious matters requiring serious action.
Let's accept that, Minister. Did Brown Mkhwanazi ever speak to you or correspond with you via whatever means with regards to the PKTT? Did he ever speak to you on this task team?
Is your question that did Brown talk to me about PKTT?
Correct.
Not at all.
Never?
No.
No,
not that I can remember talking to. In fact, he never spoke to me. I never spoke to him about that.
Did General Sibiya ever come to speak to you about the PKTT in particular?
Not before.
Yeah, I'm talking about prior to 31st December.
Not before. It never happened. He couldn't have done so because where would he be getting the idea from? Because I didn't have the idea myself. So he couldn't come unless he would have come to make a proposal. And I'm saying nobody made a proposal like that to me, not one. Now, the letters of Meridias, I noted those letters, but they are not the letters that instructed me to do that. I considered matters holistically and came to that conclusion.
Spoken a lot about your Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkambine. What was his posture on the PKTT? Did he ever advise you on the PKTT?
Who, Spear?
No, Nkabinde.
Nkabinde? No, not at all. The only time he said something about PKTT was when we had the meeting on the 6th. And during that discussion, he raised his hand, and then I gave him the opportunity, and he made a remark, which is not something that he does frequently, or regularly, rather. And he made a comment. And my reading of his mind was that he was supporting me on this. More than any other thing that I could have registered at that time.
Let's, for a brief moment, assume that that your version, Minister, is absolutely correct, that your intention and your motive to disband the PKTT was pure and makes sense and was sound. Why would the National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi go as far as they are going currently? Why would there be a press conference? Why would they say that the motive is this correlation between the PKTT and organized crime and Nhlanhla and all of that? If we assume that your version is the gospel truth, what would you think is their motive, their rationale for doing this?
I've tried to think hard about this. Why are they making a correlation about this? What is it that is concretely on the table. But I can't avoid looking at what they are saying exactly as a starting point. They are saying, as an allegation, in disbanding or in writing that directive of disbandment, I wanted to protect crime syndicates. Now, before that, 2 weeks ago, I'm thinking, and I started thinking immediately after I heard that, I wanted a list of drug syndicates or any other crime syndicate in the country, but I was more on drugs and firearms because I regarded that as very troubling. So I get the list per province. We're discussing, it's a confidential meeting, and a document is handed over. Over to me, I ask questions, even asking where possibly these drugs come from, what is the composition of each of these drugs, where do primary and secondary components come from, and how. We discuss those matters in confidence. What routes for those that come from outside, and who, and what do we have inside the country. So we're serious, we're discussing. Now, one, you note, there was no big five there, which means that the list was not exhaustive. That is the least I could say. Now, if I made this inquiry, and then after that, I settled with the directive to disband, why do people, or why does anyone, for that matter, come back to say, I am protecting crime syndicates? And how? And who is this? Because from where I sit, I didn't know that Mkhwanazi has a link with anyone when I wrote this. I had, even with Nhlanhla, I had no idea, because it had never been brought to me. So I sit and I write that. So when all of a sudden, I'm said to be doing this to protect syndicates. Now, it can't be true. Secondly, these matters were investigated by Gauteng, organized crime. And they moved and they arrested. They arrested people, even if others got arrested afterwards. So if you wanted to protect anyone, why would you go for people who are assisting and not deal with people who are being assisted, who are leading the charges, opposing bail and do all sorts of things? Why would you do that? It's awkward. The correlation, there's no logic. You can only do that if you start with the narrative and then you tell the story that fits the narrative. I have nothing to do with any kind of syndicate, whether in firearms, whether in drugs, anywhere. All I know is that they need to be dealt with. That is why, among other things, we say create a division that is dedicated to harder criminals in the form of the operations and so on. So that was the design, not what I get told now. I have no links with any syndicate.
I understand that, Minister, but why do you think they want to discredit you? What do you think their motive is?
Well, you, as I say, you look at what is being said. When you do that, and there's a person who says, there will be fight back, the composition of which or the content of which I didn't have. I can't help but bring that as a factor. Is this it or is it not it? Especially when it comes as personalized. It comes as more spearheaded by, because honestly, despite what National Commissioner said, the trend, the developments showed that we were working together on the winding down, as he was suggesting. In other words, we were moving together. There was no indication whatsoever. Now, all of a sudden, there's a change. Now, I can't help it that, oh, okay, there is discussion. Because part of the conversation, as I heard it, was that if I were a national commissioner, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't have agreed. It even causing me to think, what is personal in the National Political Killings Task Team to a point where you can actually take a personal kind of stance on it and even say, well, the other thing on crime intelligence and on border management were fine. It can go ahead, but this one, what is it that would cause someone to say so and to think that particular way? But on my side, I don't have anything that I know that would cause people to behave in that particular fashion, to be honest. And I don't have anything. And I have no syndicate grazing close to me and me grazing close to them whatsoever. And there's no evidence up to today that have anything to do with any syndicate, if they are, on any crime, whether it's drugs or any. There isn't, because I don't have any relations with any crime groupings and so on. I've never heard. I can't suddenly develop that now.
Let's accept that version, and once again, that your motives was well informed to give the direction to disband the PKTT. In hindsight, Minister, is there any possibility that you were being used to hamper or to protect these crime syndicates? In hindsight, can there be any possibility that people used you to disband the PKTT to protect organized crime?
And what is the exact question?
Question is there such a possibility if you now look back?
Any possibility of people saying so?
Of people that used you at that stage.
That in fact,
you thought you acted good. You thought you acted well informed. But actually people were using you like a pawn.
Oh, I see. That the possibility of any grouping using me.
Yes, correct. To protect organized crime.
There is absolutely none that can claim that with any evidence. Once a statement, if a statement gets made somewhere, just like statements have been made that I was acting to protect, I can't prevent a statement from being made, but there is no evidence. And in fact, the reason why there's no evidence is because I didn't act on behalf of any criminal syndicate.
But unknowingly? Maybe you didn't know it.
And how? If you could make an example.
If someone played you, fed you with information for you to act in a certain way, drove you to the 31st of December decision.
I derive a lot of confidence that Gauteng organized crime were the ones that initiated investigations against these syndicates, if you call them syndicates, or criminals. They were doing that. Okay, that's one. Two, they moved on very well with their investigations and their arrest. And there is nothing until 10 people come in to assist them. And for some other reason or reasons, there is a directive. Now, if there was that intention and anybody could then want to say we're using him, why didn't they use me if there was that possibility before the directive? Why couldn't they say, hey, there's this development and let's use minister to stop whatever was happening with those that were being arrested, were being pursued, and so on. It can't be. And so I'm using those facts to respond to you. But I also use the fact that I know that there may be people who may have been claiming that they would want or wish. Part of that is when I was looking at the WhatsApps if that were in the Nhlanhla Commission, where somebody would send a message as if there is something that has been discussed or can be discussed with you. For instance, after the cancellation of the tender, which I initiated, then somebody creates an impression that it's possible to come and talk to me about something about cancellation of the tender, about possibility of change. There was nothing such. There was no such. There would be no one who would have come to me about that. And how possible would it be? You initiate cancellation of the tender, and then somebody comes from somewhere and tells you something different. So I would find it hard that somebody could possibly be wanting or laboring under that impression that they could use me when I'm not one of them and I'm not involved in them. And I don't go anywhere where such people are if there is a talk like that.
That you know of, Minister, because you've said today that you didn't know of, for instance, Brown Mokgotzi's association with Kat Nhlanhla. But let's leave that there for now and let's go to the WhatsApp messages.
Yeah, I do want to respond and say, if that was Mokgotzi's